Tales of the Reincarnated Lord. Chapter 426 Rescue. Civilians are not just fuel for the fire of war, but weapons as well. Just as the woodcutter's axe can be wielded against the sword, so, too, can the civilian be wielded against the soldier. Excerpt from A Treatise on War, by Norton Lorist. On the 6th month of year 1781, the four houses of Andanak and House Fisibilan of the three northeastern provinces launched a sudden attack on Shabak and initiated Andanak's invasion of the four central duchies. On the 17th day of the 8th month, Duke Shabaj gave up on Mesen to escape to Farkal. The four-house alliance and House Fisibilan's cavalry headed straight to Petro, the capital of Forand. Farkal's Samora and Forand's Freewood were swept by the cavalry attack and consumed by the flames of war. On the 7th day of the 9th month, Andanak's king, Auguslo, led Wittelian to Jigze to join up with the Allies' forces, rallying a total of 300,000 men. Duke Forand mobilized the duchy's citizens to spend more than 2 months digging 431 trenches on the stretch of land 83 kilometers across from Freewood to Petro. More than 1,000 mud walls were also constructed to defend against the invasion. It was the first defensive battle fought mainly with trenches in the continent's history. On the night of the 3rd day of the 11th month, after a stalemate that lasted more than a month, the Andanak's forces flooded the trenches by diverting the Nibarak River, catching Forand's 2nd Legion completely off guard and killing half of its men. The survivors were captured and General Sanskro, a viscount, slit his throat and fell into the water. The army was decimated. Despite the constant flooding, Forand's garrison legion didn't surrender. They relied on the low mud walls to resist the enemy's advance, suffering severe casualties in the process. On the 24th day of the 11th month, Duke Forand announced he would give up Petro and led the 1st and 3rd legions to Handra, where he would continue his resistance. Upon the insistence of General Nurai, he was left in the hilly area near Petro to harass the advancing enemy. Duke Forand didn't burn the years of food stored in the city's warehouses before he left it to the invaders. The gesture moved the king, and thanks to the duke's benevolence, the invaders kept discipline and didn't wrong the city's citizens. Given that the trenches in Forand had been breached, the neighboring Farkal lost the protection its flank had enjoyed until then, and the sparse rear defences allowed Andanak to quickly overwhelm it. Duke Farkal had no choice but to give up his duchy and head to Handra with his 4 legions. Before he left, to show his determination to resist till the end, he swore not to let the enemy step into his city and castle. Right before winter, he chased the residents out of their homes and set fire to the castle, the duke's manor, and the city. Nearly 100,000 commoners had no homes and became vagabonds. Duke Farkal's irrational decision made the whole duchy's citizens lose trust and respect for his house. The first ones to abandon the duke were the 4 legions he had decided to take to Handra with him. Many large-scale desertions occurred along the way to Handra. It got so bad the duke had to treat his legions like prospective criminals and monitor them intensely to prevent more from deserting. However, by the time he arrived in Handra, nearly half of the 4 legions had left him. Many of the house's knights and officials had also left without a word. Those that remained didn't even fill 2 legions. The duke finally regretted his decisions. Excerpt from Rise of the Raging Bear Dynasty, written by Dawn Academy head and famed military historian, Lord Professor Geisthausen, year 2317. On the 27th day of the 11th month of year 1781, Andanak's forces occupied the undefended Petro. So this is the 5th-ranked palace in the empire, Summer Palace. Mused Lorist as he checked the intricately decorated palace. Yes, Auguslo said in awe, when I was 5 and 7, royal father brought me here for the summer. The scenery is completely different from winter. It was practically heaven on earth. Flowers were all over the place, the trees were tall and provided good shade, different tones of green grass formed a whole layered picture. It was the haven of my dreams back then. I would roll about in the grass freely to catch the goats and ponies without anyone disturbing me, unlike now, when my retainers would remind me to watch my behavior so I don't tarnish the family's reputation. Lorist scratched his head awkwardly. He didn't think his off-handed comment would send Auguslo into a flashback. The flashback held whole group up. The king's eyes were still a little glazed. His expression suggested he was still reminiscing about his sweet forlorn childhood. Fortunately, he snapped out of it quickly. He laughed mockingly at himself. Apologies for dwelling on matters past. The impression living here left on me is truly deep. Duke Fisibelan smiled. No trouble, Your Majesty. We got the opportunity to regard the famed summer palace well with our eyes after all. Come to think of it, this is my first time here. The sight really is a little beyond description. The beauty and elegance of Summer Palace are truly befitting its reputation. On the 33rd day of the 11th month, word of what happened in Farkle arrived. Auguslo was positively incensed. He swore he would never forget Duke Farkle and his house. The news also stated that a large number of refugees had appeared in all three of Farkle's provinces. If they weren't promptly taken care of, droves would die when winter came. The situation was dire. Auguslo instantly summoned Lorist, Fisibelan, Philim, and Chazin to discuss how they would resolve the crisis. He had originally intended for the army to spend winter in Patros so they may begin their attack on Handra early the following year. Currently, all the duchy's dukes were gathered there. As long as their armies were defeated, the plan would be complete. He could then finally reclaim 11 of the empire's provinces. The king didn't want Lorist and his ilk to be involved in the matter. Before he arrived with Wit-Elian, all 5 houses had made quite the mess in Shabaj. So, during the Grand Military Council, Auguslo announced the military regulations and forbade nobles from privately raiding the lands and taking people away. He even had 2 nobles who disobeyed orders and secretly sent their troops to raid the nobles' manors in Forand punished as an example. Not only were their noble titles revoked, they were even hanged outside the camp's gates along with the near 100 attendants who participated in the raid. It was meant to be a lesson to the other nobles. A few days earlier, he didn't really mind when he heard Farkle was on his way to Handra with 4 legions and was quite glad the 4 dukes were gathering in one place. He wouldn't have to split his forces to deal with them one by one. They could be defeated in one fell swoop next year, far less troublesome. Even if the combined forces would number almost 300,000, could they resist his indomitable army? He had thought the Duke would similarly leave behind some supplies before departing and thought Wit-Elian could send a division to occupy the towns. He didn't imagine the Duke would burn his city and render the 3 provinces a mess for him to clean. He ground his teeth in anger. He was the king. He couldn't just stare wide-eyed as more than 100,000 refugees froze and starved, could he? But sending aid was no less of a headache. It wasn't just about feeding over 100,000 mouths. Large amounts of supplies to survive the winter would have to be prepared as well. As winter was just around the corner, how would they get those supplies in time? The supplies left at Patro and those transported by the logistics sections would allow the 300,000 troops to spend winter comfortably and warmly. However, there were 100,000 more refugees in Farkle now. Even if they heavily rationed supplies to aid the refugees, it wasn't enough. Helping them or not wasn't a matter of ruthlessness, but rather reputation. It was Auguslo who had led his army to invade their home. Now, Duke Farkle had escaped and Auguslo was the victor. Those in the future wouldn't condemn the Duke for causing disasters, but blame him, the king, for not doing anything to solve it. If it were to be chronicled in the history books, then he would be described as a ruthless ruler, not a good reputation to have. He already had quite a bad name for killing off so many noble houses to clean up the peerage in the imperial capital. He didn't really bother about their rhetoric because he would be the one to have the last laugh. However, if the 100,000 refugees really died, he would never shed the label of a cruel and ruthless ruler. Such was his dilemma. Even though he wanted to help, he couldn't. But if he didn't, his reputation would suffer. Even if he were to become the emperor that successfully reunited the empire again, there would still be a blemish on his legacy. Your Majesty, let me get on it. Tigersaur is mainly a cavalry unit and they travel fast. They can make good use of the time, offered Lorist as he stood up to take the initiative. What are you planning? Asked Auguslo. Move the refugees, Lorist replied without hesitation. The winter and the rainy season will last far too long. If the refugees stay outside, their survival is impossible. We can't ensure sufficient food and winter gear. Putting aside how troublesome and difficult transporting the supplies would be, we can't ensure sufficient food and clothing for so many. The consequences are beyond fathoming if our supply lines are cut. If the refugees are left to starve, it would be over for the 3 provinces. Additionally, those refugees are mostly not farmers, but city folk. They only ended up like this because that dastardly Farkle burned down their homes. Without the city, they will still be refugees all the same next year. There's also no way to build a city overnight, not to mention the ridiculous amounts of resources it would require. I believe the optimal solution is to move them to another city. Which city? Windbury, Lorist replied. I'm sure you all know it used to be the largest livestock producer in the empire and the largest city in the northeast. The civil war and the chaotic conflicts thereafter have reduced it to barely more than a ruin. The city could house 300,000 citizens. Most of the houses are empty. Most crucially, a good number of the refugees are artisans who have no fields to farm. They rely on their skills to make ends meet and feed their family. They would be used to their new environment at Windbury. We just need to fund their endeavors and start their own workshops and businesses to revitalize the city. Auguslo was a little unwilling. Though he knew Lorist was right, Windbury was under Norton control. Lorist was still the city's administrator. It's all because of that darned agreement. I didn't want to let them move the citizens, but Lorist found a loophole and even justified it magnificently. It's obvious he wants to strengthen his house with this misfortune. Auguslo rubbed his forehead. Though he had a slight headache, he had no choice but to agree. What do you need? Let Pegasus join me. They're light cavalry, so we can head there quickly. The sooner we get there, the better. Also, we need food for 200,000 people for half a month. The food required was far less than Auguslo had expected. However, he wasn't willing to do it the way Lorist wanted. I can give you the food, but why do you need Pegasus? Isn't it the same with Fisibalan's third frontier? This. Before Lorist could speak, Fisibalan interjected. This won't do, Your Majesty. You should know Third Frontier used to be captives of House Norton. They still hold a grudge. Letting them go will spark conflict and affect the rescue efforts. And without Third Frontier, the grassland barbarians of the Reserve Legion will be hard to control. Not only will they not obey orders, they will also cause trouble. For the sake of military discipline, it's best to have Pegasus go. Hey? That's weird. Why's that old fox speaking on my behalf? Thought Lorist troubledly. Auguslo had made his decision. All right. Pegasus and Tigersaur will head to Farkle and save the 100,000 refugees. Locke, Count Felim, you two must complete this mission and ensure the people survive. Lorist and Felim stood up. Understood, Your Majesty. Chapter 427 Migration. The civilian may have worth as a weapon against the soldier, but his true potential lies in being firewood, fuel for the furnace of economy. The civilian weapon may kill one soldier, but the firewood civilian can support a soldier who can kill 10. Excerpt from A Treatise on War, by Norton Lorist. In chapter note, did you guys know we put special, handcrafted quotes in the TL notes for every chapter? Open them up and have a look. As Lorist saw it, the 100,000 refugees of Farkle's the 3 provinces weren't a bundle of trouble. Instead, they were gifts. As Charade and Kimura had suggested, both Windbury and the Northlands required great masses of people to fuel their development. The reason House Norton had a different retirement condition for its soldiers was so the converted captives could truly become the house's subjects. Basically, most of their soldiers weren't sourced from the Dominion, but rather from the captives who had served their 3-year labor terms. After 5 years of service, they would develop a sense of belonging and would willingly become subjects. 3 years of service was enough to wipe the grudges away. After that, they would be drafted into the household forces. The captives, who had gotten used to hard labor, would accept the arrangement. However, the great benefits and treatment, as well as the strict discipline, would foster a sense of belonging. When they retire after 5 years, they would even be given farmland. They would be allowed to reunite with their families, or in the case of singles, form new families, and everyone would end up honest subjects in the Dominion. That was Lorist's conversion plan and how the house's forces had grown to the hundreds of thousands. If the method wasn't employed, allowing youths who used to be enemies to enter the Dominion would only serve to introduce an unstable variable. Fortunately, thanks to the wealth they plundered from Hanayabarta, Lorist was able to keep such a policy going. However, the policy required time. After all, military service lasted 5 years at least. So, the other method of increasing the population was to forcefully migrate commoners. To Lorist, following the extermination of Madras and Iblaya, the only enemy left around the Northlands was House Fisibalan, who occupied 3 provinces on the great northeastern plains. However, those provinces were even more barren than the Northlands. A lack of population was one of the Duke's most pressing problems, and Lorist couldn't scour population from him even if he wanted to. As a result of the swift migration of Shabaj following the conquest, not a single soul could be seen in the plains around the city, or in the city for that matter. 20 years since the civil war between the 3 princes, almost every house came to understand the importance of a huge population. Apart from plundering wealth, youths were a rare and dwindling resource. The reason Lorist agreed to deploy his troops to attack the duchies was largely so he could migrate the population. Currently, the Northlands only had a population of roughly 1.67 million. No one knew how many more years it would take to grow it to 3 million, not to mention the fact that the target was Charade's minimum manpower requirement to satisfy the development plan of Lorist's dominion. It would take too long to rely on natural population growth through childbirth, mainly because it took more than 10 years for a child to mature and there were many risks along the way. Migrating the population from the duchies on a large scale was much faster. While the duchies were known to be rich, Lorist knew the incessant wars of the last decade had dwindled their income. Especially after they lost 70,000 elite infantrymen in his last war. And after only 3 short years to recover, they were invaded by Auguslo. It was pretty apparent that gaining great wealth from them was not realistic. The only thing worth going for was the population. It was a shame that after attacking Shabaj, apart from the 100,000 inhabitants of Mesen and the 160,000 refugees whose homes were ruined, the rest were taken by House Fisibalan, House Philim, House Shazan, and a few other nobles who knew what they were doing. Of the duchy's 3 provinces, Rimad was occupied by House Norton alone, Mesen was split between House Shazan and the allied noble army, and Jigzay was divided between House Fisibalan and House Philim. Of the 800,000 subjects in Shabaj, only 300,000 were left after Auguslo declared a ban on migration. The king believed he had to limit the migration. Otherwise, what would he use to revitalize the economy and redevelop the land? He still had to deal with the Union after all. Fortunately, Lorist and company were aware that they were going a little overboard. Given the current state of the duchy, if Auguslo didn't stop the migrations, the 3 provinces would end up empty. So, after conquering Forand, Auguslo enforced strict military regulation and forbade the nobles from entering Farkle. Since Duke Farkle had already fled for Handra, Auguslo would be the one to take the towns. What would be the point of sending the nobles who had ill intentions out? He didn't expect that the Duke would leave such a troublesome mess for him to clean up, putting him in quite a dilemma. He knew Lorist was gunning for the 100,000 refugees, but he had no choice. After all, given the current situation, Lorist's idea was the best. Otherwise, he had to watch the refugees freeze and starve. Additionally, the cost of migrating the 100,000 refugees would be borne by House Norton. That was another reason he allowed Lorist and Count Felim to head to Farkle and relocate the refugees. Auguslo must not have known about the saying the general far away didn't have to wait for the decrees of the monarch to act. Additionally, the relationship between lieges and vassals on Grindia was not strictly hierarchical. As Duke of the Northlands, Lorist had the right to refuse any of Auguslo's orders he deemed to harm House Norton's interest. After receiving the king's permission, Lorist was a bird flying free in the sky and a fish swimming freely in the endless oceans. Though there were refugees across the three provinces, namely, Samora, Fapsia, and Crimea, most were gathered in Fapsia. It was the province in which the capital, Friemix, had stood. The duke had the food stores of the towns in the other provinces burned. The townsfolk now had no food, though they at least still had roofs over their heads. Given that the total population of Farkle was around 1 million, how could a mere 100,000 sate Lorist's appetite? On the way to Crimea, Lorist had already struck an agreement with Count Felim. House Norton would take most of the refugees while House Felim took only a few. After all, House Felim had to rely on House Norton for food after the huge migration, since there was no way Southern could sustain so many people in its undeveloped state. No matter what, Auguslo was still the king. He had to be given due respect. The two came to an agreement. They wouldn't raid the three provinces as bad as they had foreign's. It had to be slightly better at the very least. Lorist wouldn't touch the farmers properly registered as citizens. It was easily done by referencing the Dominion's registry. But as a result, the homes and lands of the nobles who had left with Handra became the target. The nobles were traitors to Auguslo anyway, and he would have to do the same thing after he conquered Farkle. Lorist might as well give him an early hand and use the resources he plundered to aid the refugees. It was a really odd opportunity, to say the least. Even though the provinces had already fallen into Auguslo's hands, the only thing that was really passed to him was the Dominion registry that recorded the subjects of each town. Additionally, subjects of the nobles entitled by the Duke were not recorded in the registry. It was not unlike the 1.67 million population count of the Northlands. The number only included the subjects of House Norton. While Delamock and Winston were also controlled by the Nortons and had a combined population of around 700,000, they were registered as citizens of the provinces and couldn't be counted among House Norton's subjects. For example, the citizens of Wintbury were considered subjects of Andenac. While Lorist was the governor and had similar rights to deal with the citizens of the city as he would his subjects, he couldn't consider them his. The governor term could be revoked. Even if Lorist were to serve in the position for the rest of his life, he couldn't pass the position down to his descendants. The household dominion, however, was hereditary. That was also one of the main reasons Auguslo allowed the refugees to migrate to Wintbury. They would still end up under his control. While the population was roughly 1 million, only were House Farkle's subjects. Now, around 100,000 had been forced to become refugees by the dim-witted Duke. Lorist and Count Felim would soon arrive to move them to Southern. While it didn't seem all that beneficial to the Northlands, all Lorist needed was an excuse to rescue them. He was actually counting on the subjects of the other nobles. He was confident he could migrate them to the Northlands. Well, I should give Auguslo some face and move only 300,000 to the Northlands. With that, the conquest would add 500,000 more subjects to the Northlands. It didn't include the refugees. House Norton was the one that profited the most from the war. Lorist wasn't too worried about the migration either. The Norton forces had rich experience migrating droves of people. Count Felim was no stranger to it either. After Tigersaur and Pegasus arrived at Crimea, Pegasus left a division behind to work with Tigersaur to rally and watch over the refugees. Its 3 other divisions continued to Fapsia and Samora. As they were light cavalry, they moved quickly and could provide aid to the refugees and maintain order sooner. Lowes would lead Tigersaur per Lorist's orders to clear up the dominions of all the local nobles who left with the Duke. The order was simple: the resources plundered from the dominions would be used to aid the migration. And for the subjects of the nobles who lost the resources, they would have to join the refugees on the migration so they didn't starve or freeze. It was another reason Lorist wanted enough food to feed 100,000 people for only 15 days. It would be enough to ensure that the refugees could make it to Windbury. The Duke only burned the resources and warehouses of the areas and towns he controlled, but he didn't order his vassals to do the same. Given the good weather the duchy had had for the last couple of years, the warehouses across Farkle were filled with food. Furiber's informants Lorist had installed in the houses had long investigated and reported everything. The reports were so detailed they even had an estimate of the amount of food present. Some of the reports even told of some road guides who led Tigersor along for some good profit. Apart from sparing 10 odd nobles who didn't follow the Duke and gave Tigersor a huge sum of money to leave them alone, there were 34 houses razed to the ground. The army was very thorough, all valuables were taken. It was no great feat, they were so used to raiding. Another 100,000 people became refugees. To other houses and forces, winter was a really threatening season. Apart from having nothing better to do for most of it, nobody was willing to be on guard duty in the chilling and windy weather. House Norton's forces were different. They had to train and carry out missions even during the coldest time of winter. With thick furs to stave off the cold and great experience making long marches in the cold, even blizzards were no issue. As long as there was enough snow piled up on the ground, their sleds and skis could see some use. With sleds, transporting the refugees to another location would be an even quicker affair. Lorist had Charade and Camorra to set up a complete transport line. Rest stations for the refugees to rest and resupply along the way were set up in Messon, Southern, and Windbury. Along the way, the refugees could get off their sleds to stretch their bodies until they arrived at their respective drop-off points. After the third bout of snow stopped, the already prepared Tigersor soldiers led one sled after another on their long journey. It convenienced the Norton forces greatly by transporting large numbers of people during winter as there was no need to have anybody supervise the refugees. After all, anyone with half a brain wouldn't separate from the group to wander off in the snow or cause any trouble. Leaving the wind-shielded sleds in such cold weather only meant death. So far, more than 400,000 refugees had been gathered in Crimea. Tigersor had also swept the province clean and was preparing to carry out the final sweeping operations in Samora. Lorist gave Lowes a quota of 800,000 refugees. Having been under Farkle's rule for just 8 years, it was hard to find so many refugees. However, Lowes promised he would find a way. After clearing up the lands across Crimea and Fapsia, the most plentiful among the spoils was food. They obtained very few gold forts, around 400,000. There were far more luxury goods and collectibles that used to belong to the nobles. Those were worth approximately 1,000,000 gold forts. It was decided that the cash would go to Phelim and the rest would fill Lorist's coffers. On the 32nd day of the first month of the next year. More than 50 days had elapsed since the migration began. The refugees from Fapsia had all been migrated, and only 40,000 remained in Samora. Lorist estimated they could settle the refugees down on the 15th day of the second month with the sleds before the thick snow melts. The rainy season and a month of good rest would follow. They could start making their contributions to the house thereafter. Potter Fang, who received a secret order to lead 3 divisions from Firm Rock unnoticed to Fapsia, entered the main tent in the igloo. "Your Grace, we are ready. Shall we begin?" asked he, saluting. Chapter 428 Hot Spring Valley. To the old man on the hill. "Your days are short here. This is the last of your springs. And now in the serenity and quiet of this lovely place, touch the depths of truth. Feel the hem of heaven. You will go away with old, good friends. And don't forget when you leave why you came." Rabo Thrift. A beastskin map was spread on the desk, depicting the terrain around Petro. It was laid between Forand and Farkle and stretched more than 50 kilometers, straddling. Dense forests covered the region with many streams, valleys, and cliffs scattered all over. After being obstructed by the trenches and mud walls, Auguslo had tried to take the area near Petro. As long as he could breach it, he would become a threat to Foran's capital, Petro, and Farkal's capital, Friamux, at the same time. In the end, however, he just sent a division of Wittelian on a probing attack before abandoning the idea. It couldn't be done. The mountain roads were long and perilous, not suited for large forces to use. The greatest difficulty was still the mountain legion Forand had stationed there. Most of the soldiers were mountain folk, incredibly fast at climbing and descending the mountains. Not only were they familiar with the terrain, they could even construct traps. Being people who loved battle, they were courageous and didn't fear death either. The division Wittelian sent was 1,000 strong. They were ambushed by 400 mountaineers. Auguslo and Lorist were so shocked at the enemy's capabilities they withdrew after just a short skirmish. In less than half an hour, Wittelian's 1,000-man unit suffered nearly 700 casualties while the mountaineers lost less than half their men. While Wittelian's troops were more than double the enemy, given that the battle was fought in forests on the hills, the heavy armoured Wittelian soldiers couldn't do much against the poorly equipped mountaineers armed with small weapons and who cruised between the trees like they were flying. The men couldn't do anything but fight and cry in desperation. The mountaineers were far too good at utilizing their terrain advantage. One of the rescued injured 100-man leaders reported his experience. "I never knew where they were. They jumped down from the trees and blended in with the woods, and attacked when our guards were down. They never fought us head-on unless they had nowhere to go. There were a few times we managed to force them into a corner, but they would manage to climb the trees and escape or jump down and disappear quickly. We weighed down by our armor and couldn't keep up with them. Each time, by the time we realized they were gone, they were already behind us or had already found and taken out their target. We could do nothing but watch." Auguslo unwillingly withdrew his decision to take Petro by breaking through the hilled region. The casualty rate was completely beyond anyone's ability to absorb. Wittelian had 5 divisions and 1 logistics brigade, around 56,000 men. Each division had 10 1,000-man units. They had suffered a full division's worth of casualties during the fight over the trenches, so they didn't have the strength to take the hilled area. They could easily have defeated the enemy on flat, open plains, but fighting in the mountains was a completely different story. When he occupied Petro, Auguslo heard the Mountain Legion had not withdrawn with the Duke. Instead, they had chosen to stay in the mountains. He couldn't afford to dedicate troops to deal with them, however. "Let's leave them be in the mountains for now. If they dare to come down they won't be a match for my men." Since Auguslo wasn't going to deal with them, Lorist wouldn't either. Besides, sending cavalry forces, like those in Tiger's Air, into combat in the mountains was just looking for death. He had barely made his decision when Tiger's Air came under attack. He didn't suffer many casualties, but not so few that he could ignore it like one would a fly buzzing around one's head. The Legion came under constant attacks until the snow and winds of the 12th month closed in. By that point, the Legion had swept Fapsia clean of nobles and were headed to Samora. The harassment infuriated Lorist. "You were fortunate enough to have me not bother with you, and yet you still came looking for trouble? You're pushing your luck." Had it not been for the fact that they were busy with the migration, he would have slaughtered his way up the mountain long ago. He sent word to Potterfang and Malak, dying of boredom on Southern's border, to send over 3 divisions disguised as refugees. They quietly set up camp and replaced the refugees sent away. I had Reedy take several men and reconnoiter the area while the storm was at its heaviest. If not for winter they would have been discovered. The enemy does have winter gear and could theoretically attack us even now, but they seem unwilling to move in the cold. Lorist pointed at a red circle drawn on the map. We had our pursuit teams stop at the border of the foothills after each attack to leave the impression of being unwilling to go up the mountains. Instead, I had Reedy and his men track them in secret. We've located their main camp, it's in this circle. Hot Spring Valley, the largest valley in the region. There are lots of hot springs apparently, and it's almost as warm as spring there. Their entire force is housed there. Our informants informed, tell me 80,000 mountain folk spend winter in Indiana the Valley every year. Coupled with the Legion's 35,000, there should be just over 100,000. That's why I mobilized 3 of Firmrock's divisions. 2 divisions from Tigersoar will also join you. They will dismount and enter the mountain range to seal off any escape routes. Pog, you'll take 3 divisions and attack Hot Spring Valley with me. We have to catch our enemy all at once. I'm sure you've already screened the more detailed plans. We don't need to exterminate them. We want prisoners. The mountain folk are a good source of manpower. Our development projects depend on their contributions and services. The household knights in the tent all laughed ghastly. They knew their lord had the poor mountain folk in his sights. Lorist also chuckled. He had Genalio open another map. This is a detailed map of the valley. According to the intel Reedy gathered, the 11 hills around the valley have watch posts and smoke signals. If we attack, we first have to take out the watch posts. If they raise the alarm, the rest in the valley will be on their guard. If they seal the 3 entrances to the valley, it'll be very difficult to get in without suffering unacceptable numbers of casualties. Reedy, his men, and I will take care of this. Pog, you will take the 3 valley entrances. The north side is completely blocked by cliffs. The east, south, and west sides each have an entrance. The valley itself isn't completely flat either. It has around 10 small hills. The Mountain Legion occupies them. Most of the mountain folk use the rundown bases as residences. Forand counts on the Legion to govern the mountain folk. We have to make sure we pull the roots out completely, we can't leave loose ends. Understood. Understood, Your Grace, replied the knights and high-ranked military officials. Shut the door quickly. I'm freezing to death, barked Jack. He had become more and more susceptible to the cold lately, possibly due to his age. Every time it became wet, he would feel intense pain in the joints of his arms and legs. It was probably a serious case of cold autoinflammatory syndrome which Jack probably got because of his exposure to cold during his youth. The treatment was simple, though, just a simple medical concoction worth 10 gold coins a bottle. 3 bottles would return everything to normal. What horrid merchants! Complained Jack, do they think gold forts are so easily earned? I sold half my life to the Mountain Legion and only saved 23 gold forts. I'm already over 40. Thankfully, the Norton cavalry scout I killed had 3 gold coins. I also got 1 coin from General Nuri. At that moment, the old man was faced with a difficult choice. Upon saving up 30 gold coins, would he buy the medicine required to cure his disease? Or would he use it to wed the widow, Serena? He was rather old already, he didn't have much time left in the Legion. Serena had told him he could buy farmland with the 30 gold. He could farm herbs and hunt a decent life for a family. She would marry him if he could provide her with such a life, they could have children and he could spend the rest of his life in peace. Sigh, old Jack, the mountains are really cold. Even such a short trip froze my limbs stiff. I really miss the hot springs in the valley. Bathing and having a few shots of steaming hot wheat brew in this kind of weather is the ultimate pleasure. The one who had just entered was Masquerade. The 2 were in charge of one of the outposts together. Do you think I don't want that as well? Jack said, rolling his eyes, but for the sake of my gold coins, I have to forget about luxuries like that. If not for your gambling debts, would you be willing to spend winter here with me? His words rang true. It was precisely because General Nuri offered a reward of 2 gold forts. Jack and Masquerade were only willing to leave Hot Spring Valley to suffer the cold for the coins. As long as they could endure the winter, they would get 2 gold forts. Any signs of movement outside? Asked Jack. Masquerade shook his head. Nothing, like always. I only see white no matter where I look. Staring too long only makes my head hurt. I circled the peak a few times. The woods are quiet. I did see a muntjac deer down the cliff, though. It's a shame we can't get down there. Otherwise, we'd have fresh meat soup tonight. I'm sick of drinking salted meat soup and teething on black bread every day. They were stationed at the outpost built on the outermost hill. It was also one of the tallest, so it was incredibly hard, even outright impossible, to descend especially during winter. The small path that required one to walk sideways was sealed. The two could only spend winter in their rundown shed. Their rations were also brought up using a rope that hung over the cliff. Winter's still fine. When the snow melts and rainy season comes, it'll be far worse. We'll know if our sheds have leaks then. We might have to basically rebuild the entire shed, otherwise we won't sleep all season, said Jack. I see. All of a sudden, Masquerade's ears twitched. Do you hear anything? Something's outside. Impossible, no one could climb a cliff like. Barrow Jack could finish, there was a knock on the shed's door. It was pushed open a moment later. A lone figure filled the doorway. The cold wind squeezed in around him. Surrender now. You have one chance, said the caped, white-scarfed figure. Jack's teeth chattered, either from fear or the cold, he didn't know which. Why you? How did you get up? How? The figure mused as if it was an odd question, isn't there a path? I got up using that. Jack had calmed down. He secretly tugged on Masquerade's clothes. Hold him off. I'll light the smoke signal and help you deal with him after, whispered he. The smoke signal fire was behind the shed. However, there was an opening in the cabin that gave access to it. Jack had already thought up a plan. As long as Masquerade could hold the figure off for a moment, he could get some quick burning firewood, ignite it, and toss it out the window. The pile, pre-doused with fuel, would be set alight immediately. If he was fast, he could do it in a few blinks. The enemy's plan would fail and they'd either try to kill the two or panic and run away. Either way, Jack would have completed his mission. Jack didn't mind if it broke into a fight either. Having dwelled on battlefield after battlefield for most of his life, he wasn't afraid of tussling with a rookie. Now! Cried Jack before he took out the quick-burning wood from his waist pouch and turned to the opening behind him. From the corner of his eye, he saw Masquerade draw his sword and dash towards the figure. I did it! Cried Jack. Just as he was about to open the wooden window, he felt a cold sensation in his chest and lost all his strength. He lost his balance and crashed into the wall. What's going on? He lowered his head and saw a blade poking out of his chest. Ugh! He turned around with much difficulty and saw Masquerade, still standing a moment before, collapsed on the ground. He didn't know if the man was dead. The figure drew his sword and complained. You really don't know what's good for you, do you? His vision darkened. He slumped to the ground and lay there, dead. On the third day of the fourth month, year 1782, House Norton attacked Hot Spring Valley near Patro. Foreign's Mountain Legion was completely defeated. General Nuri fought to his death at the hands of General Potter Fang. More than 10,000 mountain folk resisted and were massacred. The remaining 50,000 discarded their weapons and surrendered. Chapter 429 Word of the Sword Saint. Take a seat. Is the rain outside heavy? Lorist asked Charade, who had just come in, as he leaned against his chair. After a busy winter, he had finally dealt with the migration and returned to Ragebear before the rainy season. After a few days of messing around with Sylvia, whom he hadn't seen for a while, he finally returned to dealing with business. What do you think? I really hate the rainy season. This incessant rain makes me feel moist as if I have mold growing on me even if I wasn't in the rain. The thought of having to endure this for more than 20 days really drives me crazy, complained Charade as he approached the fireplace like he was trying to bake his clothes dry. When he felt warm again, he sat on the couch and asked Genalio to get him a bottle of fruit wine. Hey, how's it going with Howard lately? He should be making good progress training in seclusion, right? Lorist nodded. Yes. Reedy's gone to Firm Rock to check on him. He can leave in another half a year. Potter Fang also told me before he went to the border that the moment Howard comes out of seclusion, he will marry him to the beloved daughter of Count Phelim. Seeing as only Handra remains, if we succeed, Count Phelim will be made Duke of Southern. So, Potter Fang is getting a little anxious. He worries that, after Phelim's promotion, he will not regard his title as Baron fondly and make changes to Howard's marriage with his daughter. Hee, Potter Fang's brain is rusting. What's there to worry about? Charade criticized him politely. Even if Count Phelim is promoted to Duke, he would still have to rely on us. Without our support, could he develop his dominion and secure Southern? If Firm Rock really was called back, the Count would only be able to sleep well if he keeps one of his eyes open at night. Would he really think the armistice signed with Duke Fisibelan is a guarantee for peace? The moment frontier troops march into his castle, it would all be over. Charade's words contained some truth. Even if Count Phelim was to be made Duke after the Four Duchies conquest, he would still have to stand behind House Norton. If he really were to cut ties with the other houses, he would definitely be swallowed whole by House Fisibelan. Then again, Howard already has a good carrier, and Katrina seems to be a good girl who's also a great match. The two get along well as well. I've decided to let them get married after Howard exits seclusion, said Lorist. Taking a sip of the delicious fruit wine Genalio served, he asked, the new migrants are doing well, yes. The refugees forced to migrate from Farkle to the Northlands totaled 230,000. Coupled with the ones from Forend, the number exceeded 400. That was to say, the population of the Northlands had shot past 2 million. It's going well. There haven't been any revolts yet. Even the last batch of mountain folk have been behaving. Charade saw Lorist was ready to talk about serious matters, so he motioned his attendant to get him his personal folder and searched for the relevant information. Upon mention of the mountain folk, Lorist snorted. Make sure to watch them closely. They're really feisty and disagreeable. When we surrounded Hot Spring Valley and forced them into a corner, they actually dared to continue resisting. It took us more than 1,000 casualties to subdue them and forced us to have Malak's Karo Ballista Division massacre the bulk from afar before they were finally willing to discard their weapons and surrender. The Mountain Legion was the same. Even though they were obviously encircled and their gold-ranked knight general, one of the mountain folk called Nurai, had died, they still persisted. They just wouldn't surrender. In the end, we had to burn their camps down to chase them out and kill them. We lost 18,000 possible captives. Those we caught were mostly injured. I've decided they will work for 8 years, not just 3. 8 years? Well, Your Grace, weren't you going to recruit them into our forces? Logically speaking, the mountain folk should be rather decent recruits, wondered Charade. Lorist shook his head. They have a really tough personality and they've always been loyal to Forend. They are proud to be citizens of the duchy. Additionally, House Forend's policies towards their subjects are aimed at gaining their loyalty. You might not know this, but there's only been one form of taxation for the mountain folk in the last century, blood tax. That is to say, the mountain folk have to serve in the military. House Forend also gave back by allowing them to congregate in the hilled area near Patro and develop as they want. Thus their loyalty, unlike soldiers from other factions or houses that join to make ends meet. Their loyalty will be hard to change. Charade nodded. Now that he knew, even he did not intend to recruit them. 8 years of labor should teach them their place. After that, they would be placed all over the Dominion so they will assimilate as its subjects. He took out another document. The plan to settle the refugees is already complete. Do you want to look it over? Lorist raised his cup. Just give me a brief. As long as the rough details make sense, I'll sign. All right. Charade cleared his throat and recited, there are 2,871 households among those who migrated to Windbury. They are 98,236 people, most are artisans and merchants. We assigned them to the houses across the nearby streets so it would be convenient to set up shops or workshops. We expect Windbury to develop explosively once they're settled down. We estimate the livestock trading centers and leather working workshops will be established in Windbury's northern sector next year. More than 360,000 migrants are expected to enter the Northlands in total. They will not be assigned to the 3 new settlements in the south, but rather, the east where 2 new settlements are being built. Prosperitas and Bliss will be completed later this year. As for the 3 completed settlements in southern, namely, Harvest, Vigor, and Haven, they are located near Rage Bear, so we have decided to move a few loyal subjects from Felicitas, Salis, and Redriver Valley over. The rest will be assigned to the soldiers who are retiring in the coming 3 years. Additionally, the refugees distributed to our vassals are around 13,000. That is the gist of it. After the rainy season, we will bring the new subjects and allocate farmland and houses to them. We'll try to have everything settled by the 8th month. Does anything need amending? Lorist gave it some thought before he offered, let's leave it as is. The plan's fine, there's no need to change it. Just let me sign and have your subordinates execute it. As Lorist was signing, Charade brought out another document. Your Grace, this is the report Grand Master Sid submitted last year. He has successfully used the new elastic steel to make new compact crossbows for cavalry use with a greatly lowered cost. It seems that, so far, each compact crossbow costs only 7 gold and 8 large silvers to manufacture. I already allocated a budget of 3,000 gold fords in research funds and requested the production cost to be further lowered to 5 gold fords before we put it into mass production. Lorist was elated. Finally. Now Jaeger's ranged weaponry issue can be solved. Then again, do you know what the range, force, and speed Charade answered a little apologetically. I'm not too sure. I was too focused on the cost. A crossbow usually costs between 2 to 3 gold fords, the compact crossbow should be at least double in performance. In that sense, it would be acceptable for the cost to even be 2 times as high. Lorist waved Grandmaster Sid's report. Since it's not stated here, I believe Grandmaster Sid intends to keep it secret. How about this? Write Jisk a letter and have him pick 100 loyal and reliable elite light cavalry from Jaeger and head to the Grand Master after the rainy season. They can do some practical testing to further refine the prototype. After all, they will be the ones to use them in battle, so they should be the ones giving input. Also, there's no need to lower the price further, it might affect the quality. All right, understood. The two discussed a few other matters. Genalio knocked on the door and entered. Your Grace, Sir Tarkle is here. The reason for Tarkle's visit was so he could give Lorist reports about the war between the Union and the mid-southern nations. Though Lorist had been on the front lines last year, he still managed to get some snippets about the war. However, as most were sent via Eagle, they were concise and simple. Now that he had returned to Rage Bear, he had Tarkle gather and bring him the reports and newspapers from Moranti. Tarkle entered the study holding a stack of newspapers half a person high. It was a collection of 7 to 8 different publications in Moranti throughout the previous year. After putting the stack of newspapers down, Tarkle handed him a folder. Your Grace, this is a gross summary of what these newspapers report. Lorist took the folder. The first page he read shocked him. What? The windstorm sword saint is now living in Moranti. Charade flabbergasted. What did you say? Tarkle smiled bitterly. Your Grace, I already reported this to you in an Eagle message. Sorry, Tarkle. I was too focused on information concerning the 4 duchies, I didn't give those much thought. Tarkle flipped through the newspapers and took out 10 or so. The details are in these. This sword saint is rather low profile, he went into seclusion and nobody has seen him since the interview on his first day in Moranti. The union's law enforcement hasn't allowed the press to send people after him either. Apart from the commotion this caused during the first month, nothing else happened. But with the Sword Saint supporting the union, their morale has risen greatly. Charade flipped through the newspapers quickly, but was soon disappointed. All the newspapers tell his life story and legend. It doesn't contain anything about how Kalia was wiped out and why the Sword Saint decided to leave and accept the union's invitation. They also don't say anything about what the union did to get him. What kind of bullshit reporting is this? Lorist sank into deep thought for a moment. This means the union just gained a Sword Saint protector. Auguslo's ambition of retaking the provinces lost to the union just became pretty much impossible. I bet he won't react well to hearing this news. Then again, this won't affect us much since we're so far away. Even so, he was still really curious about the price the union paid to invite the Sword Saint over. Tell me, if His Majesty were to invite the Windstorm Sword Saint, what kind of price do you think he'd be willing to pay? Charade and Tarkle both blanked. They didn't know what this had to do with Auguslo. But since Lorist had asked, they tried their best to come up with an answer. At least 100,000 gold forts, as well as a training hall for him to pass on his swordsmanship, offered Tarkle. Not just that. Your conditions aren't much different from how it was for the Sword Saint back at Kalia. If His Majesty really wants to recruit him, he'd have to give a province as his hereditary dominion and name him a duke, offered Charade. Lorist laughed. That's more like it. However, the union's recruitment is horrible news for His Majesty. You should know how he rambles on about reuniting the empire. I'd really like to see the look on his face when he hears about this. Even after exterminating the duchies, he still has to face the huge pressure of a superpower like the union. Before he comes up with a method to deal with the Sword Saint, he will cool down and not try so hard to advance. I will soon return to the front lines with Tigersor. Though there's only Handra left, the other duchies' forces have gathered there. Coupled with the terrain limitations, this isn't going to be a smooth fight. It may take up to a year. I leave the dominion to you, Tarkle. Take note of news of the war down south. Inform me immediately if any major changes come about. Understood, Your Grace, replied Tarkle with a bow. Chapter 430 Method. A commander that can only come up with 3 ways to deal with a given situation is either inept or has the wrong morals. Duke Fizibalin. Auguslo spent the month-long rainy season with a constant gloom on his face. The news Lorist had brought had already unnerved him so much he didn't have an appetite and couldn't sleep. Then there was the failed attack on Handra. Suffice to say, even being a rank 1 blade master, his teeth stung like a shard of bone had found its way beneath the enamel. The herbalist that had just left had infuriated him even more. It took considerable effort not to just end the man right then and there. The man just shrugged, there was nothing he could do to ease or relieve the pain. It was nerves and stress, not anything related to the teeth themselves. In herbal medicine, toothache was a huge problem. Unlike normal bodily diseases, which one bottle of concoction could usually solve, there was only one way to deal with a toothache: tooth extraction. However, it left the unfortunate patient with fewer teeth. Dental filling was unheard of. Auguslo opted to keep his teeth. A king was not truly a king if he didn't have a full smile. It wasn't that there wasn't a solution. A tooth from a dead person could be extracted and implanted in the lost tooth's place. On social occasions many nobles resorted to this, but the thought of putting a dead man's tooth in one's mouth only to remove it before a meal to avoid accidentally swallowing it, wasn't exactly invigorating. With no other options available or allowed, the herbalist left to prepare some general-purpose anti-inflammatory solutions. Auguslo was in so much pain he'd have given the herbalist a beating had he been able to say something properly. Why, in the world of medicine, where ruptured organs aren't a big deal, is a simple toothache such a pain? What's this bullshit about teeth being the crystallization of human bones and different from the other parts of the body? He's just making shit up to cover his incompetence. I really shouldn't have spent so much money feeding him. Looking at the Morantian newspapers Lorist had brought, Auguslo felt his lucky stars were really misaligned. Though the four duchies' collapse was within his grasp and his ambition of reunifying the empire seemed achievable, his biggest enemy, the Union, actually managed to recruit a sword saint. With the sword saint supporting the nation, could he send his troops to reclaim the provinces? If he were to give up on them, though, would the reunification ever truly be achieved? Would he be able to claim that he was the ruler that reunited the empire? Meanwhile, Lorist was accompanying Shizan to check out the battlefield. After the rainy season, Lorist stayed at Rage Bear for half a month until Auguslo had sent 3 messengers asking him to get a move on, prompting him to unwillingly mobilize Tigersor. He handed the king a few reports from Moranti about the Union's recruitment of a sword saint. After checking the defenses, he understood why the king was so distraught. At first, Lorist was quite unwilling to mobilize his forces, as using heavy armored infantry was the way to go in hilly terrain. Tigersor was a cavalry unit and they couldn't play too huge a part in such a fight. But upon seeing the battlefield himself, he finally understood that the king didn't need his cavalry, but rather, the legion's Thunderbolt and Caro Ballista brigades. When Lorist arrived at the front lines, it was already the 21st day of the 5th month. After the rainy season, Auguslo led his troops of 200,000 men into Handra's province, Westwood. At first, it went really smooth and a quarter of the territory was conquered. They were soon held back on the Welani mountain pass, however, and lost a few battles in a row. So, they had to borrow Tigersor's ranged forces to suppress the defenders, hence the messengers hurried beckoning. "This battle won't be easy," said Lorist. That true. Westwood, as its name suggested, was a province covered in hills and forests. It was also rather large. In the common tongue, West was used to describe mountainous areas. Cloud Snap near Egret Swamp actually stretched all the way from Kenbana to Westwood. It crossed 5 provinces altogether. Though it was one of the mountain range's ends, it was covered with dense forests, making it hard to attack and easy to defend. The first prince had led 200,000 men in his invasion of the duchies, only to be stopped in Westwood. Many battles were lost during the 2 years of conflict there. But the first prince had attacked from the south northwards while Auguslo was doing so in the opposite direction. Welani Pass was the true endpoint of Cloud Snap. Its terrain was a little similar to Pispur Pass, in which stood Pedro, but the opening was far wider at about 5 kilometers. While it was wide, the cliffs on either side were incredibly steep, exposing the attacking side to great risk. It was exceedingly disadvantageous. From the telescope, was clear that the Handra garrison was using the same trench and mud wall network. They also constructed a lot of archer towers, though. There were also a lot of ruined shield carts laid all over the network, with the ground around it bloodied and crimson. It was probably the blood shed by the attacking soldiers. There were also a lot of bumps and potholes of varying size dotting the slope. "Look at those 2 areas poking out on the slope," said Shizan. "What are they?" Lorist pointed the telescope where Shizan had pointed and saw a row of man-made crane-like contraptions on tall wooden structures. "Catapults," Shizan replied. When His Majesty deployed the catapults to cover Whitelion's march, he didn't think the enemy would be prepared. Those weird wooden buildings with long arms are actually catapults. Though their range isn't as great as ours, given their elevation, they have the advantage in terms of terrain. Whitelion's assault suffered a hideous loss and huge casualties. Even 10 of His Majesty's catapults were ruined. Catapults? So Handra has already come up with a lever contraption. The wooden buildings below the arms must be to hide the lever. Hehe, so they're pretty secretive. Lorist counted around 40 wooden towers on one side. There were near 100 in total on both sides. How heavy are the rocks they throw? How far can they reach? More or less the size of a human head, around 20 kilograms. They can be thrown around 300 meters at most. The catapults His Majesty sent were shot down at around that range. His Majesty even threw a tantrum and said the catapults you gave him were defective and couldn't fire as far as the enemy's. That's because, when the enemy started using their catapults to attack us, our catapults also retaliated. But our rocks all fell short. Lorist snorted lightly. Defective products? Props to him for daring to say that. He didn't even think about how we're fighting a literal uphill battle. The enemy has the high ground, which means they have a great advantage. Given the difference in elevation, it's no wonder our catapults don't fire as far. Yet, His Majesty also realized this a little later. He tried a night attack but failed because the enemy was on ready. Right now, it's exactly the opposite of how it was in Forend. We dominated and Forend's garrison had to attack at night to retake the land they lost in the day. Now, however, with the hundreds of catapults up there, the day is now their domain. We have no way of launching an attack. Those 100 catapults were a grave threat. They had to dodge rocks whenever they were in range. Their chances of victory were all but zero. Did His Majesty try attacking somewhere else? It's useless, Shizan said, shaking his head. This is the flattest terrain in the pass. I've already checked everywhere else and it's all worse than this. Some passes circle around smaller hills, even more beneficial to the defenders. The large pass here is the main highway between the duchies and the smallest threat. We didn't think Handra would install so many catapults. What is the enemy's disposition? Our scouts and the few prisoners we caught. The pass is defended by Handra's Red Dragon. Together with White Dragon, Red Dragon is one of the two standing legions, and, just like White Dragon, it has 24,000 men. They are divided into 2 divisions and another brigade. They're known as the Twin Dragon Legion, though they always fight independently. Currently, Red Dragon has 4 divisions guarding the pass, 8,000 men in each. There's also another logistics brigade of 3,000. All in all, we face 35,000. The eastern part of Cloud Snap is defended by Forend's 1st Legion, Matnamati in the west is held by Farkel's Forestmont. We don't know where the rest are. Altogether, we face 130,000 men. Shizan was quite well informed. Lorist pointed at the distant, foggy Matnamati stream. Has our king not thought of attacking there? Shizan smiled bitterly. Of course, and it cost me 1 regiment of elite light infantry scouts. Matnamati sits on mountainous terrain, there's no way to bypass it. There are a number of streams in the area, which completely lock down any possible bypass route. Farkel's Forestmont only has to occupy a few strategic points to make it hard for us to escape. I sent a regiment of elite scouts to reconnoiter the area, less than 300 returned. Isn't the Nibarak River beyond Matnamati? It connects Handra's inner land, Diramak province, right? Has His Majesty considered sending an assault for that way? It's useless. Duke Fizibalan suggested that move, but even he lost almost a whole light cavalry division. Shizan sighed. Handra has long made preparations. Duke Fizibalan recruited some worksmiths and constructed countless wooden boards to head down along Nibarak. He didn't think Handra would install chain blockades at 3 turning points of Matnamati. In an attempt to launch a surprise attack, Duke Fizibalan didn't send anyone to scout, fearing it would alert the enemy. In the end, the grassland barbarians were sent down the stream only to be stopped by the chains. The troops standing guard on shore hurriedly called for reinforcements and shot flaming arrows and fireballs at the river while dumping fuel into the water. They then set it alight and everything burned. The legion lost 10,000 men. Duke Fizibalan is really unlucky. The division he lost was burnt alive without harming a single hair on the enemy. After indulging in schadenfreude, his expression darkened as he thought back to how he had promised the king he would come up with a method to attack the defenses they now faced. I'm really dumb. Why did I have to mock them for being stranded here? Auguslo's words got on my nerve and I promised confidently I would come up with a way to conquer the duchy. Remind me to never get drunk when the king's near ever again. I really let myself get into a horrible corner this time. Show me if there are any weaknesses, Hennard. 3 days later, the herbalist's concoction began to take effect. While Auguslo's tooth still hurt badly, the inflammation subsided and he could speak normally again. With a hint of frustration, the king called for a military council to discuss how they could break through their current predicament. "Locke, last time you told me you'd find a way to take Welony Pass. Have you come up with anything yet?" asked he the moment everyone was present. "Who asked you to bring Tigersaur over so unwillingly? You even said you were busy migrating the refugees and bragged about how you'd solved my problem with the Mountain Legion and wanted to rest for the winter. You even said Tigersaur wouldn't fight without you present. You're really vexing." Duke Fisibalin even explained how perfect the fortifications are. "But you bragged that there was no such thing as a flawless defense and that we just hadn't noticed its weakness. I bet you just had a little too much to drink. You didn't leave before giving me the newspapers and kicking off my toothache. You forced me to suffer all this pain. If you can't come up with a way to take the pass, I'll mock you into your grave. Who asked you to run your mouth?" Lorist raised 3 fingers. "Please forgive my incompetence. I could only come up with 3 ways to take care of the situation." Chapter 431 3 Methods. 1. A relationship of deception is a balancing act. One must deceive one's counterpart for as much benefit as possible, without doing it so often they become suspicious of everything you do. Norton Lorist. "Are you fucking kidding me?" thought Auguslo blankly. Rage followed momentarily. "We spent so much time leading the troops in attempt after attempt to take the pass and failed, but you say you found 3 methods to do just that in just a few days? Aren't you saying we're incompetents? That all the experienced generals and nobles here can't compare to you?" The king suppressed his rage. However much he wished to deny it, he needed Lorist's input. Perhaps he really had discovered some weaknesses that could be exploited. He silenced everyone and smiled at Lorist. "Is that so? I look forward to hearing them." Lorist pulled the rack on which the map hung over. "We've been stopped dead in our tracks. The enemy's trench network is similar to what we faced in Forend, but even more effective thanks to the terrain. This network is in the middle of a pass halfway up a mountain. There are no streams from which to draw water, so we can't defeat this network as we did the one in Forend. Trenches and mud walls alone, however, are not that much of a problem. Even if Handra added turrets, they can't hinder our assault that much. The real problem is the catapults. They stand far above us, which gives them far greater range than our weapons, effectively making our ranged equipment useless. We can't break through with a frontal assault. Granted, if we threw enough bodies at it, we could get through, but we can't afford the losses necessary." "Ah, I see. Why don't we just dig trenches and tunnels so our men can move hidden from the enemy catapults? They aren't nearly as accurate as ours, so it's not likely they'd be able to hit into the trenches." Hold on, Lorist did mention this would cause too many casualties. This might not be one of his methods. Though Auguslo didn't mind sacrificing troops to, Wittelian was the kingdom's only standing royal army. They had already lost over 10,000 men. It would be best if excessive casualties could be avoided. "Will all the 3 your methods avoid burning out the men?" asked the king with a beaming smile. "Well..." Lorist was a little taken aback by the sudden question. "About that, it's not that it won't cost us any men. It's about minimizing the losses. The first method is a little dangerous." "Danger? What kind?" "Let's hear it," Auguslo said with a smile. "War is inherently filled with danger. I'm sure no one here fears danger." "Okay. My first idea is to launch an assault with shock troops," Lorist said as he pointed at the pass on the map. "Since the biggest threat is the catapults, we destroy them first." "Ha, you make it sound easy. It's not that we didn't think about it before. The problem is how. Without conquering the slope, we can't attack the catapults." The one who spoke was Auguslo's longtime subordinate, gold-ranked Knight Ripolid, whom Lorist had met when he was at Egrid Swamp during his rescue of Reedy. Currently, Ripplid was Whitelion's general. "I'm not talking about ordering our soldiers to take the slope," Lorist said with a smile. "We'll form a small elite squad. His Majesty, Duke Fisibalin, Blade Master Manst, Reedy, and I combined our 5 Blade Masters. We just need 10 gold-ranked knights. I've analyzed the enemy's rear. They are ready to fight an army, not a small team. It won't be hard to sneak a dozen or so people past them. As long as we secretly circle around, we will arrive at the slope where their catapults are. There is no way that the enemy can resist a surprise attack by 5 Blade Masters and 10 gold-ranked knights. Additionally, the moment the catapults are set on fire, our main force will advance. You will lead the troops and attack from below and will wreak as much havoc as we can." "I object." As the king's personal bodyguard, Blade Master Manst was the first to speak out. "Lord Norton, I won't oppose you if you want to head out and risk your own life. But His Majesty cannot leave, he is responsible for the entire kingdom. There's no way he can head out so easily. If something goes wrong, you will be the kingdom's most wanted and hated man. War is rife with dangers and I will not let His Majesty take this kind of a risk." Lorist shrugged, then, "Just pretend I didn't propose it. What does it have to do with me? Would Duke Fisibalin go if Auguslo doesn't go? Would you, Auguslo's bodyguard, go? You want Reedy and me to deal with it ourselves. Since you are unwilling, why should I bother? Do you think we'd destroy 100 catapults without at least 5 Blade Masters?" Auguslo, as opposed to his guardian, was rather moved by the proposition. Lorist's suggestion was rather suited to his tastes. However, the squad's composition was rather problematic. He was indeed a rank 1 Blade Master, but unwilling to risk himself. He had earned his name as a genius military strategist, not as a frontliner. Ideally, Lorist, Duke Fisibalin, and the rest of the squad would ask to be given the responsibility while he remained in the main camp to command the main force from its relative safety. He thought about it for a few moments, and realized why Lorist had included him. The 2 dukes, Lorist and Fisibalin, were not going to go on a dangerous mission their king wouldn't join. They weren't obedient people. To them, a king wasn't worth any more than them. "Let's put the shock squad aside for now. Tell us the other methods." He decided he would slowly discuss how he should proceed after hearing all 3 methods. "As you wish. My second method involves splitting our forces." Lorist used a pencil to draw a line across Nibirak. Auguslo said with disappointment, "Locke, we tried that already. Duke Fisibalin suffered heavy casualties as a result of its failure. The 4 duchies' defences are really tight." Lorist shook his head. "Your Majesty, your previous attempt involved leading part of the troops along the river to the enemy's rear. I'm not suggesting this. We will split a section off and send it to Handra's province, Diramak. We don't want to face Red Dragon, from both sides, we want to race Hans, Handra's capital. We can cut their supply lines." How is this different from Duke Fisibalin's suggestion? "There are quite a few, actually," Lorist said as he pointed at the map. "The Duke's Reserve Legion was sent along the stream to the border. The plan was to chaos cause, and while the enemy was reacting, launch another attack on the pass. You forgot that the Dukes are battle-hardened generals. The Dukes have thought of this possible approach and prepared accordingly. However, aren't you suggesting splitting the forces the same way?" asked the Reserve Legion's general. He was a gold-ranked knight called Hausen, a rather rough subordinate of Duke Fisibalin. "The goal is different. We aren't splitting the force to attack Westwood from behind. We're pressing forward and sowing havoc along the way. We'll burn the whole province to the ground. How will you get through their defences along the river? They have chains and at least a division stationed along the river and they have numerous catapults. Simple. We won't go down the river. We'll cross it and continue east. We'll move down along the farthest banks. It may have dense forests and swamps, but we can manage. Flabbergasted, Auguslo asked, But won't the enemy discover us? So what if they do? Just look. Nibirak is the province's border. Even if the enemy discovers the troops, what can they do? Cross the river as well? It'd be great if they did, actually. We can march proudly and in the open on the other side of the river. If the enemy wishes to stop us, they'll have to line their troops along the river. Given how long Nibirak is, I really wonder how many legions the enemy will need. They'd have to line the entire river, but we can just pick a spot and cross again wherever we choose, said Lorist gleefully. No matter how the enemy chooses to react, the moment we head east, they will be incredibly riled up. Even if we choose to not cross the river, the enemy will still be held back. They'll send 3 legions to follow us. In fact, we just need 1 cavalry legion to lead them by the nose. Let's not forget the duchies don't have cavalry like we do. They can't keep up. Everyone finally understood what Lorist was planning. The moment the enemy realized the kingdom's troops were on the other side of the river, they would have to respond. The duchies would definitely not allow the kingdom to cross the river unabated and ravage their undefended belly. They would send troops to follow the split-off unit everywhere they went. Lorist was correct in that the duchy's infantry would always be lagging behind. The kingdom just had to race up and down the river to tire everyone out, attack. Auguslo was convinced. I wonder if we can split 1 light cavalry legion off to carry out this plan. After some thought, Lorist replied, Your Majesty, I believe it would be best to allow our houses Tigersaur and Felim's Pegasus to conduct this operation together. Why? 1 legion won't be much of a threat. The enemy just has to retreat into their towns and focus on defending them. Additionally, Tigersaur's field and siege capabilities far exceed normal light cavalry. We might exterminate a few legions by working with Pegasus. Auguslo nodded. Lorist's words made sense, but just as he was about to agree, a switch flicked in his head. He thought back to what happened in Farkle. He realized he had nearly been duped. What is Lorist up to this time? Why is he so eager? Is he planning to strip Diramak clean as well? He had lost so much he was instinctively afraid something was going on. The more he thought about it, the more suspicious he became. It was worth noting that the spoils any noble obtained during war would belong to them. The king was afraid he would receive a completely empty plot of land even if he managed to eliminate Handra, and Lorist would have captured the citizens and called them his spoils. No way. I cannot allow Tigersaur to go there, even if they are the most suitable candidates, thought he. His face remained a mask. You said you had 3 methods, right? What about the last one? Chapter 432 3 Methods, 2. A good negotiator is not the one who can get his opponent to say yes, but who has mastered the art of saying no and knows how to get to an agreement thereafter. King Andanak Auguslo. It seems Auguslo has realized my intentions. He's actually learning his lesson, thought Lorist as he sighed, disappointed. It's over. I shouldn't think of taking advantage of him anymore. It's getting harder and harder to swindle him. It seems he isn't as much of a fool as I thought. The final option is to just continue the standoff. Continue the standoff. Yes. Think about it. According to our reports, Dukes Forand and Farkle brought 2 legions to Handra, Duke Shabaj also brought a division. There are 200,000 more people in the duchy than is normal. Additionally, Hans's reports say Duke Handra has also expanded the Dragon Twins. Coupled with the city garrison, there are a total of 100,000 men. Handra has 3 provinces and a population of approximately 1 million. Over a third of their bodies are now in uniform. I doubt the duchy can support so many people essentially just sitting around for long. So far, the dukes are working together to defend against us. But they are running out of money and supplies very quickly. We can just sit around and wait for them to crumble. There's be complete chaos when they do, and the three dukes now guests in the duchy won't disband their forces and give up on their claims so easily. If Handra's supplies and money runs out, there'll be hell to pay. I doubt any of the dukes will be willing to disband their forces, they'll try to get more supplies instead. I'm sure you can imagine what'll happen then. All three dukes will begin vying for resources, and Handra will recruit even more men to defend his territory against his allies, which'll only worsen the situation and bring the collapse about so much quicker. The longer we stay put, the worse things will get between the three. They might be able to hold out without much issue for a year, but no more. And they will inevitably turn on one another when the food runs out. They'll no doubt try and suppress the conflicts at first, but that just means it'll burst out like a hot geyser all at once and the three will be at each other's throats. The dukes will likely set their sights on the commoners first. They'll raid the villages and farms for food and other supplies. As the duchy's ruler, Duke Handra will have to protect his subjects, which will pit him against the other three. We can just sit by and watch the show. We don't need to lift a finger or lose a single life. Handra will fall apart on its own. If your majesty can be patient enough, just wait until they start fighting amongst themselves. It might even be that the losers will defect and lead us into Handra. If we march in at that time, the victor will be too battered to fight back. The tent was completely silent. Everyone was analyzing Lorist's third and final suggestion. After a while, Duke Fisibelan stood up and gave sound to his doubts. Lord Norton, while what you said makes sense, you seem to have forgotten an important point. Handra's magic province neighbors Anderwolf, which is currently under the Union's control. The Wesha Merchant Guild occupies Bodalger right next to Anderwolf. The duchies could request support from Wesha or trade with the Union to get more resources and continue to resist. Lorist laughed heartily. Your criticism is fair, Duke Fisibelan, but you presuppose the guild will choose to trade with them. Merchants prioritize profit above all else. If the duchies still exist, Wesha's dealings will at the very least break even if they don't profit. But three of the dukes have already lost everything. They still control many men, but they can't trade in people if they want to continue fighting, and they have nothing else. Wesha might only provide minor support on account of their cooperation in the past, but they won't truly support them. The guild might instead be the first to crumble if it did. Given that Wesha occupies the former imperial territory of Bodalger, they will rely mainly on the Union instead of the duchies. As for the four dukes trading with the Union, that would depend on whether the dukes have something to trade as well. Among them, Duke Shabaj escaped in a hurry and should be the one who brought the least resources. Dukes Forand and Farkle left with the wealth of their house and duchy, so they might look like they are loaded, but given that they're no longer in their dominion, they don't have an income. Their forces will only consume their resources, not generate any. After we occupied the two duchies, we estimated they each took around 1 million to 2 million gold fords. I believe Duke Handra's pouch is in more or less the same state. He still has his duchy, yes, but the war is sapping its vitality, not to mention that most of his tradable produce probably goes to feeding the guest armies. How long do you think 2 million gold fords can sustain 2 legions? Forand and Farkle have already been conquered, and the two dukes have a combined 90,000 men. No matter how savvy they are, they will still be spending money like water. They can't invest their funds in trade with the Union. They'll rely on Handra completely instead. Handra might be forced to give his produce to feed the 2 legions, but I doubt he'll do so willingly, or be happy about it. Ah! Thought Auguslo as he clapped his hands, I see. The more pressure I apply to them, the more united they will be. But if I let them be, they will fight amongst themselves. Lorist's right. The duchy can't support 300,000 soldiers for long. They can't sustain that kind of consumption. How long do you think we have to wait until the enemy caves? Lorist smiled, the whites of his teeth showing. He stretched out 2 fingers. 2 years at most, nothing more. Probably less. That may be good, but we have forces to feed and pay as well. True, we have an entire kingdom's resources, but that also means we have far further to transport them. It is no cheap endeavor. 2 years is a long time. We also have so many cavalry troops here. The food we need is at least double our enemies. Auguslo furrowed his brow at the thought that Lorist's proposal was a double-edged sword. Hehe, your Majesty seems to be forgetting that you have 2 new territories nearby. You could spend the 2 years governing the 2 properly. We can use its produce supply the army. Each noble can look after his own forces in terms of any other supplies as long as your Majesty remembers our contribution in eradicating the duchies and reward us accordingly. Auguslo paced around, his head lowered. The others present gazed at him, waiting for his final decision. He appeared rather troubled. Lorist's first suggestion was the simplest: keep up the assault. But, the shock squad his participation in it had already been shot down. The second method was to split off a portion of the troops, and the best candidate for the job was Tigersaur as Lorist had said. But, out of worry for any hidden intentions, he'd mentally crossed that off as well. The third option was to stand off without fighting. Everyone understood from Lorist's breakdown that it was the best method, they just had to sit around and wait for the enemy to implode. However, it would take quite long and a lot of supplies to pull off. However, it wasn't a big deal in that the supplies would have to be spent either way regardless of which choice they made. Apart from Wittelian, the standing armies of the various noble families were gathered under Auguslo's banner. Lorist had specified that they only needed food since they could take care of the other supplies. What troubled Auguslo was what reward he would give to the nobles if he chose this path. Usually, the nobles got to keep what they pillaged. The right to pillage was their reward. But the enemy this time was practically sucked dry already, and would certainly be if they waited for them to collapse. There would be nothing left to give away as spoils of war. He would have to reward the nobles from his own coffers. After pacing about several times and checking the expressions in the tent, it was obvious most of them preferred the third method. It's true that fighting an enemy that occupies strategically advantageous terrain is really taxing on everyone's forces. It's better to sit and watch as the enemy crumbles on its own. Though it might take longer, they could gain victory and be rewarded without much cost. Let me consider this a little longer. We'll discuss this again in 2 days. In the end, Auguslo didn't settle on a method immediately and adjourned the meeting. What in the world is he planning? Thought Lorist curiously. The next morning, he noticed Duke Fisibelan had been called for a private meeting with the king. Thereafter Kenmays, then Philim. He was just guessing who would be next when Kenmays came over. "Do you know why the king summoned me?" asked he. "How would I know? His Majesty asked me what reward I would want for having the 2 heavy armoured divisions stationed here for 2 years. Lorist finally understood what was going on. "What did you request?" Kenmays stretched out 2 fingers. "I want the Salt Merchant Committee completely exempt from tariffs in the kingdom for 2 years. Philim soon came over as well." "What did you request?" asked Kenmays. "I asked for 50,000 young labourers for Southern's development, but His Majesty only agreed to give me 30,000. "What about Hennard? He should have been summoned already." In the evening, Auguslo sent 2 guards to invite Lorist for dinner. "You should know my intentions for inviting you. Tell me what you want." "Don't be greedy," said Auguslo frankly. "Your Majesty, have you decided on not fighting?" The king nodded. "The part I'm most satisfied with is that it'll cause the 4 traitors to fight each other. Just like you said, the moment they turn on each other, a lifelong grudge will form. The most troublesome part of the 4 central duchies is that they're 4 nations in one and they'll support each other no matter what. Regardless of how this turns out for them, I'll be satisfied as long as they're at each other's throats by the end. I have more than enough patience to watch them tear themselves apart. But, I'm sure you know how worried I am about not getting any spoils as a result. I wanted to set the reward beforehand." Lorist smiled. "Your Majesty, may I know what Duke Fisibelan wanted?" "He didn't ask for much. He just wanted enough equipment to outfit a legion and 50,000 migrants. Oh, Lorist said, then I'll have. Stop. Locke, don't even bring up migrating people. I will not allow it. I regret letting you deal with moving the refugees in Farkar the most. You should know what you did, interjected Auguslo. Fine, Lorist conceded with a shrug, but what else can you give me apart from people? Any ideas? Locke. Auguslo slapped his forehead in preparation for the impending headache. As long as your request is not overboard, I will agree. Fine. Exempt my dominion and the territories I control from taxes for 5 years. Lorist had no choice but to come up with such a request. No way, Auguslo objected, before he stared Lorist in the eye. Fine, 3 years at most and not a month more. Deal. Lorist stretched out his hand. Chapter 433 All quiet on the southern front. I am young, I am 20 years old, yet I know nothing of life but despair, death, fear, and fatuous superficiality cast over an abyss of sorrow. I see how peoples are set against one another, and in silence, unknowingly, foolishly, obediently, innocently slay one another. But now, for the first time, I see you are a man like me. I thought of your pommels, of your spear, of your sword, now I see your wife and your face and our fellowship. Forgive me, comrade. We always see it too late. Why do they never tell us that you are poor devils like us, that your mothers are just as anxious as ours, and that we have the same fear of death, and the same dying and the same agony? Forgive me, comrade, how could you be my enemy? Excerpt from Memoirs of the Soldier, a collection of soldiers' memoirs by Crown Prince Norton Stagen, year 2227. After deciding to take on a passive stance, Auguslo gathered his generals and reorganized his forces. The main camp would be moved back 25 kilometers to Westwood's border. They still had to erect outposts and defenses at the new location to protect against any surprise attacks. The camp itself would be split. Kenmaze's 2 heavy armored divisions, Tiger Soar and Pegasus, would be in the left camp, standing between Handra and Farkal's Korabia. Wittelian, 3rd Frontier, and the Reserve Legion, they would be in the right camp, their backs facing Petro. The 2 camps on the 2 sides of Westwood were 2 blades. Handra did not know what to make of this arrangement. Had Auguslo stayed where he was, Red Dragon would have been tasked with defending Welani Pass, and Foran's forces, stationed at the end of Cloud Snap, and Farkal's forces, stationed to the east of Matnamadi, would have launched ambushes. Now, however, the enemy's forces had withdrawn by 25 kilometers, the defenders had no idea how their enemy planned to attack. Each of their 3 staging grounds could now be assaulted with equal chance. Handra sent lots of scouts down the mountains to find out why the enemy had withdrawn. Unfortunately, the enemy had set up their new camp on flat terrain, the perfect place to use cavalry. Almost none of the scouts returned, they were all captured or killed. Barely 6 managed to limp back and make their reports. A withdrawal was not the same as a complete extrication, the kingdom's forces still had a strong presence in the area. It was a tactic often used to keep up the pressure even when a side had taken a passive stance. Auguslo had struck this balance well. Despite moving the camp back, he had Tigersor and 2 of Fizibalan's legions move out and surprise the enemy with their presence every now and again. The enemy was not allowed to relax and become complacent. Auguslo relegated field command to Lorist and Fizibalan, granting each command over their camp, after sorting everything out. They were to keep the enemy pressured and try to force them to make mistakes that could be exploited. He then returned to Petro with Shazin and his forces. He planned to make Summer Palace his headquarters for the time being. He would manage the entire kingdom from there, as well as the 8 newly acquired provinces. They had to be developed rapidly to support the frontline forces. Looking at the distant multicolored military banners, Kenmaze, who had come to send Auguslo off, spoke. Hennard's just too stupid. He didn't just not get any benefits from His Majesty, he's even being used like a gopher. I bet His Majesty will start dealing with Forend after he goes back to Patro, and Hennard will be the blade he uses," said he to Lorist. In return for their cooperation with the new strategy, Fisibalin had requested enough military gear to outfit a legion, and 50,000 migrants from Handra. Kenmays got a 2-year tax exemption within the kingdom for the Salt Merchant Committee, Philim got 30,000 youth labourers, and Lorist got 3 years tax exemption for his dominion and the areas he governed. Each had gotten something out of it one way or another. Shazan, however, had been too straightforward. He had asked before the campaign to be enfeft mineral-rich land. When this round of negotiation had come around, he had not made any further requests. "Fools have their own kind of luck, you know," Lorist said. "Actually, Hennard being used as a blade to cull the nobles is His Majesty's reward. Now that our forces are stationed here, the costs of shipping resources from so far away had gone up. Though Forend hasn't really been torn apart and ravaged by the war and the winter harvests are decent, it isn't enough to supply them for long. The next harvest is still 4 months away. No matter how resourceful the king is, he can't get food out of nowhere unless he relies on growing it here. Shipping food from elsewhere will be very expensive. The best option available to him is to clear out Forend's minor nobles. The king can easily get a year's supplies this way. Hennard's going to be used to do this. Do you really think he'll allow himself to come out of this empty-handed? His Majesty would shut one eye even if Hennard snuck away 200,000 or 300,000 gold fords." Philim humphed a little unhappily. "That bastard is really lucking out. I hope he isn't poached." "Hee hee." Kenmays came in to back Shazan up right away. He was in a sense related to him, after all. His cousin was House Shazan's matron. "Don't worry. Though Hennard isn't that sharp, he knows well that we 4 houses are a united unit. His Majesty is only using him. There's almost no chance he'll be recruited. Also, didn't your 2 houses eliminate the Fark Ellen nobles last year and piss His Majesty off? His Majesty is targeting the nobles now because of you." Philim was completely speechless. He had kind of stepped out of line when it came to sweeping the nobles. "You don't know the predicament we were in," Lorist countered. "His Majesty only gave us 15 days' food. Would it have been possible to transport so many refugees all the way to Windbury? If we didn't raid the nobles, where would we have gotten food and clothing? It would have had to be done anyway, we just saved him the trouble of doing it himself. He didn't just fail to thank us, he even got mad." "How ridiculous!" Kenmays and Philim laughed uncontrollably. Even the king had no way of dealing with Lorist. Auguslo was a great schemer, but he suffered every time Lorist was involved. The other 3 houses also profited at Auguslo's expense quite a bit. Lorist was rather dissatisfied. On what grounds did Auguslo disband the minor nobles' army, refuse to let him return to the Northlands, and, instead, put him in charge of the front lines even after he had elected to take on a passive stance? What was there to deal with anyway? It wasn't like they were like to fight any major engagements soon. If the only thing required was to put pressure on Handra's defences, Lowe's was more than enough. There was no need for him to be present personally. He had dug himself an even deeper pit, it seemed. The prospect of having to stay there for the next 2 years turned his insides the wrong way. But, seeing that Fisibalin was also kept there, he felt a little better. Such was human nature. Suffering together was far better than suffering alone, especially when one could indulge in schadenfreude. After some careful thought, Lorist came to the conclusion that Auguslo's arrangements regarding him and Fisibalin were rather interesting. If the 2 were allowed to return to their own dominions, Lorist might think of messing with Fisibalin some more. It couldn't be helped as they were the only remaining target in the region. Given how close they had become to the king, and how he didn't want a threat like that to exist near his dominion, he wouldn't hesitate to apply pressure whenever he could. Though Auguslo was rather hostile to the 4 houses, given how far he was, and the appearances he had to keep up as king, there was no way he would shed all pleasantries and fight them directly. That's why Lorist was so careful whenever it came to messing with the king. As long as he didn't grab hold of anything he could use against Lorist, there was nothing he could do. Other than that, he also had to be wary of House Norton's might. Even if he wanted to turn against them, he had to think twice about whether he could afford to be their enemy. Now that Auguslo had forcefully made the two dukes stay at the front lines and given them command over the troops, his intentions for the two were obvious. He wanted them to cool down and stop gunning for each other the moment they returned to their dominions. Given how the kingdom was in the final stages of the war with the duchies, Auguslo didn't want Lorist causing any more waves between House Norton and House Fisibelan lest it affected the front lines. If you're that trigger happy, vent it all on Handra. Don't dare mess around under my watch. It seemed the king understood well that even though House Fisibelan had signed an armistice with the four houses, the matter of them submitting to Auguslo and receiving lots of help from him frustrated the houses greatly. No matter who it was that led House Norton, they definitely wouldn't allow him and House Fisibelan to form a joint front against them. There was no way Lorist would let an opportunity to screw things over for the Fisibelans pass him by. As for the armistice, he just had to avoid open armed conflict until he could properly justify it. Excuses to start wars were easy to find if one bothered to look. If only Lorist was left behind, he would definitely not feel safe enough to stay put. He might even leave with his forces without a word. If only Fisibelan was left behind, he wouldn't sit there calmly either. Maybe word of House Fisibelan being uprooted would soon spread. Only by having both stay could they be assured. At the very least, they could hold each other back there. Maybe that had been the king's plan all along. As he was residing in Summer Palace, he could also make sure no huge conflict erupted between the two. A few days after Auguslo departed with his entourage, Kenmays and Phelim bid Lorist farewell. They generously handed command of their forces over before departing lightly. Kenmays was heading to the 8 occupied provinces to build a network for the Salt Merchant Committee while Phelim was returning to Southern to take care of its development. Auguslo had only told Lorist and Fisibelan to stay on the front lines, so they were free to come and go as they pleased. They also felt assured that Lorist wouldn't use their men as cannon fodder, so they were comfortable leaving them in his care. As Kenmays himself had said, "We four houses are one. I feel assured with you in charge of the forces." After they left, Lorist became bored. Though Phelim said he would rush back in 2 months, Lorist was still exasperated. So, he turned his attention to dealing with Handra's 3 defense lines. So their catapults occupy the higher ground and can shoot further, hey? Those lever-style catapults aren't nearly a match for our catapults otherwise. He got a few worksmiths to build several tens of gigantic lever-style catapults and placed them right in front of the 3 lines. They periodically launched their stones at the defenses and caused a lot of chaos. Lorist's actions were far too eye-catching, even Auguslo was shocked. He quickly rushed to the front lines to see what was going on. Lorist didn't mind. While his crude gigantic catapults could fire far, they weren't accurate at all. They were also quite troublesome to operate, each toss required 10 soldiers to pull on the lever. They also needed heavy counterweights. They were terribly inefficient. Despite this, Auguslo and Fisibelan were incredibly impressed. The design was simple, a huge wooden rack and a strong log made up the level and counterweight. On the opposite end of the log from the rack was a leather scoop that could hold a rock up to the size of a human head. Cutting the rope that pulled the lever down and lifted the counterweight one would cause it to swing, sending the rock half a kilometer away into the enemy's defenses. It was an unexpected surprise for Auguslo. He asked whether Lorist could have more of them made to destroy the defenses so they could give another go at breaking through. Lorist shook his head. "This isn't very useful. It's way too inaccurate, it has a spread of 200 meters at just 500 meters. You can't hope to hit anything smaller than a town with it. It's only useful for annoying the enemy," replied he. Auguslo left angrily. He did make sure to sketch the catapults before he left, though, not that Lorist particularly minded. He actually looked forward to seeing the king use them in battle. What a joke that would be! When his bronze cannons were fielded, the catapults would be completely useless, nothing but targets. Though he didn't hope for anything and only used the catapults to harass the enemy, the three duchies' garrisons soon couldn't take it anymore. The catapults were completely unpredictable, no one knew where the next rock would fall. The men had to keep a watchful eye on the sky all the time, lest they not even know what had squashed them. As such, the three garrisons came together and arrived at a solution. They launched a surprise attack in the night. They managed to break through the perimeter and set the catapults on fire. Angered, Lorist ordered for the worksmiths to build even more and even funded them out of his own pocket. He fielded double the previous number of catapults. Within a few days, the weather forecast once again became sunny with a chance of rockfall. This time around, the catapults fired not the human head-sized rocks from before, but rock shards. Large fist-sized pack of rocks rained over a large area. Though they weren't fatal, they were more than enough to badly wound their victims. The men were soon at wits' end again and descended the slope for another attack. This time Lorist was prepared. He put Tigersaur's Karo Ballista division in covered positions and ambushed the enemy as they approached. They were all but wiped out. Lorist was inspired by the fuel the attackers had brought along. He shipped large amounts of fuel and put it into jars to be flung at the enemy with the catapults before sending waves of flaming rocks after. The defenses were soon engulfed in flames. The garrison there was pretty capable though and quickly put out the fire with sand and mud. One editor's note: no. Rope is expensive and labor-intensive to make. Why would you ruin a perfectly good piece of rope just to fling a rock, every time you want to fling a rock? On a calmer note, watch this video by the great and entertaining Lindy Beige that explains why this is such a ludicrous idea. Chapter 434 The Line of Succession. You cannot escape the responsibility of tomorrow by avoiding it today. Lowe's. We're back to this week's first release, enjoy. Great news, Your Grace. Great news! Cried Lowe's as he ran into the tent with a dozen guards. He barged in it with Dulles hot on his heels. The latter was smiling so brightly he appeared foolish. Great news? What news could merit such jubilance? Asked Lorist, somewhat annoyed. He had been studying Handra's 3 defensive lines. He'd spent the whole night brainstorming ideas to turn the tables after they'd suffered some casualties in several skirmishes the day before. The stalemate had remained unchanged. The 3 lines' garrisons couldn't do much about the catapults, so they moved their camps a few hundred meters back, out of the weapon's range. It flabbergasted Lorist. Just like that, he had lost all use for the damned contraptions. The things weighed way too much. It was impossible to move them forward up the slope to get them back in range. Additionally, unlike his mobile catapults, these couldn't be quickly set up if they were packed, so they had no way of retaliating if they came under attack during the move. Fizzabalin had wanted to try his luck, but his catapults were destroyed soon after they started moving. The enemy threw rocks and logs at them down the slope. The men couldn't do anything. 100 died or were injured before they finally retreated. Lorist's forces occupied the low ground, his enemy the high ground. The 2 lines were 500 meters apart, so even though the enemy had pulled back a few hundred meters, they could still react in time to any offensives, and there was nothing Lorist could do about it from his position. The defenses didn't just cover the flats of the pass, but ran up and down the slopes on either side of it as well. No matter how he tried to get around the defenses, he always ran into more. Lorist couldn't do much to the situation personally, either. He may be somewhere between a rank 3 blade master and a sword saint, but even he couldn't do much to the enemy's defenses. He had led a night assault with a small force the night before, but everything fell apart very quickly. The first trench was filled with broken glass. Whilst he wasn't personally harmed, his men didn't fare as well. They were clad in heavy armor, but the soles of their feet were exposed. The moment they descended into the trench, men cried out in pain up and down the trench. Arrows rained down on them moments later, followed by rocks flung from the slope above by the enemy's catapults, a few fireballs mixed in. He ordered a retreat the moment he noticed something was off, though, and saved many of his men. He still lost around 400 of the 1,000, though. He was so infuriated that he'd lost so many without doing anything to the enemy he almost lost it entirely. He only calmed down after reminding himself it could have been worse. He sent a recovery group in as soon as they had regrouped. They managed to recover all of the downed men. Of the 400 taken down, luckily only a dozen or so were killed, the rest were only injured. He was greatly troubled by how to make up for this loss, so he didn't have the energy or patience to deal with Loz's ridiculous joy. A messenger came over from Rage Bear. He brings good news. What good news? Madame Sylvia is with child. She is 2 months along. Sylvia's with child. Lorist was dumbstruck. It's the beginning of the 7th month now, so if she's 2 months along, it should have happened around the end of the 4th month. When Sylvia learned Lorist was staying on the front lines for who knew how long, she stuck to him like glue for several days. She even called all the concubines, including Deliana and Dixie, over and arranged for them all to sleep together. She made sure she was the one in whom he finished each time, however. Her efforts must have paid off since she was now with child. Good news indeed. Why should you be happy about it, though? Lorist wondered. It's not like I don't have a son already. Irina already gave me 2, and Anna's child is also a boy. Telesty gave me 2 daughters as well. It's only natural for Sylvia to get pregnant. What are they so happy for? If Madame Sylvia's child is a son, you'll finally have a legitimate heir. The knights now have hope for the long-term future. Explained the foolish-looking Dulles with a beaming smile. Buzz off. Lorist cried angrily, I'm not even 40 and still full of life. Do you really look forward to my son taking over so much? Dulles knew he had said something better left unsaid. He crouched and hugged his head fearfully. Loz stood beside him awkwardly. Hey, come back. Dulles, who was just about to leave, turned around. Your Grace, mumbled he. Where's the messenger? Asked the Duke glaringly. Outside. Why haven't you called him in yet? Lorist recognized the messenger. He was one of his 3,000-strong personal guard. He had brought just 2 of the 3,000 along to the front lines. He'd left the rest in Rage Bear to look after his family. The messenger, a young man named Wallen, was a lieutenant. Wallen had with him a letter penned by Sylvia herself. She had written of her pregnancy and her pride at it. Lorist couldn't help but smile when he read her arrogant tone. She also wrote a lot about how much she missed him. She had left the capital for Cherry Blossom Ridge where she would stay until the child was born. The place was quite a bit cooler than the city, so it was indeed the best place to stay for the summer. Once he finished the letter, Lorist told Wallen to rest for a while. He would call for him once he had a reply for him to take back. His brows furrowed as the man left the tent. I already have 3 sons. Irina's first is 11, staying with Malak, her younger is 7 and I'm still looking for a good tutor for him, and Anna gave me my 3rd, now 4. I don't want for successors and I promised all my children would be on the family registry and thus have a place in the line of succession. While it's great Sylvia will also give me another child, it's only to be expected. I certainly am happy, but not ecstatic like you two. Tell me, honestly, how many of the men share your view? How many are skeptical of my concubine's children? Loz and Dulles stared at each other for a moment. Loz stepped forward. I'm not trying to be a busybody, Your Grace. Actually, I believe having the concubine's children registered in the family registry is one of the most important things to ensure the house stays stable across generations. If Your Grace hadn't gotten married, I wouldn't have had anything to say about letting all of the concubine's children be in the line of succession. But you're now married, Lady Sylvia is your wife. Her children are your legitimate and primary descendants, they should also be the first in the line of succession. Most of the house, if not everyone, agree with me. Dulles wanted to say something, but kept silence. Lorist glared at him. Speak freely. No matter what you say, I won't hold it against you. Though the house has developed a lot, those willing to speak the truth have become fewer and fewer. Tell me your honest thoughts. Think about the hardship we suffered on the way north all those years ago and what we have now. You were my first vassals, I've never doubted your loyalty. Please, share with me your thoughts. Very well, Dulles surrendered and raised both hands. It is not that we don't have our thoughts and opinions, we just feel they aren't appropriate to voice to your lordship. You made it clear with Sylvia marriage, after all, that we have no place interfering in your personal matters. However, the matter of succession is not the same, it is at the core of the house's future, something that deeply affects all of us. If you are followed by an incapable or unsuitable heir, the entire house's future could be in doubt. We are very loyal to your majesty, but we also have families to look after, and those of us with land and titles, like Charade, also have to think of our subjects. Take the first young master as an example. We have kept a close eye on him. Baron Malak said that he has great potential to become a fearless knight, but he has no aptitude for governance, he won't be a good duke, his personality is too crude and cruel. Lady Malak tried her best to educate him in etiquette and restraint, but he still kills small animals in awful ways. Keeping him as your heir apparent is a disaster for the entire house. He's still young, argued Lorist hopelessly. It wasn't that he didn't know about the reports concerning his first son. Tarkal had sent a few informants to check on the child's progress. The one that left the deepest impression was the time his son was punished by Malak's wife. He went out of the house, shot a squirrel with a bow and turned the poor critter into minced meat with his short sword. This is not something age will solve, your grace. A child his age should know right from wrong. Venting his rage on a weaker being is not courage. We believe he became this way because his mother spoiled him too much when he was younger. We don't think his younger brother will be much better. They are not fit to succeed you, continued Dulles. Lorist kept silent for a while. He knew this was a minor act of rebellion by his vassals. He didn't know when the two factions had come to be, but they were undeniably present. The old faction included the house's original members, specifically Maplewood's members. They were prideful and looked down on the newer members as being not true members of the house. They were the new ones. They believed only those who'd, like them, been brought up in the house were truly loyal. The rest were opportunists who couldn't be trusted. Hansk was at the faction's head. They believed that despite being only a concubine, as the only of Lorist's lovers to have been brought up in the house, and being the first to give birth to possible heirs, her children were the true heirs to his title. The new faction was composed of most of the knights and officials who'd followed Lorist to the Northlands or had joined the house since. They didn't see the old members of the house in a good light. They believed they were cowards who could only stand tall because Lorist gave them shade. Just look at the state they were in when Lorist first arrived. They were just country bumpkins barely hanging on to life. The new faction's members believed they'd proven their loyalty through the hardships they suffered on the way north and through their outstanding service to the house since they'd joined. They were the ones who'd walked alongside Lorist to bring the house to its new heights. The old faction's members had overseen the house's downfall and had contributed little to its recent rise. What right did they have act all high and mighty in front of the new faction and boss them around? Not everyone had chosen a side, though, many were still neutral. Charade, Potterfang, Spiel, Keaton, and Belnick were among them. They did not concern themselves with the faction of the person who made a proposal, they made decisions based on the option's merits alone. They had worked hard to keep everything between the factions under control. Lorist knew about the rift between the two factions, but wasn't too concerned. If anything, the rift made the house easier to control. He hadn't thought, however, that the old faction would make so much of a ruckus when he chose to make Sylvia his wife. Now the new faction was trying to get back at the old faction by kicking their candidates from the line of succession. Can't they tone it down a bit? What about Anna's child? She gave me a son too, right? asked he finally. Dulles shook his head. Madame Anna's status is not suitable. She's not even your concubine, so the house's reputation will be severely damaged if her child becomes your heir. Lorist understood Dulles was hinting at him about Dileana's identity as a widow as well as a participant of Queen Carrie's Paradise Gathering before becoming Lorist's concubine. Paradise Gathering was famous among the nobles. Though Queen Carrie was now dead, and the noble who participated dead, knowledge of the party was widespread, and who knew if someone could associate his concubines with it. If Dileana's son succeeded him, she would have to appear before other nobles eventually. Should anyone find out about her past, they could use it to blackmail her or cause trouble by spreading it around, possibly bringing her son's legitimacy into doubt. Dileana preferred a peaceful life above all. She just wanted her son to support her in her old age. She had no ambition for her son in the line of succession. Sigh, I didn't think Sylvia's child would cause so much trouble. News of her pregnancy was both good and bad. No matter his stance on the matter, some things couldn't be avoided. This really wasn't as simple as a personal matter. His decision in this regard affected everyone in the house. He couldn't justify doing this without considering them as well. Dismissed. Let's leave it for today. Don't get too entangled with this. We're worried about this a little too soon. Right now I just want Sylvia to give birth safely. Lorist waved as he sent Loes and Dulles out before he sat in his tent, smiling bitterly. Now that the house had conquered the whole of the Northlands, its future was immeasurably bright. But the way he saw it, he had only gotten strong enough to defend himself. Just as the house's situation appeared good, internal strife grew. This was probably unavoidable. But it didn't make it any easier. Those bastards. I'm not even 40. If I really become a sort saint, I'll easily live for another 200 or 300 years. They have too much time on their hands. They're not considering my feelings at all. This should have been good news, not a troublesome matter I should worry myself over. He spent the rest of the day writing a love-filled letter for Sylvia. It was filled with line after line of his longing for her. He also urged her to take care of herself and promised he would go back to spend time with her whenever he could. He had Wallen take the letter back. He deliberated whether he should hold a banquet to celebrate the occasion or keep it private. The decision was only complicated by the fact that this concerned Duke Fisibelan. He was Sylvia's grandfather, after all. Should I invite him? Will he even accept? Pondered he. Chapter 435 Round Up and Hunt. This is how a grandfather should be, a man with silver in his hair and gold in his heart. Norton Lorist. Duke Fisibelan accepted Lorist's invitation without any trouble. He didn't even bother to ask why Lorist had invited him and only brought a single attendant along. It made Lorist feel a little like he was the bad guy, seeing how the Duke wasn't worried whether Lorist would harm him. Then again, if he really did invite him over with ill intentions and word got out, it would tarnish the house's name. Putting aside the huge loss of trust, a good portion of the household knights might leave as well. On Grindia, a house's reputation was sacred, as was that of the individual noble. At the very least, most nobles, knights, and commoners held the same belief. Some nobles and knights were even willing to sacrifice their lives to uphold their house's honor. In Lorist's case, he had no choice but to serve Auguslo to protect his house's reputation of being loyal to the imperial family. Even though it might already have exceeded Andanak might, Lorist still had to stay put obediently as the Duke of the Northlands and put up a cordial front to Auguslo. In Grindia, keeping one's word and being loyal were considered virtues. Even if two nobles were at war with one another, they had to justify their actions proudly. In the millennia of the continent's history, traitors were far and few in between, and every one of them were nailed onto a rack SD examples for all to see. Such were the continent's traditions. Should a lord be unfair, his vassal may resist, but not rebel. Fine, this is all that slimy of Fox's fault. Why would he accept my invitation out of nowhere like this? Does he really not think I'll harm him? Or is he looking down on me? Does he think I don't dare touch him? Lorist grit his teeth and tried to push the blame on the old man who had chosen to attend the banquet. Yet, he still had to force a smile and welcome him warmly. Lorist chose a private function. He had a table set up in his tent for himself and the Duke. He wasn't going to get all the troops involved. The main reason was that he already had 5 children, so Sylvia's pregnancy wasn't a big deal in any way. He was also worried celebrating this with the troops would instill a misunderstanding in some's minds that he was preferentially inclined towards his legitimate heirs. After much thought, he decided to host a private banquet and break the news to the Duke without spreading it around. In all seriousness, this was the second time he'd met the Duke in person. The first time was back at Windbury when he'd privately discussed the matter of wedding Sylvia with him. As he didn't agree to the Duke's third condition to abandon his concubines and children, they had parted on bad terms. A year later, he led the alliance and chased the Duke and his troops all the way back to his dominion, forcing them to present Sylvia to him and sue for peace. Auguslo visited Eastwild soon after and the Duke submitted to him and became his vassal. It resulted in the Duke joining the same faction in which Lorist was. Not only was the old man incredibly thick-skinned, he was also incredibly adaptable. This made him even more wary of the old man. Even though he was in the same camp as the Duke now, Lorist had never met the latter again. They only met during Auguslo's military councils where many others were present. Perhaps the Duke thought Lorist wanted to ask him for advice after the loss he suffered a few days earlier during his attempted night attack. He was in charge of the attacks against the 3 defense lines, after all. The Duke had long gotten wind of the failure. However, even an experienced general like him didn't have a solution to this new problem, as he didn't have any methods to counter the defenses either. He could only advise him to be patient. Lorist didn't know how to react to the Duke's consolation. "You are mistaken, Lord Duke. I didn't call you here to ask for advice on dealing with the enemy. Sylvia is with child and I thought it only right I tell you personally. I also thought we could have a small celebration. Sylvia's pregnant." It was rather surprising that the old guy was even more worked up than Lorist. He was so happy he didn't touch any of the wine and circled the table constantly as he muttered about how Sylvia should take care of herself and be careful. He even began to consider where to hire an experienced midwife. "Gosh, aren't you thinking a little too far ahead? Sylvia's belly isn't even visible yet. God's willing, it'll be another half a year before we even need to consider what to do about the birth." It wasn't easy for the Duke to realize that he'd lost his grip. He made a toast to Lorist despite being the guest and got drunk in no time. Lorist had no choice but to have someone send him back to his quarters. 2 days later, Lorist received an invitation from the Duke. Thinking that it was a reciprocal invitation, he brought only Genalio with him. He'd not expected the camp to be so merry. "Why everyone to jolly?" he asked one of the guards. "We heard His Grace's granddaughter got knocked up. His Grace was so happy he's paying out of his pocket so we can celebrate for 3 days straight. Not only do we get to eat all we want, there are even bonuses being flung around. Everyone's so happy. We hope she's knocked up every year," replied the guard. Genalio burst out in laughter, while Lorist just stood there, not knowing what to do. "Damned old man, you should have been clearer about why you're celebrating so much. Now it's turned into such a huge joke down the grapevine." However, he didn't intend to take what the guards had said to heart. He just barked outside the tent, "All right, old man, you want to make a big deal out of this. Genalio, pass this on to Lowe's, have the army throw a celebration for 3 days. Double the bonus they're giving out over here. I will cover all the costs." In the end, even Auguslo, residing in Patro, learned of Lorist knocking up the Duke's granddaughter as well as the 3-day celebration. He sent Lorist a huge gift to congratulate him. Lorist felt he was being chased off the stage by the others. The whole debacle did have an upside, though. The enmity built up between Lorist and the Duke vanished. The Duke would frequently visit him to inquire after news on Sylvia or to chat about the war. Lorist realized the old man was pretty self-aware in that he knew Sylvia didn't want to meet him, her own grandfather, given how hung up she was on being sent to him as she had been. So, he collected lots of precious herbs and gave it to Lorist so he could give them to Sylvia. For instance, he heard some locals say that gold-scale crimson lip fish could be found in Nibirak. The fish was an incredibly rare ingredient in the field of herbal medicine and was really good for stabilizing pregnancy. However, they were slowly vanishing and it was really hard to catch any these days. So, he had a large number of worksmiths build boats to catch the fish. The enemies noticed and thought Auguslo was preparing to attack down the river, so they fortified their defenses there. Through his informants and scouts, Lorist quickly grasped the change in deployment and understood the situation. He called Fisibalin over to discuss how they would apply even more pressure on Handra. His plan was simple: he would have House Kenmaze's 2 heavy armored divisions defend the main camp, and Pegasus deployed on the field for launching feint attacks on the 3 defense lines from time to time. At the same time, he would lead Tigersor and House Fisibalin's reserve legion towards Nibirak, loudly proclaiming that he would construct a road on the other side that stretched southward to Diramak. This was the third method he'd suggested to Auguslo, splitting their forces. However, Lorist didn't really intend to go all the way. He only wanted to apply more pressure on Handra and force them to strengthen their defences near the river and thus consume more resources. He caused a lot of commotion by sending his troops all over the place after they crossed the river, though that was actually just a welcome side effect. His true goal was to make some extra pocket money for himself and his grandfather-in-law. While the road's construction was only being done half-assed, the hunting was intense. Nibirak was considered a natural border that separated the civilized lands from the wilderness. On one side were rich farms, well-maintained orchards, and peaceful villages, on the other the ancient forests, swamps, and ever-stretching mountains. Even the duchy's hunters only dared to hunt within 5 kilometers of the riverbank, they didn't dare to go any further east. Forand had once had plans for the other side of the river a few decades ago. They had wanted to develop the land there and recruited nearly 1,000 commoners to build a few villages. Magic beasts attacked the villages during the winter. If not for the fact that the river didn't freeze during the winter, the villages within the duchy would have been attacked as well. He crossed the river after the rainy season to check the villages, to find only ruins. All the villagers had been killed. Only blood and destruction was left. Almost all of the 4 duchies' inhabitants feared the other side of the river and even began to call it the demonic lands. According to the hunters, the most common magic beast they encountered was the dire wolf. They were incredibly cunning. According to folklore, they could understand the human tongue and would exploit it to lure the hunters into the deeper parts of the forests and become their prey. The huge wolves, easily bigger than cows, were the rulers of the demonic lands. Dire wolves lived in packs and were the most dangerous. They also never forgot their grudges. When Duke Handra had still been young, he had brought a regiment of troops across the river for a hunt. However, he was unfortunate enough to encounter a pack of more than 20. They managed to exterminate most of them, but 3 or 4 wolves slipped away. In the end, the 3 gathered others and attacked his party day and night. By the time he returned across the river, only 300 of the original 1,000-man regiment was still alive. Lorist didn't really care about the dire wolves. Usually, hunting was something undertaken when there was no other option. While the army did have food support from Auguslo, meat was incredibly rare. The food provided was only enough to keep the men's stomachs full, but far from well fed. Transporting meat from the Northlands added a lot to the costs, so much that it wasn't much of an option. Duke Fisibalin had ordered a large number of cows and goats brought along only to realize that the livestock had lost most of their weight by the time they arrived. So, the construction of the boats was both for capturing some gold-scale crimson lip and procuring meat. Lorist's idea of hunting the magic beasts had the Duke's full support. Hunting magic beasts was but a common affair for Tigersor. From the time they had hunted the magic beasts that remained in the Dominion following the beast wave to the time when they went into the wilderness to hunt the beasts down, they had slain more than 1 million. However, the grassland barbarians considered beasts like the resilient and ridiculously strong cliff bear, the savage and sharp-toothed sword-toothed tiger, the terrifying giant pythons, or the giant swamp crocodiles whose skin seemed stronger than metal, something against which they didn't stand a chance. Even though they were accustomed to various types of wolves, the gigantic dire wolves could still inflict heavy casualties. But the moment Tigersaur struck, their eyes were opened. They witnessed the escaping magic beasts being used for target practice firsthand. In just 2 short months the meat started overflowing. The processors couldn't keep up with how quickly more was being brought in, so an entire division was dedicated to the task. Tigersaur and the Reserve Legion had stormed half of the demonic lands and were beginning to head south. When Handra's soldiers discovered enemy cavalry on the opposite bank, they got even more anxious and hurriedly constructed one watchtower and signal fire point after another. Lorist was so busy rounding up the magic beasts on the opposite bank that he had tossed his other directive to the back of his mind and forgotten about it completely. He had just set his sights on the magic beast's fur. It was a good source of income. Given that there was no cotton on Grindia, winter clothes were made of various animal pelts. Even though he had started a large livestock farm in the west of the Northlands where near 1 million goats and cows were reared, their skins weren't the best material for winter clothing. Instead, the fur of magic beasts was ideal. Some fur from rare magic beasts were priced in the thousands of gold fords. Apart from fur and meat, other parts of certain beasts were considered precious medicinal ingredients and sold for great prices on the market. Lorist roughly estimated that the 2 months of hunting had netted him nearly 1 million gold fords, not included his grandfather-in-law's share. He was pleasantly surprised that he could still make so much money on the side even though he was at war. He didn't even bother with answering the king's inquiries on the situation. In the blink of an eye, the 10th month came around. Duke Fisibalin had to send 10+ messengers to call Lorist back. The moment he entered the tent, the old man rushed over to tell him that Duke Handra had privately sent an envoy. The envoy had already been waiting for 4 days. Chapter 436 Envoy and Conditions. People who enjoy meetings should not be in charge of anything, people who enjoy secret meetings even less so. Norton Lorist. The moment he heard Fisibalin say Duke Handra's envoy had been waiting at the campsite for 4 days, Lorist stopped in his tracks. Wait, something's amiss. The gears in Lorist's mind started turning. Looking at Fisibalin glumly, he thought, what is this geriatric planning? Handra's envoy should be seeking an audience with the king. What does he plan to achieve by staying in the campsite I'm in charge of and calling me? Is he going to keep it from Auguslo and drag me down? A single look told Fisibalin that Lorist had misunderstood him. He hurriedly explained. We know the envoy and he came to find us specifically to ask what price the king wanted to stop this war. I don't dare make any decisions on my own. You know the king far better than I, so I need your advice. You know my campsite is under tight surveillance, I can't just bring him in there, especially not considering that I've only recently returned to the fold. Come on, isn't that basically trying to pin part of the blame on me? Also, since when were we close enough for you to be bothered by my opinions? Despite his skepticism, his interest had been aroused. I know him too? Who is it? You must have had some sort of complicated relationship with the duchies. They even sent 70,000 of their elite infantrymen to aid you. But now you've suddenly submitted to Auguslo and even led your troops against them, a thankless traitor. Don't tell me you haven't heard how the enemy curse your men. How dare you have the balls to hook up with them again? And that Duke Handra is really something. Why would he even bother sending an envoy to negotiate with you? If I were in his shoes, I would fight to the bitter end. He understood such things were only common for nobility, however. Everyone was making their decisions for the good of their house. He didn't have much control over what Fisibalin did. It was common for people to switch sides overnight and no one thought it something immoral and appalling. The envoy is Count Chuchway. You met him during the knighthood tournament. You even invited him to the inn called Anna's abode for a talk once, whispered Fisibalin, his eyes keeping close watch over their surroundings. It almost seemed like an incredible secret was being revealed. Lorist quickly took 2 steps back. Oh, it's him? And what does he have to say? Fisibalin hesitated. You should talk to him yourself. Given my relations with them, it's a little awkward for me to deal with him. It's good you're aware, Lorist nodded. Where's he now? Count Chuchway dallied in a corner in the back of the camp. There stood a few ad hoc wooden houses. They used to be isolation cells for Tigersaur soldiers who broke regulations. However, Fisibalin had Pegasus's general, Pina War, clean it up and refitted to be a guest house. Lorist was speechless. If Tigersaur had remained in the camp, Fisibalin and even Lorist himself would have had to be announced before they could enter the camp. Now that Tigersaur was in the demonic lands, the old man could come and go as he pleased. However, Lorist understood Pina War was a knight of House Felim, whose dominion in southern bordered East Wild. Though House Felim was a member of the alliance, he couldn't afford to offend the Duke for no good reason. Additionally, the old man was technically Lorist's grandfather-in-law and had been visiting him quite frequently as of late. The least Pina War could do was make it easier for him to come and go. The moment the two entered, Count Chuchway was ready to receive them by the door. He bowed to the two respectfully. Lorist immediately noticed the joy in Chuchway's eyes when he saw he'd had arrived. He might have believed Lorist was the only one who could call the shots. Fisibalin was surprisingly quiet once they sat down, as if he wasn't willing to speak at all. Lorist didn't have to beat around the bush for long for Chuchway to cave in and stated outright why he'd come. Duke Handra wished to effect Auguslo's moves through the two to stop the war. Lorist played around with the teacup in his hands as if it contained some sort of interesting secret. When he became a little annoyed by what Chuchway was saying, he asked softly, "Oh. So Duke Handra can't resist anymore?" "That's not what I said." Chuchway denied firmly as he started like a person being injected with chicken blood injected. "Duke, all our nobles and commoners are prepared to resist you to the end. We've formed 3 legions so far. Coupled with the garrison legion in the capital, Hans, as well as the various garrison forces across the land, our duchy alone has 200,000 soldiers. Additionally, the 3 other dukes brought over 200,000 men. We have at least 400,000 between us, far more than your 300,000. The Duke can mobilize another 200,000 youths at a moment's notice. However, my lord is benevolent and treasures our history with the Empire. That is why we have not launched any offensives." Lorist put the cup down and applauded. "Well said, Lord Chuchway. Do continue." "Continue? What's there to continue?" Chuchway looked at Lorist blankly. He didn't understand what the Duke meant. But, seeing how attentive Lorist was, he had no choice but to turn to Duke Fisibalin. The Duke felt a huge urge to laugh, but suppressed it by coughing loudly a few times. "Well, Duke Norton, do you think given our numerical inferiority, we will really be successful in attacking Handra?" "Old fox, you're feigning ignorance again and pushing this bad cop role to me." Lorist smiled and spoke frankly, "Lord Chuchway, Handra has 3 provinces and a total population of around 1 million. I'm sure feeding an army of 400,000 is quite challenging." Chuchway reddened immediately but was still unwilling to concede. "It's not difficult at all. The last couple of years had great weather and amazing harvests. Food fills our warehouses to the brim and we can feed our army for even 5 years. The Union has also been very generous with their aid. They've been sending streams of resources since they first heard of our predicament. They hope the army can teach your king a lesson and wake him up to reality so he drops his reckless ambitions." The Duke was too kind and wasn't willing to go to all-out war, hence his sending of me to inquire as to your king's intentions. If His Majesty's requests aren't outlandish, we can cease hostilities and restore peace." "Hee, what a load of bull. Nobles are so shallow. If it's really as you say, then why would your Duke bother to send you? Let's see who can last longer." Lorist smirked disdainfully but refrained from bursting his guest's bubble just yet. Instead, he acted as if he was really troubled. Lord Chudway, I completely believe you. But you should know what our king's temper is like. He's been holding a grudge for your betrayal for years and believes had you submitted to him and returned to the Empire when he first asked, his dreams of reuniting the Empire to its former glory would have been successful. It's not that I don't want to give you a hand, but our king's mind is made up. He wants to wipe you all out no matter what. It's best they turn themselves in and beg His Majesty for forgiveness. I am confident His Majesty won't them. Impossible. Chudway barked. Face red, we have 400,000 men. We won't go down so easily. Lorist slapped his thigh. Wonderful. Since you're unwilling to surrender despite understanding our king's stance, you might as well send your 400,000 troops over all at once. We'll unravel our defenses and prepare for a grand battle. As long as you defeat us, our king's anger might just subside and we can finally get the peace we all want. Chudway understood the situation in a moment. He had taken his threats too far. Currently, his side had no other option available but to defend, especially with Lorist standing with Auguslo. It wasn't that the Count hadn't witnessed the might of House Norton's forces before. His strong act had completely backfired. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Chudway laughed dryly and hurried to change the subject. Well, Lord Norton, I have come on the orders of my Duke to sue for peace. I wasn't going to suggest we engage in a huge battle. My lord truly wishes to end the war. He sent me over to ask what the two of you think about whether there'd be a way to end this needless conflict. Really? Lorist mused, then tell me, what kind of conditions did your lord suggest? Well, he said if the two of you could convince His Majesty to restore the 4 duchies, then the dukes will pay 2 million gold forts as compensation and even relinquish their sovereignty. They are also willing to pay the royal family 1 million gold forts in annual tribute. Lorist was so angry he felt like laughing. You expect Auguslo to accept these conditions and even want me to convince him? No wonder that old fox isn't saying anything. Had the war not happened, Auguslo might really have taken these conditions seriously. But now that 3 duchies have been conquered, that's all they're willing to offer? Has Duke Handra had his head kicked by a mule? Do you think the king will accept this? If Duke Handra doesn't have the intention to be sincere, he shouldn't have sent you over. How about this, why don't I send you to the king and you tell him these conditions yourself? Asked Lorist discontentedly. Chudway's face greened and paled. In actuality, even he felt the conditions were a little ridiculous. But there was nothing he could do, the conditions had been agreed upon by all 4 duke. Given how unstable the duchy was, the 4's relationship was rather strained. Forand had promised his subordinates, and Duke Shabaj wouldn't be able to cause any commotion even if he wanted to. The most troublesome was Farkle, who acted completely without tact. Though he was a guest, he didn't consider Handra with respect at all. That was especially so with Duke Farkle's knights, who behaved no differently from bandits. They actually dared to raid villages in the duchy and violate the women. They even proudly proclaimed they had abandoned their own nation to come protect Handra, so it didn't really matter what they did to the wenches. Handra was enraged and sent his knights to apprehend Farkle. Considering their status as allies, he left the fate of the knights to the Duke. But the latter just released them and even argued it wasn't a big deal for a few commoners to be killed. He even invited the Duke's knights to go along and rape some of his subjects when the Dominion was conquered. It was Handra's own misfortune to encounter such a ridiculous person, an ally, no less. Though he still had lots to spare after forming 2 legions, a duke formed the 3rd Black Dragon Legion to keep an eye on Duke Farkle's blood spear situated within the duchy to prevent them from messing with the villages. Chudway was aware of the current situation. While there really were 400,000 soldiers, his statement about being able to feed them for 5 years was a lie. Even if the duchies had had great harvests for several years running, their consumption was immense. The latest estimate predicted their food could last them only 6 months. Even if they included the fall harvest during the 10th month as well as the following spring harvests of the winter wheat next year, they could drag the war on for another month or 2 at most. During such a critical lack of food, Duke Farkle even wanted his legion to be supplied with good grain and meat. It wasn't that the dukes didn't try requesting aid from the Union. But the Wessian supervisor, the nearest to Handra, said they couldn't help even if they wanted to, and expressed his sympathy. Currently, the Union was caught up in the war with the Mid-Southern Army, they were unable to provide aid. But, given how Wessia had old ties with the duchies, they said they could sell weapons and other supplies at a discount on account of that. While they claimed it was a discount, the price was actually 3 times normal and the quality was bad. The supervisor's answer was that he had no choice. Given how war was all over the place, all sorts of supplies were in short supply. Being able to procure some to sell was already the best they could do, causing Duke Handra to question on the spot whether Wessia was worried Auguslo would turn his sights on Bodalger after the extermination of the 4 central duchies, given that it used to be Christian Empire territory as well. The supervisor proudly replied that Wessia Merchant Guild was not the least worried about that happening, given how they were backed by Ford Trade Union, Grindia's #1 superpower. The reason the 4 dukes wanted to make peace with Auguslo was because they were unable to procure aid from the Union at all. However, their first condition to restore the 4 central duchies to the state they were before the war was akin to saying that they wanted the conquered territory of the 3 duchies to be returned. There was no way Auguslo would agree to that. It was like asking him to spit out a piece of meat he already swallowed. As for the 2 million gold forts, that was even more unconvincing. If Handra's defenses were breached, the money wouldn't be going anywhere either. If the 2 of you are able to convince His Majesty Auguslo to agree to our request, the 4 dukes are willing to gift each of you 500,000 gold forts. Chudway still tried to make his best effort. Lorist felt his anger rise. I already earned close to 2 million gold forts from the demonic lands already. Are you mocking me with your measly 500,000? Lord Chudway, since you're an envoy, I can tolerate your impolite transgressions. However, I will not allow you to humiliate us like that. You may leave. Tell the 4 dukes to keep their necks clean. I don't want my long sword to be dirted when the time comes. You. Chudway glared at Lorist angrily. Lorist shrugged him off and ordered, Men, send the guest off. Chapter 437 Moonlight Stones. When a son and a father can speak openly, honestly, and sincerely to one another, only a bright future can await their family. Duke Fisibalin. Watching as Chudway left on horseback with his 2 attendants, Duke Fisibalin finally spoke. Is it really all right to refuse? Lorist snorted. Come on, stop putting up that act. Isn't the reason you called me over because you couldn't bear to refuse them because of your history and wanted me to play the bad guy? I'm sure you understand Count Chudway had come to ask us to speak to His Majesty on their behalf as well as to find out more about what we thought about the 4 dukes. In actuality, he's here to check whether we are having the same supply problem as them. They want to make sure whether His Majesty is going to see this through. Duke Fisibalin shook his head with a smile without refuting Lorist's hypothesis. Don't you know I had Count Chudway sent to your main camp and even welcomed him with a banquet? He was so surprised when served the magic beast meat and even felt bad for eating something so luxurious. When I told him even our soldiers ate it, he didn't believe me. So I led him around the camp. He was speechless when he saw the soldiers making jerky. He hurriedly requested to try to make peace between them and our king. I only called you over because I couldn't refuse him. It's obvious they're really tight on supplies. They might have begun rationing already, Lorist said, understanding the subtext of Fisibalin's words. While what Count Chudway said about them having 400,000 troops is true, the claim that they can sustain them for 5 years is definitely fake. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so surprised by how rich our meals were. I suspect the claim that they're receiving lots of aid from the Union is false as well. There's no way they'd take the initiative for peace talks if they were indeed being supported by the Union. But their conditions are a little too insincere, right? How could they expect His Majesty to agree? The first clause itself required him to give up the 8 occupied provinces and return the territory to how it was before the war. The kind would never agree, Duke Fisibulan argued. Their request was just an excuse. The commotion you caused on the bank on the other side of the river is what worries them most. If we really head to Diramak from the demonic lands, we can strike their weak points. Even if they have the Union's support, defending the whole riverbank will require lots of soldiers. They've sent this envoy over to see if we can avoid exactly this outcome. Perhaps, Lorist continued after some thought, I believe the 4 dukes think that we're in a similar situation as they are. If they are lacking in supplies, they'll believe that it's the same with us. Though their troop numbers exceed ours by around 100,000, our dominions are quite far from here and transporting resources here could prove difficult. They believe the 8 provinces we've just occupied can't be used for the next 2 or 3 years. What they don't know is that His Majesty has already effectively cleared out and organized them. And there's your call for those worksmiths to craft boats upstream and my proclamation that I'll build a road at the demonic lands. Logically speaking, there's no way we could afford the supplies. Maybe the dukes believe we're just putting up a front, so they sent Count Chujway over to check. It would certainly explain why he changed his mind so quickly and asked for our help. It's a shame the conditions the dukes proposed were predicated on the fact that we're in a similar situation. They consider us on equal standing with them and believe that their conditions are a good exit for His Majesty to step out of this situation while maintaining his reputation. The other conditions are merely empty promises. If we really are to negotiate with them, we'll demand they pay up right away. They are tests as to whether we really want to negotiate with them, so I refused them immediately. Duke Fisibulan nodded in approval. Your inference is sensible. However, I think it's better to lead them by the nose a little longer. We can fight while we negotiate and find out about the internal situation of Handra and whether they can hold on from their envoys. There's no need, Lorist refused the suggestion immediately, since Count Chujway already found our supplies are far more than 3 years, coupled with our swift refusal of his request, the 4 dukes will be faced with an immediate dilemma. Continuing to defend the riverbank will only make their supplies tighter. But if they don't, they'll have to fear our advance into the heart of Diramak. My refusal of their request will also reinforce His Majesty's resolve to eradicate the duchies. Next time they send an envoy, their conditions will be far better and their attitude will definitely be sincere. Surprised, Duke Fisibulan asked, do you think that they'll send envoys again? Lorist nodded. Yes. They don't have any choice. They have to start negotiating while they still have cards to play. If they continue on like this, it's either extermination or exile. If they know what's good for them, we can put in a good word or two. There's no real need to stay here for a few more years in a standoff. Oh? Didn't you say their supplies were dwindling? They shouldn't be able to last much longer. No, Lorist smiled bitterly, I miscalculated. The duchies are far wealthier than we imagined. Didn't you hear Count Chujway say they were willing to pay 2 million gold fords as compensation and said we'd each get 500,000 as a token of gratitude if we helped them out? I expect the 3 million gold fords is but a third or fourth of their wealth. Otherwise, they wouldn't even make this offer. If they choose to escape, that wealth could let them spend a few lifetimes in luxury in the Union. Similarly, if they choose to resist, it can buy supplies that'd last a year or 2. His Majesty doesn't mind spending 2 or 3 years here. He has already cleared up all the nobles in Forand and Farkle and started managing them effectively. Shabaj's 3 provinces have also begun to regain their vigor and their development is on track. The king doesn't mind taking his time. But do we really want to stay here for 2 or 3 years? Fisibulan was speechless at how unwilling Lorist sounded when he spoke. While he had agreed to help Auguslo conquer the duchies and spending a year or so wasn't a huge issue, dragging the war on for 2 or 3 years for the meager rewards Auguslo had promised was not an option. However, Honoring promises was an exalted virtue and he couldn't just drop everything and leave. Seeing that the 3 duchies were already gone with only Handra struggling at the brink of death, he was determined to not waste a number of years on the battlefield. It would be best if he could withdraw and return to his dominion rather than remaining here. If he could make the 4 dukes submit, everyone would have saved their faces and it would for the best. Oh, when is Sylvia expecting the child? Fisibelan changed the subject. It should be in the first month of next year. When are you going back? Maybe in the 12th, Lorist said with grit teeth. Before I leave, I have to take one defense line and put more pressure on the 4 old bastards. I have to force them to send an envoy sooner to discuss their surrender. Otherwise, I won't hold back. Though he had agreed to help the king, his forces didn't really have a chance to perform. Instead, they'd been acting to prevent as many casualties as possible while taking advantage of the enemy's weaknesses from time to time. It was mainly because he felt sacrificing his forces for the sake of reuniting the empire was incredibly wasteful and only wanted to do the bare minimum to fulfill his obligations. One look at Fisibelan and one could see he only used the reserve legion for dangerous missions. Grassland barbarians were not in short supply on the plains, after all. Third Frontier had been sitting in the back and watching the show the whole time. But isn't it winter in the 12th month? How will you attack the defenses? Lorist rolled his eyes. Stop pretending, old fox. Wasn't your Third Frontier forced to surrender to me in the winter? I'll tell you frankly that my men aren't affected by winter. In fact, it's an opportunity to show off. You'll see how we launch our assault when the time comes. Fisibelan smiled a little awkwardly. Fine, I'll finally see it for myself. But aren't you worried it'll delay your return? It's Sylvia's first child. I'm worried for her safety. Worry not, I've already written a letter to tell her I'll make it back before she gives birth. As long as there are a few heavy bouts of snow, I can travel back in 3 to 4 days. It's 5 to 6 days faster than traveling on horseback. Could I go with you? I know things have gone awry between me and the girl, but she's my granddaughter. I really want to be there for her when she gives birth, asked Fisibelan shyly, his head lowered. Lorist was taken aback and found it a little funny. Fine, come along if you want. We can go back together. Thank you, Lord Norton, exclaimed he, elated. Lorist looked at him, sighing. Call me Lorist, it's just us. You're Sylvia's grandfather, my father-in-law. There's no need to address me by title. All right. Thank you, Lorist. The Duke responded. You're welcome. Also, these are the profits we got from the demonic lands. You can have a third according to our agreement. Lorist took out a small pouch and tossed it to the Duke. What's this? Duke Fisibelan opened the sack and found 10 smooth oval-shaped pebbles, glowing white like jade. Moonlight stones. They were very well-known jewels. Some scholars believed they were a kind of fluorescent stone, others thought they were a variant of jade. Perhaps they were produced when jade was washed onto shore and gradually molded into the round pebbles one usually discovered, beaten by waves and bathed in moonlight for centuries. The silver moon's light gradually caused the jade to become fluorescent. Whenever its light fell on the stones, they glowed like stars. It was said that on the southernmost tip of the continent, the Roman Empire had a very famous palace which's roof was decorated with a circular arrangement of moonlight stones. When a candle was lit in the middle of the palace in the night, the stones would reflect the light as white light and make the whole palace bright as day. The palace was named Bright Moon Palace as a result. The value of moonlight stones varied depending on the strength of their glow. The most expensive ones could go for up to 10,000 gold fords while the cheaper ones cost only around 10 gold coins. Most moonlight stones on the market sold for hundreds to thousands of gold coins. The sack Lorist had tossed to the Duke contained 10 moonlight stones of high quality, even the cheapest was worth over 1,000 gold. Where did you find these? Asked the Duke as he toyed with one of the stones. Lorist turned to the demonic lands. Your grassland barbarians were rather lucky. They discovered a huge creek as they were chasing down a herd of magic goats. While it looks normal during the day, it shines silver during the night. They thought some deity lived there and instantly dismounted and started worshipping the creek. When we received their report, we knew they had discovered a stash of moonlight stones. We harvested nearly 1,000, worth around 700,000 gold fords in total. Don't worry, you'll get a third. We've signed an agreement, you don't have to worry about me breaking it. These are your third of the best batch. As for the grassland barbarians who discovered the creek, I've given each 5 gold fords. Duke Fisibalin was speechless. It was a gap in knowledge. The grassland barbarians discovered a moonlight stone-filled creek and thought it sacred and didn't dare to enter it. They even dismounted and started kowtowing in awe. Lorist, on the other hand, knew it was treasure waiting to be found and managed to get nearly 1,000 stones and profited greatly. It was no wonder he was so happy hunting in the demonic lands and didn't want to return. After some thought, the Duke put the stones back into the sack and handed it back to Lorist. I think you should keep them. Use the stones to decorate the house after Sylvia gives birth. That way, you won't have to worry about the possibility of a fire from using too many lamps to light the house. Lorist wasn't the least bit surprised and accepted the sack. Fine, I'll accept your gesture. On the 21st day of the 12th month of year 1782, House Norton's Tigersaur launched a surprise attack on Welony Pass's defences under the cover of snowfall and crushed Handra's Red Dragon in a single fight. Red Dragon lost at least half its forces, the remaining men only barely managing to escape a similar fate by retreating to the second line of defence. At the same time Welony Pass was conquered, the 2 defence lines in the flanks were assaulted as well. Foran's 1st Garrison Legion and Farkel's Forestmont had no choice but to give up on their defences and retreat. Countless troops died from the frost. Forestmont raided and burned the villages they came across in accordance with Duke Farkel's scorched earth strategy, resulting in some 30,000 dead civilians, sowing the seeds for the coming strife between Duke Handra and Duke Farkel. Chapter 438 Argument. Never do what your enemy expects, unless that is what they don't expect. Excerpt from Treatises on War by Norton Loris. Why have you come? Blade Master Xanthai had returned to her residence. She was surprised to see Fisibalin seated near the fireplace drinking tea. They were at Cherry Blossom Ridge. The moment Xanthai received Sylvia's letter about her being with child, she had rushed from Crouch Tiger Castle all the way there, ignoring Fisibalin's order to guard the Dominion, opting instead to stay by Sylvia's side. It was only after Lorist returned that Xanthai returned to her residence for not wanting to see him. I came back together with Lorist, the Duke replied. Also, how's Sylvia doing? Not bad. She should be giving birth in a month or so. Now that the guy has returned, she's so happy she's stopped caring about me, her adoptive mother, complained she. Hee, someone your age is jealous of their juniors. Fisibalin teased laughingly, come, sit down. We haven't spent much time together for quite some time now. Xanthai walked over and sat down, leaning on the Duke and snuggled into his embrace. Every time the two were together, she would turn into a little girl and stick closely to her man. You've come so far in this cold, stormy weather. You must be worn out, right? Asked she as she reached her hand out to touch the Duke's face. I bet you wouldn't believe me if I told you I didn't suffer at all. I travelled from Westwood all the way here with Lorist without rest. It took only 4 days and 3 nights, said he, sighing. Impossible. How many provinces did you have to cross? Let me count. Westwood, Parolina, Freewood, Jigsay, Messon, Remad, Southern, Winston, and the Northlands. Look, even if you travel on horseback for a day and a night, you'll only cross 1 province. How could you go through 9 provinces in this kind of weather so quickly? It's true, I'm not lying, Fisibalin said as he gave her face a kiss. She giggled and buried her face even deeper in his chest. I bet you never would have imagined we didn't come on horseback. We came on sleds. Apart from the mountainous paths where work horses had to be strung, we only used sails to travel down the mountains and across the plains. I didn't think sails could be used in such a way as well. The heavier the storm, the faster the sleds. It was like a bolt of lightning. The scenery whooshed by so fast I couldn't see it at all. Lorist said House Norton only experimented with 2 kinds of sleds with the aim of solving the problem of transportation during the winter. We'd used one of them. Unfortunately, you can only transport small amounts of supplies like this, you still need animals to pull larger loads, said he with much insight. That kid loves to use these unconventional and devilish methods, said Xanthi. Devilish? Haha, you look down on them too much, said the Duke, a little crestfallen. I only now understand they were holding back when they attacked us. Had he not been worried that nobody would keep the grassland barbarians in check, he could have long sent his troops to Crouch Tiger Castle. Don't tell me we have a huge population in Eastwild with limitless potential and that our frontier legions are best at hit-and-run attacks. As long as it's winter and our soldiers huddle up in the castles for heat, House Norton's forces can use sleds to send their forces to encircle us. There'll no way we can escape. Xanthi's eyes widened. It can't be. If even you're so pessimistic, are the sleds really that amazing? This isn't really a problem of sleds. While they are indeed quite suitable for use on the plains, especially when snow covers them, I am more concerned with the mindset behind it. The is far more conservative than House Norton. There are no talented people in the next generation that stand out with creative ability and tolerance. Oh, and, 6 days ago, House Norton's Tigersaur used the cover of the snow and their skis to attack the defenses in Wellany Pass. I watched the battle myself. I saw Lorist lead his men across the snow to the defense's rear quickly. The defenders would never have imagined that the enemy would show up behind them in that weather. The many blizzards have packed snow hard on the ground. Using the skis, Lorist can attack quickly and easily from anywhere. Red Dragon was completely swarmed. They didn't even know how the enemy had appeared. The 100 or so catapults along the mountain pass fell without inflicting any casualties, and the number of enemies that escaped was negligible. The defenses that had held us back for 8 months were conquered in a few minutes, with few, if any, casualties on Lorist's side. I understand completely why Lorist says winter is his friend, not his foe. Then we can also train House Fizzabelin's forces to fight like that. I'm sure you can do whatever that kid can, consoled Xanthi. Fizzabelin laughed bitterly. I already told you it's a problem of mindset. I've seen how the soldiers of Tigersaur are armed and their response to orders. It isn't something a quick training course can achieve. It's the result of years of regular winter training. Each soldier is given a set of specially made insulating clothing. They know how to not lose their way in the midst of a blizzard as well as how to camouflage themselves in the white, snow-covered fields and even how to prevent snow blindness and keep their body temperature up. I really can't fathom Lorist investing so much into his forces. I asked around at one point, it's not just Tigersaur that has that training. Every Norton soldier has to go through it every year. Fizzabelin sighed. I've always thought my fate was unordinary and dreamt of ushering in a new age for the house. But compared to Lorist, I am worthless. Whether it is personal power or the might of our armies, I'm not his match. I'm not saying this just because I'm sour. We're just too far apart. It really is unfortunate we have such a neighbor. The only thing I can be happy about is that this kid married my granddaughter and can be considered my son-in-law now. As long as I don't step out of bounds, I don't have to worry about House Fizzabelin being exterminated. I'm sure the kid will give us a hand in consideration of Sylvia. On the 11th day of the first month, year 1783, House Norton's matron, Duke of the Northlands, Norton Lorist's wife, Sylvia, gave birth to a healthy child Lorist named Anderbale, peaceful bulling in the language of the Fae. Auguslo's envoys travelled to the Northlands one after another after the rainy season ended, with the order to return to the front lines. Duke Fisibulan had already returned. After the attack on Welani Pass, the entrance to Handra was opened. It wasn't known whether the four dukes would react in desperation. So, Duke Fisibulan rallied his troops after the New Year's and rushed back to the pass. Lorist used the excuse of accompanying his wife and child to delay his return. He only started packing in the 5th month. Had it not been for the king's consideration of how a monarch should behave, Lorist suspected he would have cursed in his letters already. As expected, the front lines were in complete chaos. The successful attack had been a pleasant surprise for the king. When he received word of it, Lorist had already returned to his dominion. As it was due to Sylvia's upcoming labor, there was nothing he could do. When he rushed to the front lines in the blizzard, he quickly realized it was thanks to the skis he had obsessed over so much that the attack could be carried out successfully. In Egret Swamp those years ago, he had seen how fast Lorist had traveled across the snow with the skis and even learned how to make them. He had forgotten one important factor, though. When he returned and wanted to form a ski assault corps, he realized all the men would have to be provided the skis, and a set of expensive heat-retaining clothing. The reason Lorist could outfit his men was that he had a massive surplus of the necessary material from the magic beasts they had hunted. He had exterminated millions of them and obtained their pelts. But, lacking any way to ship them for sale in large quantities, he had used them for winter clothing for his troops. Auguslo didn't have that kind of fur. He realized every soldier being given a set would be a huge burden on his finances. So, out of consideration for his coffers, he dropped the plan. He was really envious of the equipment Tigersaur's men had. He had wanted Tigersaur to press on and continue raking in the victory while winter lasted, but Los refused. He had told the king that Lorist's orders were to defend the pass so their efforts wouldn't be wasted if the enemy launched a counterattack. Additionally, the skis could only be used to catch the enemy off guard. Now that they were aware of their presence, they'd definitely be ready. Any further attacks would only lose them more men. What a load of bull! So what if the enemy is prepared? There's no way they'd stay in their trenches during the blizzard. They'd freeze to death before you even fight. Who else would have such priceless winter gear and the ability to show up out of nowhere in this kind of weather? It was too bad Tigersaur wasn't under his direct command. Los could rightfully refuse his orders because he wasn't their commander. He returned, anger-filled, and swore he would spend even the last gold coin in his coffer to form an assault corps he could deploy in the winter as well. All he could do in the moment, however, was watch as the opportunities slipped away. After the rainy season passed, he kept on sending envoys to Lorist to have him return. "What are you doing in your dominion now that your child is born? Get your ass back here." Welani's conquest meant that at least half of Westwood was now controlled by Andanak. With Handra losing their advantageous defensive position in Cloud Snap, they had no choice but to retreat a further 100 kilometers. Fortunately, there were a few low hills there where the duchies had set up defenses to resist the first prince's invasion. The legions made their way there, reformed and took up position. For now, 6 legions were stationed there. The 4 dukes had basically deployed all their forces in that single location. Foreign's 1st and 2nd legions, Handra's White Dragon and Black Dragon legions, as well as the horribly defeated Red Dragon, joined ranks. Farkel's Forestmont and Bloodspear were also there. As for Duke Shabaj's division, it was stationed along Nibarak to keep the enemy from passing through. Perhaps because of the stimulation of Tigersaur's attack, Auguslo had led Wittelian and Duke Fisibulan's the Reserve Legion in attacks on the defences multiple times. But the defences held and he was unable to break through. "Lock, only the defences in front of us are left. As long as we break through, we can completely annihilate the enemy. I believe it's possible with Tigersaur's capabilities. I hope you'll take this on," said the king during their council. After inspecting the troop layout diagram a scout had drawn, Lorist shook his head. "Not possible." "Why?" Auguslo's face darkened. "Simple. The reason I led Tigersor to attack Welani was to apply even more pressure on their defences. The 4 dukes will soon crumble on their own. One look at the defences and you'll understand they have to form new legions now that they've stationed the 6 available legions they have there. They also have to make sure the riverbank is defended to keep us from launching an attack there. We can only imagine how many soldiers they need to ensure their full defense. There's no way they can keep this up with only 2 provinces. As long as we maintain this stance without going all out, Handra can only keep trying to increase their defenses until they can no longer keep it up. Why would we then waste our men in battle? But our attack could apply even more pressure on them. If we succeed in crumbling this line, the enemy will fall even faster," argued Auguslo loudly. "Perhaps. But it will kill our men as well. Since victory is already assured, why sacrifice unnecessarily?" A voice interrupted the exchange from outside the tent. "Reporting to His Majesty, Duke Handra's envoy is requesting an audience." Chapter 439 House Nordingham. I pity those who think negotiations come after the war is over. They will be slain by their enemies' words and lose even a war they had been winning in the field. Ken Mays. The envoy Duke Handra sent was the familiar Count Chujway. However, this time he looked paler than the last, with a gloom on his face. Upon entering the tent, he respectfully bowed to Auguslo. "Count Chujway of Handra pays his respects to the King of Andanak." Auguslo's expression was stern. Lorist's refusal to obey his order to attack had enraged him a lot. He didn't really react much to Chujway's greeting. He only came back to his senses when Duke Fizibalan coughed a few times beside him. "Well, you whatchamacallit. Just say what you want. What does that traitor Handra want you to tell me?" he said, waving his hand annoyedly. Chujway's face reddened immediately. Auguslo's nonchalant attitude and impolite words nourished his anger. He stood up and glared at Auguslo. "Your Majesty, please honor the dignity of nobles. I have a name and it is Nordingham Chujway. Our Duke isn't a traitor either. He's never betrayed the Empire. Haha, traitors never admit their sins. As for you, a count appointed by a traitor, you should be grateful that I even acknowledge your presence," said Auguslo with a snark rather than blowing up in anger. "That's so? Then your Majesty considers your ancestors traitors as well? I have nothing to say in that case. However, I really wonder how a person who considers their own ancestors traitors can claim he wants to further the Empire's glory," argued Chujway, not holding back. "What did you say?" barked Auguslo angrily. He was most concerned about his family's legitimacy. Chujway's accusations enraged him so much he was about to draw his sword and end the envoy. Chujway smirked without moving. Fizibalan had no choice but to step in to keep the situation under control. "Your Majesty, please calm down. The envoy is the current head of House Nordingham, a descendant of Blood Knight Nordringham Jade Weiss. His title is bequeathed by Krissen VI, not Duke Handra." Stunned, Auguslo stood absent-mindedly for a few moments. "Blood Knight Nordingham Jade Weiss? Why is he with Duke Handra?" Auguslo understood he had spoken wrongly. While he could call Duke Handra a traitor, he didn't have any right to say the same of House Nordingham. If word of this really got out, it would become a massive joke. In the history of the Krissen Empire, Krissen VI was a rather ordinary emperor who was in power for only 17 years. Within that term, he resumed Krissen VS policies of invading the Union. And during that time, he only led his armies to the Union once. House Nordingham had risen to fame in that single march. Krissen VI's invasion was one of the biggest military failures in all recorded history. Not only was the army completely defeated, even Krissen VI was completely surrounded. Fortunately, the Union's forces didn't know and tried to pursue the escaping forces before dealing with those they had encircled. One first had to bite through the meat to reach the bone. Baron Nordingham, arriving late to the invasion, came onto the battlefield with 1,300 men, most of his retinue, in that time. The battle had already passed its climax and there was no way to change the outcome. He could only help cover for the retreating forces. The surviving nobles gathered in the evening and realized Chrisen VI was not among them. They were so terrified of the union, however, that no one wanted to save the emperor. They argued incessantly about who should save Chrisen VI. Baron Nordgenham Jadeweiss was infuriated and led his forces back onto the battlefield to look for the emperor on his own. No one knew how many engagements he and his men fought, but they eventually returned, triumphant. But of his original 1,300 men, only 13 remained. The Baron collapsed, a bloody mess, the moment they reached friendly forces. He had suffered 46 wounds and it was a great struggle to save him. Looking at Nordingham Jadeweiss's bloody form and thinking back at the heroic sight of him charging into the enemy formations to make way for himself, Chrisen VI was greatly touched and named the Baron his blood knight and made him a count. The emperor's failed invasion had cemented House Nordingham's reputation as a house of loyalty. They became the idol knights strove to mimic. Auguslo hadn't heard Chudway's self-introduction properly and had mistaken him as a count entitled by the traitor. He had slighted his own reputation. Chrisen VI was his great-grandfather, and it had been that emperor that had entitled House Nordingham. It was common knowledge to every noble in the empire. Your Majesty, House Nordingham's dominion is in Westwood. During the Civil War, Duke Handra was given jurisdiction over Westwood by the late king. So, House Nordingham is a vassal house of Duke Handra, explained Fisibalin. Upon hearing the explanation, the king did something shocking. He walked up to Chudway and bowed incredibly respectfully. Apologies, Lord Nordingham. I am truly sorry for my rude behavior. Please forgive my ignorant transgression. Chudway was moved and hurriedly pulled the king upright. There's no need for this, Your Majesty. I apologize for not being clear when I requested an audience. This apology is too heavy for me to accept. Auguslo smiled. I shall correct my errors. It's all right as long as Lord Nordingham doesn't fault me. Chudway hurriedly waved his hands. Please address me by name, Your Majesty. Oh? May I know why? Before my father passed away, he handed me the dominion. His last words were that while the house was now loyal to House Handra, its name belonged to the empire. So, until the empire is restored, I cannot in good conscience use my family name. As such, I will only be known by my title and given name. House Nordingham truly is an exemplary noble house. The symbol of loyalty indeed. The king exclaimed. The king glanced at Lorist as he said so, making the latter pout. Come, take a seat, Lord Chudway. Men, bring us some refreshments. Have the butler arrange a banquet. I wish to properly welcome the Lord Count, yelled Auguslo. Lord Chudway, I wonder for what reason you have requested to meet me. Sked the king once everyone was seated. I have come on the instructions of Duke Handra. He wishes for peace. The king shook his head. Lord Count, I cannot forgive the traitorous actions of the four dukes. I respect House Nordingham's loyalty and would be more than glad to welcome you to the kingdom. I hope you don't remain entangled with those traitors. You are mistaken, Your Majesty. The four dukes aren't traitors. They never betrayed you, argued Chudway. Never betrayed me? Ha. Had the duchies agreed to come back into the fold when I asked them to after I'd conquered Red Lees, the empire would have been united again by now. But the traitors didn't want to give up their independence and refused to rejoin the empire. Instead, they got together with the Union and the Red Lycian traitors and continued to resist. They are the ones who prevented the empire from reforming by taking Frederica from me. They are traitors and I have sworn an oath to bring judgment down on them. They will not extinguish my dedication to reforming the empire, said the king, standing furiously. Chudway applauded. I really look up to your efforts and I'm sure the empire's nobles also understand it. But you are wrong that the four dukes betrayed you. They are not traitors. Everyone knows their houses have remained loyal. From quelling revolts to sending forces to attack the Union, they've always played a huge part in maintaining the empire and have never disappointed. Many members of their houses have sacrificed themselves on the battlefield for the empire's sake. Even when the civil war broke out, the dukes supported King Andanak and believed he was the late emperor's true heir. They resisted the pressure and temptations the first and second princes laid on them to get them to join their sides. They even sent their forces out to help the late king quell rebellions and suffered retaliation from the other kings as a result. These retaliations have ruined most of their dominions. Their loyalty is what prompted the previous king Andanak to grant them jurisdiction over their provinces. I'm sure your majesty won't deny this. It was thanks to the duke's continuous support that the late king's forces could defeat his rivals. Duke Madras rebelled just as everything was about to calm down and the duchies were cut off from the kingdom. The land and the people were too exhausted to go on another campaign, so the dukes had no choice but to hunker down and rebuild, waiting for the kingdom to expand its borders and meet up with them again. Your Majesty knows the war stopped when the Union intervened. But they did not allow the four duchies to become part of the kingdom, and instead declared that they were to be independent. The dukes secretly contacted the king and let him know that if the opportunity ever presented itself for them to rejoin the kingdom, they would do so. Somehow King Redleys learned of this and invaded. The war lasted 3 years and left the duchies exhausted again. King Andanak suffered an assassination attempt and everything fell apart. It wasn't until Your Majesty took power that the situation stabilized. Your Majesty was preparing for battle and the dukes answered your call with supplies and funds despite how poor the last war had left them. When Your Majesty launched a surprise attack and conquered Frederica, all the nobles celebrated the renewed hope for the empire's restoration. But then you demanded that the dukes give up their land, be moved to Madras and accept a demotion. On what grounds? Your Majesty, what have the 4 central duchies done to upset you and the kingdom? What sin have they committed for you to treat them so poorly? Just because they didn't send their forces to reinforce you? Is that a justification others would accept? When they heard about it, the duchy's nobles were in an uproar. You hadn't even shown us the courtesy of telling us yourself, you just sent a knight with the message. We could not accept such disrespect, so we broke with the kingdom. We are not traitors, we are resisting an unlawful command. Every noble has the right to do so in good conscience. Chujway became more charged as he spoke. Loris laughed. He had already heard the story once, but hearing it again as an accusation against the king was novel indeed. The king was indeed the kind of person who'd make such an unreasonable demand, especially considering that he had been on a roll. He had just conquered Frederica and had 300,000 men in his army. He had let his successes go to his head. Auguslo glared harshly at Lorist. Apologies, Lord Count. I was injured from crossing Great Snow Mountains and had been recovering in bed after the surprise attack on Frederica. I've never given such an order before. My subordinate knights must have misinterpreted my decree and caused such a misunderstanding. Auguslo pushed responsibility for his ridiculous actions on his dead knights. Though it was true that he had been suffering from an illness and hadn't revealed himself to anyone. Chujway, not expecting such a reply from the king, froze for a moment. If it was truly just a misunderstanding, may we discuss peace sincerely? This war only harms the empire's vitality. We have never been against becoming a part of the empire again. We wish to see the empire restored. Auguslo remained silent and sat back down. Lord Count, I'm sure Duke Handred told you their requests before you left. Let me hear them. The dukes are willing to relinquish their sovereignty and submit to you, they will also pay a tribute of 3 million gold fords. Their only request is to be allowed to remain in their hereditary dominions. Lorist shot Fizibalin an eye with the intent of conveying something along the lines of the 1 million gold fords they promised the 2 of us have all gone to Auguslo now. Rest here a few days, Lord Count. I will consider their request seriously, offered the king politely. Chapter 440 Submission. Most men do not get to choose their own fates. Those that do, tend to not choose wisely. Duke Fisibulan. Though he had agreed to seriously consider Handra's requests, Auguslo didn't really wish to. Whether it was a misunderstanding or not was of no concern. The key lay in the fact that he had a good chance of victory at the moment. Everyone knew the dukes were on the brink of defeat and tethered on their last lifeline. As long as he gave it another push, Handra's second defense line would collapse. What remained would be stomping on a losing hound. However, the thing he most hated was Lorist's attitude. Lorist didn't agree to press the attack at all and believed there was no need to continue and sacrifice the lives of his soldiers given that the whole situation was set. Since the dukes had already admitted defeat, even though they had brought up conditions, they were still surrendering. What need was there to kill them? Additionally, they had also made it easy for him to step back from the war without harming his reputation by agreeing that it had started because of a misunderstanding. People didn't know whether the duchies had actually betrayed the empire. Lorist had told him to accept the olive branch instead of dallying. He was the one in the wrong in the first place anyway. The dukes had been on good terms with the kingdom during the late king's reign and were also famed heads of prestigious houses during the empire's era. Not only had they been loyal, they had made great contributions to it. Yet they were now called traitors. He should clean up his own mess before accusing others. The Ing was pissed off a lot by Lorist's arguments, but he couldn't do much about it. He was inferior to the man in both personal strength and military might, and House Norton had made huge contributions during the expedition as well. Lorist himself had also solved the king's refugee problem. While he had poked around where he shouldn't have, it was still a great help to the empire's reformation. The attack on Weleny Pass had also been the deciding move that had placed the king in a superior position on the battlefield and had forced the duchies to send an envoy to sue for peace. In stark contrast to the amazing performance of House Norton's forces, the other nobles' forces were just tagging along. His own Wittelian was used as a labor force. They had lost nearly half their numbers for meager results. House Fisibulan's reserve legion had accompanied Wittelian and served as fodder. Though, since the ones who had died were mainly grassland barbarians, the duke didn't really care. In fact, the more he lost, the stronger his loyalty to the king was. It was the king's greatest tragedy. Lorist's achievements were great, but his men didn't obey their king. The four houses of the alliance were in cahoots, since Lorist, the alliance's unofficial leader, couldn't be ordered around, neither could Kenmay's, Philim, or Shazan's forces. No matter how he tried to divide or tempt them, it was useless. Shazan had appeared infinitely grateful when he had ordered him to sweep the dominions of Foran's rich nobles, so Auguslo had thought he was now loyal to him, someone he could use. But the moment the man returned to the front lines, he obediently took up his place behind Lorist again. The mere thought of that particular failure incensed Auguslo all over again. While Andernach's army numbered 300,000 in name, he was aware he could only command Wittelian and House Fisibulan's reserve legion. Wittelian had lost nearly half its men during the campaign so far and only had 30,000 men left. The reserve legion was formed from grassland barbarians and their casualties had filled with resentment. They may be barbarians, but they weren't idiots. They had become very willing to follow Lorist's orders since he didn't incur as many casualties and even profited quite handsomely on occasion, while Auguslo had lost his ability to easily command them because he would only send them on suicide missions. As for Third Frontier, it was Duke Fisibulan's treasure. The king knew there was no chance in hell the duke would give him command of it. It wasn't quite like he wanted to shatter it anyway. He preferred it remain intact to cause trouble for Lorist when they returned home. At times when he was calmer he would ask himself whether the expedition's casualties would have been this low without Lorist's help. If he had been in total control on his own, he would have opted for a brute force approach and might have not even taken a single duchy by now. It wasn't that he considered his achievements in military strategy inferior to Lorist's, he just had to consider the bigger picture since he was now the king. From this perspective, the ideal result was for both the duchies and the alliance's forces to be battered and defeated by the end of it, while he would deal the final blow and conquer everything. It would cement his superiority over his disobedient vassals and shave off a considerable portion of their power. He also had to keep both Lorist and the Duke on the front lines so he could keep an easy eye on them. It had the unfortunate side effect of allowing Lorist to rake in great achievements. House Kenmaze's 2 heavy armoured divisions had suffered the most casualties, around 1,300 men, of the 4 houses' forces. Shazan's men had suffered the worst next, losing around 800 men during their sweep of the Forindian nobles' dominions. House Phelim's Pegasus came thereafter. They had been in charge of defence and scouting, and had lost around 500. Tigersor had lost the least men, just 400. These numbers could barely be considered casualties compared to Whitelion's losses. It could even be considered an insult to Auguslo. It had even gotten so bad that rumors were spreading that he wasn't really the genius strategist he had been thought to be. He was incredibly frustrated. He couldn't do anything about Lorist, and the rest of the man's alliance had stood behind his decision to not press the attack firmly. Even Duke Fisibelan had privately told him to leave a thread of mercy for the dukes. They had already admitted their loss, after all. Though he had his worries, they weren't something he could speak of publicly. It wasn't that he didn't want to spare the dukes, he had already set his sights on their dominions. While Andernach's territory was vast, most of it wasn't under his direct control. He only had command of a couple around the capital and they had long been stripped of all their worth already. He had been sucking the provinces dry since the day he decided to reform the empire. That was why he had killed all the nobles involved in the rebellion after he retook the throne, even at the cost of his reputation. Without the resources those nobles had, he couldn't maintain the forces he needed to achieve his ambition. He had planned to use the 4 duchies to rebuild his forces, to assemble an army 500,000 strong and to march on the Union. Them having a sword saint supporting their position as the continent's largest nation, but it would cost them dearly. Even they had to be wary of creating a death feud with a nation with an army 500,000 strong. He believed the merchants would make a wise decision. His requests weren't excessive. As long as they returned the provinces of the old empire they now occupied, there was no need for war. He might even consider trading with them, even giving them special privileges, once the empire had been restored to its former glory. He looked especially forward to using them to deal with the alliance and its salt merchant committee. In order to achieve these things, he couldn't accept Chuchway's conditions, even after considering it for several days. He had decided, the Duke would not get their dominions. They were crucial to his future and his ambitions. Lorist and Fisibelan continued to pester him, so he wanted to finalize his decision as soon as possible. He summoned Chuchway and gave him his conditions. He could forgive the dukes, but they would not get their current dominions back. They had to accept new dominions around the capital. They would also have to pay way steeper fines than they had offered. Handra, Forand, and Shabaj each had to pay 1.5 million gold forts, and Farkle had to pay 3 million because he dared to burn his city and the surrounding settlements. Finally, the dukes were only allowed to take 45,000 men with them, everyone else had to be left behind and would be under his direct command. The duke's vassals would also no longer be such, they would fall directly under the king and would be demoted depending on their house's historic contributions to the empire. His conditions were unexpectedly harsh. Though Chuchway had wanted to contest, the king withdrew to his quarters and refused an audience. His attendants simply said the conditions were final and couldn't be negotiated. Chuchway had no choice but to return and pass the message along. Kenmaze and the others were confused. They went to Lorist for clarification. Why had the king come up with such ridiculous demands? Wasn't he forcing the dukes to fight to the death? Would continuing the war be beneficial to him somehow? Lorist smirked and pointed at the map. Our king has his eyes on the duchies. It's simple. To him, while gold is important, it can't compare to the manpower the duchies can provide. Reforming the empire with the provinces near the capital is a pipe dream. With these provinces, however, he stands a chance against the Union. The rest gasped. Lorist warned them to be prepared just in case the dukes decided to fight to the death. Nobody could predict how long the war would last if they did. They might even resort to underhanded methods like assassination, so they had to watch out. Lorist was more hopeful that the dukes would accept Auguslo's conditions. What? Why would they even consider it? Shazin exclaimed, if it were me, I'd rather die than accept those demands. Lorist shook his head. You don't understand. This concerns their house's survival. It's not something the dukes can decide on a whim. They have no choice but to seriously consider it. The demands are unfair, but not so much so that it's completely unacceptable. While wealth is important, it can't compare to the house's legacy and continued existence. The most important thing is that they won't lose their peerage or be demoted. Granted, they will lose their current titles. Their new dominions will be poorer, but they can rebuild. They haven't lost the right to have levies either. They can each keep a force of 45,000. If they bring these men's families along, they will have secure control of their new lands in no time. They don't have to be too concerned about their future. On the 6th day of the 7th month, year 1783, more than 50 days since Chuchway's return, Andernach's army remained stationed opposite the second defense line. Auguslo was still rather mad at Lorist for not wanting to press the attack and couldn't command Wittelian and House Fisibelin's reserve legion to go on a suicide mission either. Duke Fisibelan tried his best to appease the king and had managed to get him to agree to stay on the defense for a little longer. That night, the sounds of fighting echoed over no man's land into Auguslo's, Lorist's, and the others' ears. Fires lit up the night soon thereafter. It appeared Farkel's Forestmont and Bloodspear's camps were under attack. It was incredibly odd. Auguslo believed it a trap to lure them into attacking. A few scouts soon brought over a bloodied Chuchway. He reported that Handra, Forand, and Shabaj had accepted his conditions and were willing to surrender. But Duke Farkel wanted to resist to the end and swore he would rather die than surrender. Though they managed to convince him otherwise after much difficulty, he then said he didn't have that many gold fords. Just as they were considering whether they should send a messenger to ask for the Farkel's dues to be lowered a little, he actually ordered his 2 legions to raid the duchy's towns and villages. They took, killed, and burned, committing every sin imaginable. Handra had sent his men to stop him, but the latter said that since the rest were going to surrender anyway, and that the territory would soon no longer be theirs, he might as well take what he could and leave nothing for Auguslo. Angered to the point of coughing up blood, Handra led his troops into battle against the Duke and managed to push him back to the front line. He convinced Forand and Shabaj to surround Farkel's 2 legions. But before they could mobilize, Farkel attempted to escape. Fortunately, Handra's garrison troops had long been prepared and didn't allow him to go anywhere. The situation had been thrown into chaos and Forand's forces had broken into Farkel's camp and were slaughtering everything on the hill. Chuchway only barely managed to make it out of the mess to request reinforcements. Greatly elated, Auguslo hurriedly ordered his generals to reinforce the front lines to prevent the criminal ringleader from escaping. Lorist actually obeyed his commands without protest for once. The mobilization of cavalry was the last nail on Farkel's coffin. They crumbled like withered barks as the cavalry charged into their lines. Many died or surrendered. Perhaps because the 2 legions had committed too many evils in Handra, Handra's men began to slaughter the surrendered soldiers after gathering them up. By the time Lorist realized what was happening, it was already too late. Most of the 30,000 captives had been slaughtered, less than a third were still alive. Handra and Farkel's clash marked the end of the campaign. The 3 dukes surrendered without further ado. Farkel, unfortunately, managed to escape towards Magic with 100 riders and sought asylum in the Union. From that day forth he was a renegade noble. Chapter 441 Distribution of Rewards. I would rather a Norton Legion in front of me, than an Auguslo squad behind me. Duke Forand. Hey guys! Big apology for the late release. That's my Prince, fault. My class this morning went on for a lot longer than it was supposed to, so my editing was late. But here it is. I'll do an early release tomorrow to make up for it. The war was finally over. Auguslo was fraught with tasks. There was much with which he had to deal as king. First, he had to arrange the new dominions. After negotiations, the two southwestern provinces became Duke Handra and Duke Shabach's new dominions. Yunj Chandler, which neighbored Delamak, became Duke Forans. The two southwestern provinces, now formally named South Dirika and West Dirika, used to be known as the Dirika area. Krisan I had split it into two provinces. West Dirika was also known as the Northwestern Province, and the two bordered Kenbana, which was forcefully occupied by the Union. In some official documents, they were known as the two southwestern provinces, but recently they were often called the frontline provinces. When Auguslo vanished after his military loss at Frederica, Queen Carrie had ceded them to the Union, who didn't absorb them directly. Instead, they formed the allied duchies of Brit to serve as a buffer between them and Andanak. But after Auguslo returned to power, Tigersor destroyed the nation, returned the land to the king's control. The provinces had served as Whiteleyan's main base since and contained most of the kingdom's defences against the Union. However, given that it had been rather tumultuous over the years, less than 10% of the population remained. Civilian life was desolate. There used to be as many as 500,000 refugees at one point. Though Auguslo had tried hard to restore their economies, their sieging had sapped them of the last of their vigor. The provinces were mostly plains, but everything had been devastated and was now largely desolate. The king had decided to give the provinces to his new vassals to get rid of their burden. He was intent on having houses Handra and Shabach serve as a barrier between him and the Union, and leave the land's development to them. This was the only reason he was willing to let them bring along some of their subjects. With the 45,000 soldiers and their families, the lack of manpower could be solved. When it came down to it, manpower was the most important resource. As for Duke Forand, he was given the title the Duke of Yunj Chandler. Though the province was small and poor, it was in a strategic location. Between the Northlands and the country's centre, where the imperial capital was located, was Delamak, Yunj Chandler, and Welbisha. Auguslo enfeft Yunj Chandler to Duke Forand as his new dominion for less than pleasant reasons. He was intent on building a wall between himself and the alliance. "What's that guy up to? He's trying to raise his guard against us at a time like this?" thought Lorist as he stroked his chin. Upon knowing about Auguslo's arrangements, he couldn't help but praise his abilities as king. It was no wonder he allowed the three surrendered dukes to each bring a legion along. Not only could he retain the citizens, who would move to the new territories, loyalty, which would reduce unrest, he could also let the three dukes serve as his guard dogs. He was a true schemer. Lorist believed that, if Duke Farkle hadn't escaped, Auguslo would have given him Remad, right next to Southern. It would have been as good as closing the Empire's doors to the alliance. However, fate was ever elusive. Duke Farkle wasn't willing to submit and had escaped to the Union. No one knew whether the Union would cause trouble for the king in the Duke's name. It was a busy time for everyone. The king was so busy taking over management of his new territories and planning the defences and patrols so the folk could start producing without worry that again he was virtually unseen. The three remaining dukes were also busy rallying their forces and families in preparation for their move to their new dominions. House Fisibelan was given the task of reorganizing the soldiers left behind before handing them over to gold-ranked knight and Wit-Elian General Ripolid, who would then integrate the elites into the legion's ranks and form two garrison legions from the rest. Kenmays, he was busy doing business with the dukes. Though they had each given 1.5 million to the king, it should still only be half of their available wealth. Kenmays had his sights on the rest and unleashed his silver tongue on the dukes. He wanted to convince them to purchase the supplies they needed from the Salt Merchant Committee. He had even thrown in free delivery. Phelim and Shazan were busy looking for Auguslo. They were going to demand their rewards. After the battle, the two were made dukes as was promised. However, they weren't trying to confront Auguslo about their titles. Phelim wanted to have the 30,000 youths sent to his dominion to help out with its development, while Shizan wanted Auguslo to enfeoff him a province with lots of mineable resources. Auguslo was elusive, however, nobody knew where he was at any given time. Lorist suddenly found himself the freest of his peers. Apart from being invited to socialize in the banquets organized by the three dukes, who thanked him for not pressing the attack, he spent the rest of his time listening to his two companions' complaints about their inability to find Auguslo. He advised them to stop looking for him. His Majesty would never avoid you intentionally. Maybe he's just surveying his new provinces. I'm certain he will return in time. Though he said such words, he was becoming annoyed with the king as well. He could just return to the Northlands with Tigersore and his 2 guard regiments even without receiving the king's signature on the contract that recognized his 3-year tax exemption. He didn't care about the document at all. He'd love to see whether the man would risk his rebellion for not acknowledging the promise. When he thought of Sylvia and their child, that the baby was half a year old now, the urge to return became overpowering. However, the cursed king chose now of all times to go survey his new lands and had the others wait for his return to Hans. How ridiculous! Rather than sit around spending money on his forces and having both himself and them grow lethargic, he would much rather return to the demonic lands on the other side of Nibirak. He could keep his men fit and sharp there. And make money instead of bleeding it. The 8th month soon passed and he finally received news of Auguslo through an envoy. The man asked him to not dally around the demonic lands anymore. He hurriedly returned to Hans, Delamac's capital. There he realized the 3 dukes had brought their remaining subjects and were on the way to their new dominions. Kenmays had long received proof of kingdom-wide 2-year tax exemption for the committee, so he'd hurried back to organize the transportation and distribution of various goods. He left a letter for Lorist which said it was a huge deal estimated to rake in 1 million gold fords in revenue. If he could satisfy the 3 dukes and receive more orders from the 3 new dominions, it could turn into a long-term business relationship. Duke Fisibalan had also left with Third Frontier and the Reserve Legion with the rewards Auguslo had given him without meeting Lorist first. Only Felim and Shizan had remained at Hans with their forces. The 2 new garrison legions were there as well. As for the rest aft Wit Elian, they had left for Magic half a month earlier on their king's orders. They were tasked with guarding Anderwolf's border to keep the Union from invading. Lorist's 2 companions didn't look good when they received him. They appeared rather frustrated. Felim spat on the ground harshly after handing over Kenmays's letter before he told Lorist what had happened. Auguslo had duped him and rewarded 30,000 youths into 30,000 people. There were less than 7,000 youths among them and the rest were their families. Felim complained that even though his reward was similar to Duke Fisibalan's, who received all 50,000 youths and had a total of 170,000 people, their families included, Auguslo suppressed his complaints. The reason was that Duke Fisibalan had expanded the empire's borders and required more people for his dominion to prevent the lands from returning to being a breeding ground for grassland barbarians. Southern, however, was well within the empire's borders and faced no threats, so its population could grow naturally with the passage of time. Additionally, Auguslo also compared Duke Fisibalan and Felim's forces. He had said House Fisibalan's reserve legion suffered heavy casualties during the expedition, with more than 10,000 dead, while Pegasus hadn't suffered nearly as much since it was tasked with scouting and patrolling. So, his reward was naturally inferior to Duke Fisibalan's. While he could only accept his bad luck, Shizan's matter was different entirely. Auguslo had given him 2 options. The first was to choose either Rimat or Mesen as his hereditary dominion, the second, to wait until the kingdom reclaimed the territories the Union currently occupied. The latter would yield the House Baudalger, home to Frederica. Shizan didn't want either. Rimat only produced lumber and stones and high-quality materials like gold crystals, black crystals, and red maple wood. However, there was no demand for such things in the chaotic time of war they were currently in. Mesen also produced quite a bit of mineable resources, but it was worth something because of its quantity, not its quality. For example, the 2 silver and 1 copper mines only had small ore veins that would run out after some 30 years of mining. The quality of the mined ore was also disappointing, and it was considered a rather bad place to mine. Shizhen didn't want to pick either Mesen or Rimad, mainly because the 2 provinces had been ravaged thoroughly by the minor nobles' army at the start of the civil war, becoming barren and unpopulated. Naturally, the alliance had obtained some benefits, but Auguslo's decision to give either of the provinces to House Shizhen felt like an insult even to Lorist directly. No matter which province Shizhen received, he would have to invest huge sums of money to gather refugees and spur development. It wouldn't recover for at least 2 to 3 decades. Auguslo's second offer also greatly enraged Shizhen. Badalger was the dominion of one of the Union's Big Seven, Wesha. While Badalger was a huge mining province, the question was, when would Auguslo reclaim it? Shizhen was very worried. The answer was, not soon at all. He might not even live to see the day. Additionally, he was worried that if he accepted Auguslo's second offer, House Shizhen would be pushed to the forefront of battle in the name of reclaiming its dominion, which would push it into conflict with the rest of the alliance. While he appeared the rough one of the 4, being greedy and a little daft with a common family background, he was no idiot. He understood on what House Shizhen was dependent. Without Lorist's, House Kenmei's, and Philim's care, he would be nothing. He might even be wiped out before he managed to truly establish his house. He would rather remain at Lorist's side than join Auguslo. After all, Lorist's words were far more trustworthy than that king's. Lorist, at the very least, wouldn't forget to share some of the benefits. If it were Auguslo, he couldn't count on getting anything out of him other than trouble. He would be lucky if the man cared at all. The king praised someone to high heavens and tossed them away with the same mouth. Shizhen could see this clearly. He had refused the king's offers and asked for Crimea instead, one of Farkel's old provinces. Its main products were rock salt, gold-silver, purple bronze, white lead, and black iron. There were also dozens of other resources, and it provided around 1 million gold fords annually. He had long had his eyes on it. The king would have none of it, however. By what right did this duke demand such a jewel? Whether it came to his contribution to the empire generally, or during the campaign specifically, he had done far from enough to deserve Crimea. The province had always been under the imperial family's direct control during the empire's days. And it had only ever been handed over temporarily to the dukes during the civil war. Farkel had been supposed to return it once the war was over. The king told Shizhen that he would pick one of the options he'd been given, or not get anything at all. Crimea was out of the question. The duke had stormed out furious. "Does that mean your efforts were in vain, Hennard?" asked Loris. Shizhen shrugged hatefully. "I guess so. I can only blame my shitty luck. I'll never trust him again." Loris patted his shoulder. "Just endure for now. You didn't suffer much either. You also earned quite a bit from foreign nobles. It's a shame we didn't discuss our conditions with him beforehand. Whatever. I'll go see him and see what he has to say." Chapter 442 Big Business. Hey guys! So because yesterday's chapter was late, here's today's chapter early. Catch a man a fish, and you can sell it to him. Teach a man to fish, and you ruin a wonderful business opportunity. Charade. You're back, Locke. Auguslo was really busy and only briefly greeted Lorist, who had just entered the hall. In front of him stood a thick stack of documents which he gave some thought before he started penning. "Good afternoon, Your Majesty," replied Lorist with a bow, stealing a quick glance. His eyesight was pretty good and he could clearly identify that the documents contained personal information about nobles and their houses. It had to be information about the nobles who had followed the 4 dukes. The king was in the midst of deciding what he would do with them. Seemingly not noticing Lorist's greeting, the king continued to focus on the document in his hand. Lorist didn't mind much, though. He straightened himself before checking the palace that was now the king's residence. It was one of the 10 famed palaces of the old empire, Incubi Palace. Cubi was a thumb-sized fairy that existed in Grindian folklore said to bring bliss and luck. Legend had it that there was a black-haired fairy among the Cubis who liked to make dresses out of black-colored flower petals. It was called the Ink Cubi. It liked brave and battle-hardened warriors. If a warrior was lucky enough to gain an Ink Cubi's favor, he would be endowed with courage and endurance and dominate the battlefield. One of House Handra's heads was a warrior that frequented the battlefield and rarely emerged with any injuries. Rumors quickly spread that he had gained the blessing of an Ink Cubi. The Lord didn't waste the admiration his people, he used the wealth he gathered to commission Incubi Palace in his old age. The artisans of the famed palace had hidden 1,000 different Ink Cubis among its engravings. Legend was that, should a person find the 1,000 Ink Cubis, they would receive its blessing. Incubi Palace used to be House Handra's residence, but now it was being used by Auguslo. Lorist stared at the decor. He wanted to see how many Ink Cubis he could count. "What are you up to?" Auguslo came to Lorist's side after a while and stared at the roof as well, curious to see at what Lorist was looking. Ink Cubis. His effort was wasted. Though he had managed to count 53, Auguslo's disturbance made him forget whether he had already counted some of them. Whatever. There's only about 60 in this hall anyway. Counting them is a waste of energy and effort. Auguslo almost lost his wits from laughter. You believe that legend too? Lorist shook his head. No, I only counted them out of curiosity. The legend is a trap. A trap? Auguslo hadn't expected Lorist to respond thusly. How so? The effort required to count the Ink Cubis would be better spent training oneself. Training will naturally elevate one's strength to the ranks of indomitable warriors. Auguslo nodded. Makes sense. Actually, House Handra has records of such an incident. Around 70 years ago, one member made an oath to find all the Ink Cubis and gain their blessing. He scoured the palace for 30 years but could only find 997. No matter where he looked, he couldn't find the last 3. He finally lost his sanity, what little he clearly had to begin with, and spent the rest of his days wandering around the palace muttering to himself incoherently. He fell into a pool one night and drowned. What a sad end! Lorist sighed. A tragedy indeed, Your Majesty. Yes. House Handra forbade any searching for Ink Cubis. Auguslo looked at the engravings above. Just as you say, if he had spent those 30 years on Battle Force training, no matter how average his talent, he would have reached the gold rank. It would have been a great result for both himself and his house. Lorist chortled lightly. Auguslo was acting rather weird, as if he had completely let go of the matter of his non-compliance with the king's orders. Currently, he appeared as friendly as he used to and completely let go of his seething hatred. All right, enough with the idle chatter. You're here to claim your reward, yes? I already wrote it down for you. I'm really reluctant to see you depart, you know, said the king as he returned to his desk and handed Lorist a beast skin. It was the proof he needed. Both the seal and decorative border proved Auguslo didn't plan to mess with him. He had already been completely prepared. However, as Lorist scanned through the date, he felt surprised. Your Majesty, did you get the date wrong? Though the exemption was agreed to last 3 years, the document in his hands presently put it at 5 years. Weird. Had the sun risen from the west today? Why was Auguslo being generous all of a sudden? It had to be a mistake. Auguslo waved it off casually. It's what you deserve. It was thanks to you that we were able to wrap this campaign up so quickly and easily. Nobody contributed as much as you. We've had our fair share of difference, but it is because of our differing views. Time has proven you right. I am the king, I cannot afford to hold grudges when I was clearly in the wrong. I must keep the bigger picture in mind and act in accordance with what is best for the kingdom. Your contributions merit a reward greater than what you demanded, so I adjusted it accordingly. Lorist bowed. I am grateful for your Majesty's generosity. Drop the pleasantries. I'm just trying to be a king whose judgment isn't clouded. Do you then not agree that your treatment of Duke Shizan is a little unfair? Lorist took the opportunity to confront Auguslo. Well. The king was a little taken aback. He was a little troubled, but maintained his composure and smiled as he shook his head. I see Duke Shizan went to you to complain, which is totally in order. But think about it. I already gave him 2 choices, yet he didn't accept either. Can you really blame me? I already did what I said. Rimad and Mesen are both provinces with rich mineral resources that produce more income than his current county. He just needs to invest in his chosen dominion a little. I can't do anything if he doesn't want my offers. I'm sure your Majesty understands Mesen and Rimad's current situation. It's obvious that Duke Shizan wouldn't want such provinces. He isn't very good at management, so how could he choose dominions that require exactly that? Ha ha ha, you can't blame me for his shortcomings, though. Auguslo laughed. Who was it that ravaged Mesen and Rimad? It certainly wasn't done by my order. Consider this, Duke Shizan wanted Crimea, yes, but do his contributions merit such a reward? Is he not satisfied that I've given him the title of Duke? Even if I give him Crimea, can he accept it without feeling any shame at all? Lorist shrugged. There was nothing he could do about it either. Auguslo was right in that Shizan's performance had been mediocre at best. He was a character cheering from the sidelines. He had followed Lorist closely, yes, but he didn't contribute much. Lorist could argue little with such a reason. Fine. Your Majesty is correct. Duke Shizan shouldn't have had such blind ambitions. I take my leave now. Lorist felt he should leave now that matters had been settled. Locke, wait. There is one more thing I wish to discuss. Oh. Lorist thought, the show's finally starting. He definitely has something in mind, he would not have increased reward otherwise. Wise, objective king my ass. I knew he had something in mind. What exactly does he want, though? What is it, your Majesty? Do you have any instructions? Well, it's like this. You've been hunting magic beasts in the demonic lands for the last month, correct? Yes. You were surveying your new lands and I didn't want to sit around in Hans until you returned. So, I went to demonic lands to train alongside my legion. The hunting was to put some meat in my men's diets. I have no intent to fault you for your actions. I just wish to know if the furs are still here. They are indeed, your Majesty, Lorist replied, slightly reserved. Would you like a few? I just recently put together a selection of the best ones. I'll send someone over with a few. I can pay for them. No need, your Majesty. There are only 10. Just consider it a gift, said Lorist generously. That's not quite what I had in mind, Locke. I wish to purchase all the furs. All the furs. Can you really afford it? Lorist wondered. Apart from the more precious ones I shipped back to the Dominion last year, all the furs are still here. Altogether they should be worth at least 1,000,000 gold fords. A spark suddenly lit up in his mind. Of course. You just took 4 duchies. Funds are the one thing you don't lack right now. 3 of the dukes had paid him 1.5 million each. He had also taken 1,000,000 gold fords left behind in Duke Farkel's camp. There was also the money the minor nobles had paid to avoid further prosecution. The king was a complete tycoon now. He looked at the man with blazing eyes like he was looking at a statue made of gold. Then again, what does he want with the furs? Some clarity returned to his mind immediately. Maybe he's trying to train a unit or legion that can act during winter as well. It didn't take long for him to guess the king's intentions. Whatever, I'll sell them first. It's only a waste not to profit. I'll regret it if I miss this chance. Does he think training a winter force is easy? Does he really think winter clothing alone is enough to let men move around freely in the middle of a blizzard? Hee, you're thinking far too simply. Auguslo nodded slightly. Very well. The furs I have on my should be worth about 1.45 million. Since my client in your majesty, I'll lower the price to 1.2 million. How's that? I'll also throw in a few dozen precious pelts as a gift. All right. I'll just give him all the precious furs if that's what it takes. Wait, how many furs do you have? 1.45 million gold forts? Do you really have that many? Auguslo was a little taken aback. He hadn't expected Lorist would have that many. How many magic beasts did he kill? He was going to form a small legion named Blizzard Blitz. He would train them to use skis and launch surprise attacks in winter. His march on Frederica had taught him a harsh lesson. Of the 30,000 troops he mobilized, only 8,000 made it to the city. He didn't think he'd need so many if their casualty rate could be lowered with their equipment and training. He only planned to purchase 10,000 sets. He wasn't going to train every soldier under his command in winter combat. It would be a waste. He had known of Lorist's hunts for a year now. He didn't really mind since it let the men eat more meat and bewildered the enemy. Personally, he believed sacrificing soldiers to hunt magic beasts was incredibly wasteful and foolish. He had no idea the Nortons had begun their rise to power with killing magic beasts. Lorist had shipped most of the valuable furs back home. Only the lower quality dire wolf and magic goat furs were left. He thought Lorist only had furs worth 400,000 and enough to outfit his new detachment. He might even have some left over. That was the only reason he had not specified a number but had offered to buy them all. The difference between his expectation and Lorist's quote shocked him. Naturally, Your Majesty. I have been hunting for a whole month and those are the furs I brought back from the hunt. Don't worry. The furs are in great shape. I wouldn't throw in any torn ones to inflate the number. I can assure Your Majesty. Then again, I didn't think Your Majesty would be so adept at business. I'm sure you will resell them for quite the profit in the capital. Lorist pushed the sale with all he had. Auguslo had forgotten about the new furs. He had overpromised and found it hard to deliver. Surely Your Majesty wasn't joking around with me? Asked Lorist gloomily. Of course not. I have to keep my word as king, after all. I'll send someone over to appraise the furs later. Auguslo forced himself to swallow the pill. Very well. I'll take my leave. I'll wait for your men in my camp. Chapter 443 Return to the Northlands. Be careful what you say. A man's word is his bond. A single careless one could easily bind you to an unwanted path, or ruin your reputation. It takes only a single utterance to undo a lifetime's work. Excerpt from Principles of Nobility by Duke Fisibelan. Auguslo personally brought a large number of administrative officials to house Norton's camp. He didn't believe Lorist really had magic beast furs worth over 1 million gold forts and he really hoped he had been teasing him. He was destined to be disappointed. All the appraiser he brought along agreed that the pelts were worth at least 1.67 million. Lorist's asking price was a massive discount. Lorist watched gleefully as the king signed order gloomily. The sun was truly shining brightly. His luck was great. He managed to sell the normal pelts, usually hard to get rid of, for a great price. The house had a large store of them already, so these weren't worth anything to the house themselves. Cotton didn't exist, so silk, linen, and hemp were usually used to make warm clothing and other items like blankets. Grindians, who were indoors for most of the winter, usually used leather and fur to make outdoor clothing, and best among them was magic beast fur. The first years of his reign as the head of the house saw it fighting the magic beast wave every winter. They had accumulated more than enough to supply the domain for decades to come. With the market saturated, though in principle the pelts were very valuable, there wasn't an easy way to turn them into money. The situation was worsened by the fact that untreated fur and leather had a shelf life. Since the materials had to be treated differently depending on their intended use, the house couldn't pre-treat them and store them for later sale, which meant that if they weren't sold relatively quickly, they would become worthless. The market price for the materials wasn't very good in the Northlands either. Households that needed the material to replace worn items just went out and hunted for it themselves, so he also couldn't wait for an increase in demand and sell the stuff at a higher price then. When Lorist established the domain's naval presence, Peterson Merchant Guild bombed with the information that there wasn't actually much of a market for pelts and leather anywhere on the continent. How could that be possible? He clearly recalled that when he was 20, Charade dragged him to participate in a risky mercenary mission that involved exploring an underground cave. Because of the immense cold, Lorist had no choice but to purchase a singlet made of magic goat pelt to keep warm. As he remembered, the fur his house had stocked up should be a hot product given how he sold furs back when he still hunted magic beasts as a mercenary. President Peterson gave him an explanation that simply baffled him. The lack of a market wasn't because people didn't want or need pelts, it was simply that nobody could afford them. The guild was the largest fur trader on the continent, they held a complete monopoly on the Union's market, so their knowledge could not be brushed aside. While magic beast fur was much better at resisting the cold than human-reared livestock, the common folk mainly used the latter given that the former was easily over 3 times as expensive. The guild could only really profit off the small trade because they sold them at hiked prices. Given their position, they would certainly not let his pelts flood the market, it would destroy the delicate balance they had spent years building. President Peterson also warned him that mercenaries were the main users of the fur. The common folk would never spend that kind of money on clothing they were only going to wear inside, for which they were overkill. The guild was also only really interested in dealing in high-value goods. The rich were far more generous with their coin. In total, the guild only bought a few exceptional pelts worth about 500. The more common varieties were wholly undesired. And they were exactly what the house had in bulk. Given how much effort it was to properly treat furs for storage, it was far more useful to just turn them into clothes for his soldiers. The king thought Lorist was very invested in training his force to be elite winter troops, so much so that he was willing to spend ludicrous amounts of money on their material and training, but the reality was that it didn't cost him much. It wasn't that he was obsessed with having a good winter military, but that it was just a more convenient way of using the materials and time he had. It wouldn't cost him much to make the winter clothes, he already had the material by the storehouse, and he had to pay his men their salary anyway, so instead of having them sit in their barracks the whole winter, he might as well have them do something productive. When he led Tigersaur to hunt in the demonic lands, most of their prey was dire wolves and some herbivorous magic beasts. Similarly, their furs had high value but a non-existent market. He could still remember that he had once considered selling the pelts in bulk at the price of livestock leather and thought the low price would let him forge a market. But the Peterson Merchant Guild turned him down. The supervisor said that if magic beast fur was sold at that price, it would collapse the price of normal fur and decimate the market. When the supply then ran out, there would be no livestock fur industry to replace it. The house hadn't feared the freezing winter when they had moved the refugees the previous winter because every person got a set of magic beast fur clothing for free. The abundance of rest stops and the fast travel facilitated helped as well. If he declared his house used the most magic beast fur on the continent, no one would argue the point. The annual winter training also swelled his stock by over 100,000. His storehouses had never been fuller. The furs he got from the recent hunts weren't much use to the house as materials, and the delicate market made it nigh impossible to sell off. Had this been a time of peace, things might have been different, but, alas, it wasn't. So far he'd only bothered to ship the best pelts, like the skins of gigantic swamp crocodiles, back to the Dominion because they would always sell. He had yet to worry about the rest. He certainly didn't think the king would take such an interest and end up taking them all off his hands. He couldn't be happy about this turn of events. These days, fools are just as hard to find as rich tycoons. He had offered the discount and included a few of the remaining precious pelts to make sure the deal would go through. He also agreed to sell a few catapults at 150 gold each without hesitation. He'd even offered to sell them 2,500 carabalisti he had with him, but the king would have none of it. Auguslo considered House Norton's catapults the world's ultimate weapons. They were far more flexible than the simple lever-style catapults, even in defensive situations. At the very least, they were mobile, not the fixed emplacements that were so easy to target. The house's carabalisti had tempted him. But the advent of shield carts they had become far less attractive. No one but the greatest fools still deployed armies without proper protection against them. Whether it was offense or defense, shield carts had become a standard in the continent's armies. And they were always improving. He only had 6 million gold left and he had other things to do with his money, so he turned the sale down. He couldn't wait to form his new standing legion. The campaign hadn't ended pyrrhically as he had expected, and he was thankful for that. It made it much easier for him to move on the next one quickly. He needed a strong force in the kingdom as soon as possible to keep the alliance, Duke Fisibulan and his 3 new vassals in check. He planned to rest for 2 or 3 years and rebuild his military strength before taking on the Union. He wasn't afraid of having too much money. Even what he had felt like too little, instead. It would have been preferable to have wiped the rebellious dukes out rather than taking them back under his wing. Kings had to be true to their word. Auguslo could not just withdraw his offer to buy all Lorist's pelts without good reason, a predicament Lorist exploited excellently. He forced the king to buy all the furs, even though it cost him 3 times what he had expected to spend. Auguslo was filled with regret at his previous enthusiasm. What on earth would he do with so many furs? Fortunately, the Duke had mentioned the possibility of reselling the leftovers in the capital, words his one financial advisor didn't miss. The only problem was that it wasn't going to be a quick sale. Just as Lorist could sell off his furs in bulk, so too could the king not sell his stock in bulk. The risk of collapsing the market was too great. He could only hope to make a small profit from the leftovers over several years. Even so, it was still a much-needed consolation. He was far more frugal after blowing 1.2 million on fur. The purchase of several catapults was a welcome surprise, but he didn't want to spend any more money on the man. He had his craftsmen duplicate the designs, but the metal parts were impossible. The steel just couldn't be replicated. Without the steel the replicated catapults were useless. Lorist wasn't too disappointed at failing to sell his carabalisti since they were going to be useless soon anyway. Both the catapults and the carabalisti would be completely obsolete soon after he returned to the Northlands. Wear and tear was a thing in this world, after all. Tigersaur didn't get many kills during the war, but they played an essential role in putting the enemy under pressure. Their preferred tactic was to assault under heavy cover fire from carabalisti and catapults, a tactic that proved very effective. A good catapult in prime condition could fling rocks up to 500 meters. This didn't last long, though, its effective range dropped with every shot. It didn't take long for the range to drop down to just 320 meters, which was where the catapults used in the campaign were now. The carabalisti were in much worse condition. They were used really frequently to hunt magic beasts in the demonic lands. Most of the beasts died by bolt. But the constant use took a great toll on their steel arms. Their effective range had been decreased from 300 to just 230 meters. Lorist estimated that they would be rendered useless after another 200 or 300 shots. Since Auguslo wanted to buy the catapults, Lorist tried to push the carabalisti as well. It was too bad shield carts were a thing. On the 10th day of the 9th month of year 1783, he made an easy sale and returned to the Northlands with gold Ford notes worth millions. Tigersaur and his guard regiments returned with him, Philim and Chazin accompanied them with their forces as well. While Auguslo had taken 11 provinces, he wasn't the biggest winner. Of the 4 dukes he claimed were traitors, 3 had submitted and 1 escaped. The king had no choice but to accept the conflict was a result of a misunderstanding and could not continue to label them traitors either. Chujway's take on the situation was the worst part. When the truth of the conflict spread, his cruel and harsh personality was made known to the rest of the continent's nobility. The whole campaign did absolutely nothing for his reputation. Instead, it ruined it even further. Some nobles of the province's minor nobles would rather be stripped of their titles and fiefs and continue to serve the dukes than be the king's vassals. Chapter 444 Dealing with Matters. Governance isn't anywhere near as glamorous as the governed think. It may come with great perks, but it keeps the leader so busy that he barely has any time for sleep, never mind enjoying them. Norton Lorist. Now this is life! Exclaimed Lorist. He was in his study on the third floor of Ragebear's central castle. The pleasant, warm sunlight of the 11th month danced gently on his body through the window. It stole his energy and made his eyes heavy. Sylvia and his concubines had straddled him the whole night. When they all collapsed, exhausted, on the bed, his beloved son had woken him with his crying. The lack of sleep made the sun all the more pleasant and sleep all the more inviting. However, Charade and Company's arrival forced him out of his bliss. Hey hey hey! Your Grace has rested for 6 days already since your return. It's about time you started being productive, complained the man. He hated seeing Lorist so laid back. The mere thought of his liege lazing around, basking in sunlight, while he was swamped with work drove him mad. Lorist rose from his chair with great effort and sighing. When he saw the 3 attendants behind his friend, carrying stacks and stacks of documents, he involuntarily emptied his lungs again. No. Why so many documents? He wailed passionately. Charade had the 3 attendants put the documents on the desk before leaving. Genalio got him a bottle of fruit wine and he had the kitchen staff send some snacks to the study. He would be staying to work for the rest of the day. You call this a lot? Charade snapped, have you seen my office? It's a parchment storehouse. These documents are summaries of the various reports for the last 2 years. I've gone over them roughly. You just have to give them a look and sign them before I archive everything in my office. It was a house rule. Even though Charade could deal with matters in Lorist's stead, the documents couldn't be archived without the Lord's personal signature. All matters dealt with had to be given a once-over by the Lord so he had a general idea of what was going on. Lorist was quite quick in dealing with the documents. He gave them rough scans before signing. As the house's chief knight and vassal, Charade had dealt with the matters appropriately and he approved of the Baron's methods. He picked some of the more interesting documents and placed them aside for later reading and discussion. It didn't take long for him to deal with one of the huge stacks, but there were 3 other ones remaining on the desk. Oh, Your Grace, has Howard not returned yet? Asked Charade as he saw Lorist pausing to stretch as he enjoyed his wine. Reedy went to fetch him. He'll be back tomorrow or the day after. The 2 years of seclusion training had long passed. However, Howard seemed to have gained some insight during his training process and was polishing his swordsmanship. Lorist had to send Reedy to call for him when he returned. Are you going to let Howard take over the guard brigade? Yes, Lorist nodded, but the most important thing now is for him to get married. Before I returned, Duke Phelim complained that his daughter's turning into an old maid. I promised I'd have Howard and Katrina's wedding planned when he brings his daughter over at the end of the year. Did Duke Phelim bring up the dowry? Charade asked curiously. He's a duke now, so I expect it'll be grand. Lorist smiled as he shook his head. It's not like you're unaware of House Phelim's situation. The whole of Southern is now their dominion and Phelim's so desperate he might split a gold Ford coin and treat the halves as 2. Southern is completely desolate and it'll be really hard to develop it with his budget. So, his daughter's dowry won't be huge. Though he is planning to have the whole area around Beaublaget made into a county as the dowry. We will have to help out with its development. Wow, how generous! That's almost 1/10 of his entire domain. That brat sure is lucky, he gets a county even without a title. Lorist nodded. Can't be helped. When Auguslo was sending us off, he dragged the 2 of us together and said that while the alliance is tight-knit, it might be inappropriate for me to station troops on Southern's border with Eastwild since it was House Phelim's dominion. He's trying to get me to withdraw from Rock. It's none of his fucking business. Gossip is a fearful thing, Lorist said. Southern has already become House Philims. Our stationing of Firm Rock on the border is so we can defend against Fizibalan and help Philim in the process. Others unaware of this fact will think we're suppressing Philim instead. I'm prepared to leave the front to Philim. His dowry also solves this problem. If we station Tigersaur there, we can respond at a moment's notice, while still being outside his domain, thus avoiding any gossip. Charade burst into a short bout of unreserved laughter. If we withdraw Firm Rock, Duke Philim will be the first one to feel threatened. There's no way he'd be confident enough to think his troops can resist Duke Fizibalan. It can't be helped. Right now, Auguslo is staying in Hans and working on the 11 provinces. He'll be counting on Fizibalan to suppress us. The reason he's getting us to withdraw from Southern is so its borders will be unprotected. At the same time, Philim wouldn't wish for his dominion to serve as the pathway between the king and his pet duke. He made the county the dowry so we can keep watch over his lands. Do you think Duke Fizibalan will attack Southern? Asked Charade. He won't. That old fox understands the current situation. He'll sit tight and focus on strengthening his hand. Conflict is the last thing he wants right now. Iblaya has faded into history, so there's no way he can take control of the northeastern area. On the one hand, there's the alliance and on the other Auguslo. If he still harbors any foolish ambitions, he'll throw the whole of his house into the abyss. I suppose we're in for a few years of peace. I hope so. We just have to keep an eye on Auguslo. I don't want him messing around again. Lorist suddenly remembered something. He flipped through the pile of documents he'd put aside to go over again later. The compact crossbows are completed and have been distributed to Jaeger. How do they look? They're great. Your Grace might not be aware of this, but Grandmaster Sid's new design is a masterpiece. It can fire accurate shots up to 120 meters. Most importantly, it can easily be strung on horseback. I hear he used the lever mechanism you suggested. Jisk's in love with it. He's been driving the men into the ground with training. He's even developed a new tactic for using the crossbow from horseback. He says Jaeger will be the most effective offensive legion on the continent once they're done with training. I see. It seems I have to go take a look, Lorist said as he changed the document in his hand. Does the year-end celebration really have to be so expensive? Don't forget that the house hasn't had a celebration in 2 years. This year, Duchess Sylvia had a son and you returned from campaign. How can the celebration be anything but grand? Everyone above commander rank will attend. Dukes Kenmays, Philim, and Chazan, as well as all your vassals, have announced their attendance as well. We expect at least 1,000 people. If we lower the budget at all we won't be able to throw a proper banquet and will embarrass ourselves. Fine. Makes sense. Lorist casually tossed the budget aside. It's just that it's a little too much, spending 70,000 gold fords on a 7-day celebration. Muttered he. That was Lorist's personality for you. While he was extremely loose-handed when it came to spending on armies and developing the Dominion, he hated spending money on almost anything else. This is not something we can do half-heartedly. For our subjects as well, the more money we spend on the celebration, the merrier the festivities will be. The commoners will come to think of nobles as powerful and mighty, it makes it easier to rule over them. Lorist nodded. He picked another document. What's up with Supervisor Hansk? How is the project so far over budget? I've already had someone look into it. The main problem is that much of the work has to be redone. The laborers have been very rebellious and have caused frequent delays. The project isn't just over the budget by half of the budget itself, but the work has been held back by 3 years. How is Hansk dealing with this? Isn't he punishing the workers? Actually. Charade hesitated. He took a deep breath and steeled himself for what was to come. The supervisor is the cause of all the problems. He wanted to speed everything up, so he made their shifts longer and took away a lot of their benefits. His disciplinary methods have also been very unproductive. He is very harsh on even the smallest mistake or disobedience. These three things together pushed the workers over the edge, and they've been revolted almost weekly since. Firm rocks kept things from getting out of hand, but they haven't gotten anything done since. Why don't I know about this? I'm not in a good position to interfere, Your Grace. Hansk is the chief supervisor. He was the one who tried to hide things. I didn't notice until he requested a budget increase. I sent someone over to investigate what was going on and found out the truth. Tarkal had left for Moranti already, and I couldn't just step in. You were going to return soon, so I thought it better to wait for you so you could deal with this yourself. Lorist nodded. Charade wasn't wrong. Tarkal's reports confirmed his observations about Hansk's situation. Tarkal was busy investigating the conflict between the Union and the mid-southern nations, however, so the news pipeline had slowed down. Lorist pulled on the bell, calling Janalio. Head to Furybear and bring me the scrolls concerning the conflict between the Union and the mid-southern nations, as well as the reports on Hansk. Understood, Your Grace. Is there anyone that can replace Hansk? Charade thought about it for a moment before he answered. I think the biggest problem is the barbarians. They've always been a rebellious bunch, they'll only be obedient if you treat them well. Supervisor Keaton has the best personality to deal with them. I'll think about it. There's another thing you should handle as soon as possible, Your Grace. Continued Charade as he stood up and picked up a blue folder. This is the list of people that are to be promoted or entitled during the year-end celebration. Take a look. I should prepare the certificates and their title deeds as soon as possible. Lorist checked the list. When he got to the bottom, he added one name, Reedy. Reedy isn't a gold-ranked knight yet, Your Grace. Lorist grinned at his old friend mischievously. He can't advance in the ranks anymore, but he's already equal to a rank 1 blade master. Charade slapped his forehead. He couldn't believe he'd forgotten Reedy was his liege's eldest disciple. The kid trained in a different discipline, his strength couldn't be measured using the traditional rank system. Ah, I understand. Chapter 445 Trouble and Busy Work, 1. Beware the Lord scorned. They, if joined by others, may become the greatest threat a noble may ever face. Excerpt from Principles of Nobility by Duke Fisibalin. The clattering of the horses' hooves beat constantly. The beaten dust shrouded the figures on horseback as they rode out of it domineeringly. The only difference between the spear cavalry formation of Tigersaur and this one was that it wasn't that concentrated. 2 meters separated each rider from those around him as they charged. A sharp sound pierced the air. A wave of bolts flew away from the ranks. The riders reloaded and let bolts fly again. The figures at the front suddenly split in two, the rest following. The bolts they fired spread outward again and again. This is the training routine I've designed, Your Grace. If an enemy gets assaulted this way on the march, they'll be completely annihilated if we can keep the fire up long enough. Of course, it's not as effective if they're in formation on an open field, explained Jisk gleefully. As the compact crossbow had to be kept secret so outside forces wouldn't find out about it, Lorist rushed to the secret training grounds to observe a training session. How did you come up with it? Asked he. It's nothing extraordinary. The most elite light cavalry soldiers are mostly scouts. They are in charge of discovering and tracking enemy movements. The way they usually fight is to dismount and use ranged weapons before getting back on horseback to fight in a melee. There are only a few talented ones that can use ranged weapons from horseback, and most only know how to use short-ranged ones like throwing knives or javelins. Most of the time, a longbow would be needed to attack an enemy at range. Even House Fisibalin's famed frontier legions, considered the most elite light in the Empire, don't behave much different. Jaeger was defeated because the forces were only ever harassed from a distance and drawn out of cover range of our heavier pieces. The legion was then overrun by sheer numbers. If we'd had these crossbows, we would have ripped them to shreds instead. The riders don't even have to dismount during a pursuit. Even if we're surrounded, we don't have to dismount to fight back. There are no enemies that can resist us, especially when we charge at them when they're marching. The full potential of the mobility and agility of light cavalry can be exploited to the fullest this way. Jisk rambled on about many useless things, but Lorist got the gist. The main goal of light cavalry was to scout and harass the enemy. Given the relative lack of ways to attack from a distance, the best ranged maneuver available were to dismount and cause chaos from up close. However, dismounting meant losing mobility and the threat the men posed would be greatly decreased. Having light cavalry charge against an enemy was even more out of the question. Their melee fighting and defense capabilities were far inferior to fully equipped, heavy armored infantry unless their enemy was trying to retreat. But with the compact crossbows, not only were their offensive capabilities greatly improved, their agility and mobility could now be retained. Even if the enemy got into a tight formation, the light cavalry could still use their mobility to circle to the more weakly defended rear or split up and attack from multiple sides. They would rain bolts down from a distance and avoid clashing head-on. In that regard, even light cavalry could hold their own in a field battle. Lorist took a compact crossbow and inspected it carefully. Strictly speaking, it was more of a bowgun. It was unlike the many crossbow-like weapons on the continent. It appeared Grandmaster Sid had borrowed inspiration from the firearm Lorist had him design. The crossbow had a gun stock and a handle grip that not only allowed easier aiming, but also allowed easier and quicker reloading. The design was finalized with the help of the 100 light cavalry I sent to the Grandmaster after a year and a half of testing. So far, this feels like the perfect ranged weapon. We'll kick up a storm when we finally use it, said Jisk proudly. Does the compact crossbow have no weakness? Asked Lorist as he waved it around. Well, there is one. Battle force can't be infused into it and the force comes mainly from the crossbow's arm. When a longbowman's battle force reached the silver rank, they could infuse it into their arrows to make it fly further and be more accurate. A small blade glow could even be formed at the tip to pierce through shields and armor. A gold-ranked divine marksman like Jisk could give even a blade master a run for his money with the green-colored bone bow in hand. But marksmen talented enough to use a longbow on horseback were almost non-existent. There was no way Lorist could find enough to form a legion. The compact crossbow was the only choice for a light cavalry ranged weapon. Not being able to use battle force was a small issue. Are you ready? I'm going to start, asked Lorist. Howard nodded and took up his stance. Come at me, Your Grace. Lorist's long sword moved like lightning, closing the gap in an instant with the sound of piercing wind. Howard held his ground and used his long sword like a snare. He kept a perfect defense. The master-disciple pair engrossed themselves in the fight. Beside them stood Reedy and Genalio, the latter wearing an expression of envy. Reedy laughed, learning the sword is filled with hardship. I gave Howard a harsh lesson when he started. Genalio nodded respectfully. I can take it, senior brother. No matter how tough, I will give it everything I have. Reedy smirked. Very well. I'll find some time to talk to His Grace. However, our school of swordsmanship requires us to establish a foundation with dynamic vision. If His Grace agrees, Howard and I will develop this ability in you. Really? Genalio exclaimed happily, thank you. Don't worry. You're my junior after all, smiled Reedy evilly. Who should he bring along to watch the show? He might even start a betting ring. How long would the kid last on the chair? Clang. Lorist's sword accurately struck Howard's and sent it flying. Not bad. I didn't think you could take more than 20 strikes, praised he, somewhat surprised. As expected of Potter Fong's son. His defense was just as tight when he'd dueled me all those years ago. I didn't think Howard would be even better than his father. He's Potter Fong's kid all right. Though he'd held back, his strength was beyond that of a rank 3 blade master. It was nothing short of shocking for Howard to take more than 20 strikes and still be standing. No wonder Reedy said he could only defeat you after 100 strikes when he went to pick you up, Lorist said as he handed his own sword to Howard to put it away. Your style is different from Reedy's. He was graced with superhuman strength and prefers domineering force and quick and unyielding attacks. You're much more like your father. Hell, had he not been alive I'd have thought he'd reincarnated. Reedy's style meant he had to travel around and experience life and death to hone his style, but you don't have to. You should go to the guards and have them attack you all at once instead. Thank you for your guidance, teacher. Lorist stroked Howard's head. I have to settle your marriage first. Your father-in-law won't stop bothering me otherwise. I'm incredibly disappointed, Hansk, said Lorist. He was really discontent with the supervisor's performance, so much so he didn't invite the man to sit. I can't be blamed, Your Grace. It's those barbarians. They refused to follow orders, argued Hansk. The way he saw it, he had been toiling away for the house's sake in the wilderness and brainstorming ways to speed up the project. He had tried his best, but the stubborn savages wouldn't cave even after being killed. How could he be satisfied being blamed? Hansk, it seems you're still unaware of your mistakes. As the person in charge of the project, your role is to supervise the facilities. You're supposed to make sure everything runs smoothly and stays on schedule. That's why I let you manage the budget and workflow. All you had to do was make sure the plan was implemented as I'd written it. This being your duty, pray tell, why did you change their work hours and meddle with their benefits? Please don't forget the barbarians are the enemy. Your father and countless others have died in their invasions. You shouldn't consider them equal to our subjects. They do not deserve meat and wine. Countered Hansk with a raised voice. Ha 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 ha. Lorist's fury dragged laughter out of him. So, that's why you took away their privileges and gave them nothing but 2 pieces of moldy fist-sized biscuits? You had them work day and night because of that too? Do you think that shows your loyalty? Are you avenging my father and everyone else? How foolish! Lorist slammed his hand on the desk. The bam made Hansk jump. Even Howard, outside the study, pushed the door open slightly to peek. To link Gold Ridge and Moonspring together and build a road through the forests, at least 7,000 of 30,000 barbarian laborers were killed. All that for the sake of a bloody path filled with death. We even staked the heads of the barbarians that tried to escape on the sides of the road. After killing so many, we finally found the way to make them work obediently, provide them with meat and wine. That is their reward for toiling for 12 hours a day, and that's also why they're willing to serve us. They consider the wine and meat as their pay. And then you go and treat them like begrudged enemies, like murderers and scamps, and go and take away their meat and wine and have them work 4 hours more. You're really something, hey? Do you think you can subdue them like this? You even had Belnik kill 10,000 when they revolted? Do you think killing them will make them submit? What about the work? It stopped completely. I should never have trusted you with something so crucial for our future. You have disappointed me, more than that, you've let me down. You tell me the barbarians are our sworn enemies. You're not wrong, but that doesn't mean we have to kill them all. The 70,000 we have are all youths. Do you know how much wealth they can make us if they're appeased? Do you know how badly we lack unpaid labor? Do you have any idea how much we'll have to fork out to get them calm again? Lorist shook his head. I'm really disappointed, Hansk. You've contributed much in the past, so I was willing to overlook your past mistakes. You know of what I speak. Some things are not for you to comment on. I will forgive you this once, and only this once. Go back to your barony and think about what you've done wrong. Hansk paled, his lips shuddered. He slowly turned around and left, dumbfounded. This was exile in all but name. He had been stripped of his power and his influence. He had lost any right he might have had to influence what happened in and with the house. He'd only been spared losing his title because he had a long history of contributions before his recent failures. He stopped at the entrance for a moment. He scraped together his courage and charged back to his liege. I will leave and never get involved with the house's matter again, but just this once, this one last time, listen to my advice. Speak. Your grace has to decide on an heir. Your subjects and vassals cannot rest easy until you have had. Tell me, who should I choose? Asked Lorist teasingly. It must naturally be young Master Lyscott. He's already 13. He'll come of age soon and he's your firstborn. Lyscott was Lorist and Irina's first child. He had a cruel personality, mainly because he was spoiled badly and had turned into a lawless brat. In the end, he was sent to Malak's family so his wife could re-educate him and had just started his studies at Nico Academy. Do you think I'll be short-lived? Asked Lorist intentionally. There's no harm in being careful. That's what your late father believed as well. He forced himself to go stop the barbarian invasion even though he was sick and rambled Hansk. Get out of my sight. Lorist flung a folder at the man angrily. Chapter 446 Trouble and Busy Work, 2. Those who control the education of our youth, control our nation's future. Nico Telesty. Supervisor Hansk hasn't returned to his barony, reported Howard. Lorist had given the boy the position of deputy department head of Furiber's investigative division instead of making him the vice commander of the guard brigade. The division's investigative capabilities had decreased significantly with Tarkal's departure for the Union, which dissatisfied Lorist a lot. He hoped the kid could get everything back on track. Oh, where's he gone? Asked Lorist, his expression shifting. He's gone to Maplewoods. Madame Irina had someone pick him up. She said she wanted him to tutor young Master Koboshik in the basics. Koboshik was Lorist and Irina's second son. Lyscott had been sent to Malak's home for his re-education, but his younger brother had not been moved. Lorist was almost always out in the field doing one thing or another, so he rarely saw or heard from or about the kid. He had heard that he was very similar to his mother. He was small and resembled a ball. Lorist had recently started to think about finding him a proper teacher since his 8th birthday was around the corner, but it seemed Irina had gotten the jump on him and had hired the exiled supervisor. Lorist shook his head after a moment of silence. Whatever. What the heavens will shall come to pass. Let them do whatever they want. Why is your grace tolerating Supervisor Hansk's impudence and letting him off scot-free? He hasn't just disobeyed your orders, he's even accepted Madame Irina's invitation. He is acting as if your grace doesn't exist. He doesn't deserve his title, inquired Howard. Some things aren't as simple as they appear. He's done everything on purpose, he wants me to take his title. He needs a reputation far more than a title, exchanging his title for a reputation as a loyal subject would be very profitable for him. If Lyscott inherits my titles, Hansk will get back everything he's given up and then some. Your grace always sees the worst in others, don't you? Charade chirped in, Hansk is truly loyal to the house. His loyalty is just misplaced in terms of the individuals within the house. Lorist snorted. Did Tarkal say when he'll return? I got an eagle message just earlier today about that. Sir Tarkal is on board a ship bound for Silaoaz as we speak. He should be back in the Northlands in about 15 days. We also received a dossier on young Master Lyscott's behavior recently. It wasn't labeled as urgent so the agents didn't give it special attention. I only noticed the report when I checked. Lorist took the folder, shaking his head, a bitter smile on his face. You see, he said, looking at Charade, Fury Bear became a mess the moment Tarkal left. The aides don't know what's important at all. Charade cringed. The blame shouldn't be on Tarkal's aides. This happened because Supervisor Spiel had the agents focus on gathering information for his annual financial report. The division can only do so much, so they had to loosen their grip on other matters. Lorist nodded slightly. He opened the file and started going through it. It didn't take long for his face to contort and his eyes to start burning. Bam! He slammed the report down on the table and shot up, shooting the chair behind him into the wall. Ridiculous! Howard, bring Reedy. Also, send Janalio to bring my horsewhip. What's wrong, Your Grace? Charade couldn't help but be curious after seeing Lorist's sudden explosion. It's a tragedy. Just look, Lorist handed the document to his friend. He retook his seat and finished off the fruit wine in the bottle in 2 large gulps. I'm a failure of a father. Lyscott had entered Nico Academy late the previous year to learn some basic knowledge and noble etiquette. House Norton's descendants had always been taught in Maplewoods. They only had to be somewhat literate and have a rough grasp of proper etiquette. The main focus of their training had always been martial arts. After all, martial power had always been the most secure way to ensure the house's survival. Lorist had changed this because wanted to fix the house's problem with lacking heirs, especially those left by his deceased elder brothers. He made it compulsory to attend Nico Academy and be schooled in basic culture and etiquette when they turned 12. They would only begin martial training at the age of 15. He needed the next generation to have a broader view of the world. Nico Academy was a boarding school. It aimed at developing independent people who could function on their own. It also wanted to build circles of common interest and identification beyond the family or town, to build a sense of unity between people from all across the Norton lands. Lyscott, after enrolling at the academy, broke free of Madame Malek's discipline. He returned to his old ways almost immediately after getting used to the academy. In the couple of months he'd been at the academy he'd gotten into numerous fights and was now the academy's worst terror. Even the young female instructor in charge of him couldn't control him. She'd punished him a few times in the beginning, but he quickly started cursing at her and using his position as the Duke's son to threaten her. He'd threatened to torture her until she died once he grew up. It eventually escalated beyond anyone's control. The instructed ran to the headmistress, crying. Telesty had since sought the young master out numerous times to try and reason with him, but he acted very differently in front of her. He was always humble, polite, and willing to accept criticism, but returned to his cruel ways the moment she left. With those above him unable to keep him under control, he'd become the academy's little boss. He thought he was free to do what he wanted, that he was out of his father's gaze. He did not know that Lorist had sent people to keep an eye on him. Furibert's informants noted his performance and recorded and passed on everything to their lord. Lorist became more and more dissatisfied with his eldest as he read through the dossier. Telesty had refused Lorist's proposal and given up her claim to a position in his family. Her daughter, thus, didn't have his family name, but their mother's instead. Lorist was very unhappy with this state of affairs, but he couldn't do anything about it. He at least had to respect his lover's decision. His eldest daughter, Nicola Jess, was 11 years old, and her younger sister, Nico Fratia, 7. Both were wonderful cute little girls. They had grown into 2 little princesses loved by many under their mother's intensive care and tutoring. Lorist didn't visit them at the academy often, but sent gifts frequently. He also had them come visit him wherever he was from time to time and would always spoil them when they did. Telesty hadn't let the girls visit him since his marriage, however. The last entry in the dossier recorded an incident which had happened 20 days earlier. The 2 girls had been playing in the garden in the rear of the academy. They ran into Lyscott, who'd been skipping class. The little tyrant didn't know the 2 fairies were his half-sisters. Seeing their beauty, he started harassing them. The informants watching over him couldn't stand by idly, knowing the identity of the 2 girls. They were just about to take action when someone else stepped in. Lorist's nephew, the son of his eldest brother, Helios, 15 years old, stepped in to put a stop to what was happening. He was about to transfer to Dawn Academy the following year for his martial training. He was considered one of Nico Academy's honor students, and had graduated only a short while before the incident. Lyscott left fuming. He returned to his room and took out his short sword. He hid it under his clothes and confronted Helios during lunch. He suddenly started stabbing and slashing the boy during their confrontation. Caught off guard, Helios couldn't react in time and was severely injured before the nearby instructors managed to subdue his attacker. Telesty was completely shocked by the incident and had Lyscott imprisoned. Whilst being taken away, the kid threatened to kill anyone who crossed him when he became duke. It was a horrible scandal. Fortunately, Helios survived. Worried that the news would affect the house's reputation, Telesty silenced everyone who witnessed or knew of what happened. "Why wasn't I informed immediately?" shouted Lorist furiously. "Maybe Miss Telesty is still fretting over how to punish your son. I don't think, considering his identity, she knows what to do. She's no doubt very afraid that others will think she has some personal vendetta since she also has your children. That's her academy. What does she have to worry about? If she can't even deal with something like this, how can she run the academy? Lyscott should have been disciplined when he left Madame Malak's care. I'd like to know why, starting assuming he was my heir de jure after going to the academy. Who put that idea in his head? He's always talking about what he'll do once he takes over. He didn't even think that he might not let him inherit my title." Lorist paced around impatiently. "Maybe I should revoke his position as heir apparent." Charade choked a few times. "You can do anything but that, Your Grace." "Why not? You have to think about Anderbale's welfare." Anderbale was Lorist's youngest son, and his firstborn with Sylvia. "What does this have to do with little Andy? If you revoke Lyscott's title as heir apparent, it'll look like you're preparing things so Anderbale can take his position. If this is done before everyone learns what Lyscott did to merit this, people will think that you're favoring Anderbale and going against your oath. It won't just hurt your vassal's loyalty, it'll damage the house's reputation. And if an outsider decides to interfere, things will only get worse. It's fine to punish Lyscott, but don't take away his title, at least not until we can be sure others will understand why and support your decision." Lorist nodded slowly. "You're right. I was a little too quick to decide what to do. I can come back to this when the children are older." The study's door opened at this moment and Lorist's 3 disciples entered. "What are your orders, Your Grace?" asked Reedy. Lorist took the elegant gold-laced horsewhip from Genalio and waved it around a few times. The whip clapped loudly each time it whiplashed through the air. He handed it back to Reedy. "Take this to Nico Academy and tie Lyscott up. Give him 30 lashes in front of all the students. I want each lash to draw blood. Don't stop no matter who tries to stop you. If they want to know why you're doing this, tell them I told you to do this myself. If they don't listen, kill them on the spot. Understood, Your Grace?" Reedy accepted the whip and turned to leave. "Reedy, hold on a moment. Send him to Maplewoods afterwards and tell Irina he doesn't have to attend the academy anymore. By your command." When the 3 had left, Charade smiled bitterly. "This is the same as revoking his title in all but name. What will he learn in Maplewoods? You know exactly what he'll become without proper training and several more years of Irina spoiling him." "It's what they deserve," Lorist said, his eyes abyssal. "I remembered a report I saw soon after Lyscott went to Malak's family. They had frequent visitors. At the time I thought they were just household friends visiting the couple, but I now realize they were there to influence Lyscott. No wonder he didn't change at all despite them teaching him properly for several years." Charade creased. "Isn't this a conspiratorial, Your Grace? I visited Baron Malak's household several times as well." "Ha ha ha. You only visit once or twice. The people I'm talking about sometimes went there even several times a week. I thought Madame Malak was just very popular, but that clearly wasn't the case. We should know soon as Howard goes through Furibert's records." Chapter 447. Knight Lundmord. Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. Lundmord, husband of 7, father of 17. Please note that the last chapter of the week will be released tomorrow to make up for our missed release a few days ago. I've returned, Your Grace. Tarkal appeared before Lorist 15 days later. He had had no choice in his travel to Moranti. He'd been sent to the city in the 8th month of the previous year. Knight Lundmord, we had previously served on the front lines as a medic, had gone missing along with his secret bodyguard after being ambushed by a unit of mid-southern forces. When word of it got out, the 4 wives in Moranti at the time set out to look for him, causing the flow of information to stop. Tarkal had to check on the situation personally. "Did you find him?" asked Lorist. Lundmord was a legendary figure in the house. He used to be an honor student in Dawn Academy's herbalism faculty, but he was suppressed because he differed from his professor on a key research topic. Coincidentally, Charade was rallying a force for their move to the north. Feeling he had lost his future at the academy, Lundmord was swayed and became one of the 36 students to join the convoy. He didn't make any outstanding contributions during the journey. But he was really responsible with the herbalist team of which he was in charge. His capable leadership had won Lorist's trust by the time they reached the Northlands. After finally finishing the journey, he became a household knight. He refused the appointment to head of the herbalist teams and instead joined the newly formed female knight unit as an instructor. He said he wanted to teach them some herbal remedies useful on the battlefield. He shocked everyone soon after doing just that. Barely 3 months after joining the group, he'd already knocked up 7 of the trainees. What was even more shocking, was that they all wanted to marry him. Their insistence drove Pesha irate. She dragged him in front of Lorist and demanded he do something about the man. In the end, Lorist decided his punishment was to marry all the women he'd knocked up. His life collapsed nearly immediately. On top of his suffering, he became infamous thanks to the records he set. His first was that he had the most wives of all the household knights, 7 in total. Fierce Tiger Lows had many lovers, but only one wife, Pesha. His second was being the most surveilled man in the duchy. His 7 tiger-like wives always had him under eyes. The third was being the most virile knight in the duchy. He had 17 children among his 7 wives. He had no choice but to work every waking moment of his life to keep them all fed and looked after. No matter how far into the night or how bad the weather, he could always be seen scurrying down the street carrying his medical kit to answer some call for treatment. He naturally became known as the most dedicated herbalist in the duchy. Given his talent and his age, many had ongoing bets regarding how many offspring he'd sire before he turned 50. His fourth was being the poorest knight of all. His entire income went to his wives. They only gave him 1 small silver a month with which to feed himself. It was more accurate to say he got an allowance from his wives, than a salary from his lord. And he had no say in the matter. The family was huge and the costs of running it immense, and he was the sole breadwinner. All Norton knights had rather decent benefits alongside their salary. Even if they didn't make much progress in their training, a silver-ranked knight's yearly salary was around 10 gold fords. To the knights of other houses, that was enough to live luxuriously and free from worry. But Lundmord would be satisfied if it kept his family fed. His punishment meant he couldn't take up other posts either, so he had lost the opportunity to earn a higher income and get better benefits. It forced him to wander around as a freelance herbalist for extra income. It did result in him becoming quite well known and well loved in the duchy, though, especially because he was willing to treat illnesses for food, fur, or just some fruit. His 5th record was that he was the most abused knight in the house's service. While others only had to deal with 1 or 2 wives, he had to deal with 7. All of whom were talented warriors with extensive training. While his wives took care of his children, he had to toil day and night to earn a living. His house was always merry. Once one of the wives got some new clothes, the others would want some too. When one broke through in her training, the others were quick to catch up. Lundmord could only resign himself to his position. When the last of his wives broke through to the silver rank, he was still stuck at the rank's 1st star. He had not advanced at all since his academy days. He was also only an average swordsman, so his wives had no trouble overpowering if they got into a fight or if he tried to fight back against their abuse. The greatest blow to his hope of ever being free of his 7 demons came when they broke through to the silver rank. Pesha offered them another chance at becoming part of the all-female knight unit, but they turned it down. His wives were, though horrible wives, at least responsible mothers. The biggest issue was that there were way too many of them as far as Lundmord was concerned, 7 too many. It was very common to see all 7 walking around green-eyed. In fact, they hadn't turned down Pesha's invitation because they had no interest in becoming great or famous warriors, but because they were afraid that if anyone didn't join, they would use the opportunity to bamboozle the others out of their share of the house's finances. Besides, they already had a husband to give them the money they needed, so why take the risk? At one alumni gathering, Lundmord had recounted his typical day to his fellow students. They were so depressed on his behalf they all cried together. He didn't have a chance to really enjoy a good chat with his old friends, though, because one of his wives showed up and dragged him away. When she burst into the tavern she shouted at him. He jumped back and hopped over like a frightened hare. That was the moment that everyone understood why his marrying the 7 women was a punishment. When Bullhorn Bay was finished and the trade route to Moronti established, he was sent to the city to gather information. Lorist had originally relied on the Peterson Guild and Red Grayson for information, but that dried up quickly. Lorist soured his relationship with the Big 7 on his last visit, so he couldn't trust that the Guild, being one of the Big 7, would give him crucial information that might not be very beneficial to the Union. And, considering his soured relationship with the Union's leaders, he didn't want to drag old Char into the mess. The two had a good relationship. The old man was Elsa's uncle and rather close to Reedy. Lorist, however, was a noble from a hostile kingdom, and had a sour relationship with the Union, so it was likely that the old man and his inn would get into trouble if it was discovered it was being used as a gathering point for Lorist's informants. To avoid involving Charlando and his family in any trouble related to the house, Lorist set up another gathering spot for his informants. The man he sent to set it up and run it? Lundmord, of course. He was the most suited for the job, after all. Firstly, he was a herbalist who had some semblance of a reputation in the city. It was also only known that he'd left the city, not that he had pledged himself to House Norden. Most people just assumed he had left because of his falling out with his professor. It was only natural that he would eventually return and settle down in his home city. Given his profession, he could also set up his own apothecary in the city's commoner sector and his wives could be his assistants and guardians. They were even stronger than him, so there would be no need to send others along. He thus set out for the city with 4 of his wives. The other 3 stayed behind to raise the children. The 3 weren't very happy about not being able to go to the city, so it was decided that they would rotate annually. Every year one of the 4 in Moronti and one of the 3 back home would switch places. Lundmord's was really efficient. All sorts of information started to flood onto Lorist's deck soon after the man left. At the same time, his apothecary became quite popular. It was a huge change for Lundmord. The commoners in Moronti were far richer than those in the Northlands and all the profit was his to keep. Given his extra income, Lundmord himself slowly became rich. He initially used the Peterson Guild to ferry his reports to the Northlands, but as the situation between Andanak and the Union worsened, they could eventually not be trusted with such sensitive information. Lorist gave him an eagle with which to send his messages out of the city, but that was his downfall. The cover story was that a relative of his who lived far away from the city had sent him the eagle to help them keep in touch. It unfortunately caught the eye of one of the Union's new nobles, who forced him to sell it to him. The eagle, luckily, remembered its training and flew back to the Dominion the first time the Lord took it out on a hunt. Incensed, the noble ransacked his house to make sure it hadn't returned to its former owner. He found nothing and had to let the incident go. The noble, however, had every intention of getting back at Lundmord for this perceived wrong. When the war between the Union and its neighbors started, he made sure the herbalist was forcefully conscripted and sent to the front lines. His departure cut the flow of information. Luckily, 2 of his wives knew of his mission and were scheduled to return home soon. They informed Tarkal of the situation and he sent 2 agents to replace him. The younger of the 2 was sent to Lundmord's side as a relative to keep him safe, while the other took over his position in the apothecary. The latter, unfortunately, did not have Lundmord's more sensitive, well-placed, and important connections, so the information he could get was mostly of only passing interest. The last year's 8th month saw the war rapidly deteriorate. One of the enemy's armies assaulted a Union logistics center. It was just a skirmish as far as the war was concerned, something the history books would easily overlook, but Lundmord and his young guard were involved. When the Union sent reinforcements to clean up the mess, they found Lundmord and his guard missing. The moment his wives found out what had happened, they packed up and left to look for their husband. Not even Lundmord's replacement in the apothecary could stop them, he could just send a report back home with all expediency. Tarkal had mobilized several experienced units and had headed off immediately to clean up the mess. "We've located Lundmord. He's been captured by the army that attacked the camp. We can't bring them back, however. The Unions declared him a traitor," said Tarkal with a bitter smile. "What?" Lorist felt faint. The Union managed to capture a few of the Jekano kingdom's men, among them was the kingdom's eldest prince and heir apparent. He was severely injured and the Union didn't know of his identity. Lundmord insisted on treating him and managed to save him. The prince's other subordinates attacked soon after, rescued the prince and took Lundmord and his guard with them. The traces they left behind guided his 4 wives to them, but the Union scout saw the reunion. When he reported what he saw to his superiors, the Union ruled that Lundmord must have been a sleeper agent and declared him a traitor. They blamed him for camp's loss as well, so they didn't have to worry about taking responsibility for their failures. Lorist didn't know how to react. So there really is no way Lundmord can go back to the Union now. We'll have to bring him back sooner or later. Of course, Your Grace. It's just that we haven't found a reliable way to do that yet. We'll have to wait for the war to end. Learn anything else on your trip? Tarkal hesitated for a few moments before he answered. I suspect this whole war is a big conspiracy. Chapter 448 Conspiracy. Conspiracy, the fear of the masses and the truth of the elite. Unknown. Within the wide, illuminated meeting room hung map after map of the mid-southern nations. There weren't many people present, only Lorist, Tarkal, Charade, and Keaton, who had replaced Hansk. Reedy, Howard, and Janalio remained seated to the side. Tarkal was arranging some documents. He stood in front of one of the maps with a wooden pointer. The Union has swallowed 9 nations, including Tarabo, since the War of Glass. Not including Lormo and Mobia, which gave up their sovereignty voluntarily. It has become one of the largest nations on the continent. Most of the other nations have weakened since the start of its rise. Trade routes have been cut and borders sealed. Everyone around the Union is wary of its domineering attitude. 4 years ago, the Big 7 guilds organized an effort to increase their sphere of influence by enacting regulations to restore order to trade and resolving some of its internal conflicts. They then turned their attention to their neighbors. They had hoped to smooth over their relationship and get the borders reopened and be able to start trading again. The neighboring nations did not trust them enough to give them a chance, however. The Union has become the greatest threat to peace, so no one will give them a chance to get stronger. Tarkal tapped the map in front of him. The middle part of the continent has formed its own loose coalition of kingdoms over the last 300 years. While there are frequent conflicts between the 34 member kingdoms, they always stand together when someone outside the coalition threatens them. The most recent such threats were the Christian Empire, the Roman Empire, and the Khoistan Khanate. The 2 kingdoms that usually faced the last 2 were Kalia and Jigda. Jigda is separated from their opponent, the Roman Empire, by the Arimalaf Mountains and the impregnable Madras Pass. They haven't actually fought much as a result. Kalia is the kingdom that's done most of the actual defending. Before this, the Windstorm Sword Saint used to represent Kalia. The kingdom was adept at balancing relations between the two superpowers and were supported by 7 neighboring nations. Until recently, they'd been keeping the peace very effectively. It's been 30 years since the last conflict. Neither of Kalia's opponents were willing to sit by and watch their enemy take over the kingdom. Its fall to the enemy meant the enemy had the opportunity to raid the other kingdoms to the north. Neither side could afford to give the other a chance to gain so much and tip the balance in their favor. However, it wasn't the legendary Windstorm Sword Saint that caused Roman and Kaistan to refrain from invading. The two superpowers each had one Sword Saint after all. There were also rumors that the Windstorm Sword Saint had a really bad relationship with the royal family. Someone involved revealed that the Union had been working on him for 7 years before finally getting him to switch sides. That is the truth of Kalia's demise. Roman and Kaistan cooperatively divided Kalia's territory among them evenly before going into all-out war with each other. The war has been going for 3 years now and neither side has much stamina left. Roman currently has the advantage. However, according to intelligence reports from Roman, most of the nobles are asking the king to end the war. Jigda became the coalition's front line. Though the 34 stand together, they're actually divided into 5 factions. The Union leads the northernmost faction. The nations on their side are mostly those that fought alongside the Union against the Christian Empire. In the south is the faction led by Kalia. The other factions are sandwiched in between them. It's almost impossible to figure out what geographical area each of the 3 controls because it's one big orgy of marriage alliances and chaotic borders. They send supplies, money, and the occasional expedition to whichever border nation is currently facing invasion from outside the coalition, but are nearly wholly occupied with their own squabbles and feuds. The old empire fought them and the Union on the Phallic Plains for over a century. The only reason the Union didn't collapse was that the coalition kept on helping them out. The empire collapsed instead. With the threat to the north eliminated, the force that kept the alliance between the Union and the coalition going, disappeared. The War of Glass severed what goodwill still existed between the Union and its former allies, especially after its absorption of 9 of the coalition's members. The Union has become another nation filled with ambitions for the coalition's territory, another enemy to fight. Tarkal took a folder from his aide. It was a report by the Moranti Daily from 3 years ago with the headline "Coalition's Army Invades. 300 Union soldiers make heroic sacrifice." Tarkal waved the newspaper around as he spoke. This is how the conflict started. As the newspaper reports, it was the coalition's army that attacked one of the Union's camps first. We didn't think much about it at the time. And nothing came of it. A year later, however, the Union suddenly marched on the border and stood off against the coalition, 140,000 men on the Union's side, and at least 200,000 on the coalition's side. When I visited Moranti, people in the loop obtained some fresh information. Some say this was because the coalition's army didn't prepare for war to break out at all. They had stationed their troops there only in defense. To the various nations, the Union was a force so huge they didn't dare offend it. Gathering 200,000 men was only a show of force to have a better position in negotiations. Why would members of the coalition attack if they were too afraid of provoking the Union? I've discovered that the unit that attacked the Union first was sent by Jigda. After the war broke out, it used the excuse of the backlash from the other nobles for their drawing first blood to return to their nation. There are a few crucial things worth mentioning. The Windstorm Sword Saint's departure to the Union as well as the smooth division of Kalia's territory is highly suspect. Then, there's also the immediate outbreak of war between the two empires. It was as if they wanted to duke it out first before going for the richer coalition. Additionally, with Kalia eliminated, Jigda had to defend against the two, making them the most important and influential nation in the coalition. It's strange that the kingdom isn't worried about the two empires on their border. They were the biggest contributor of forces to the border with the Union before the war started. While it's one of the strongest proponents of the anti-union sentiment, they're all bark and no bite. Apart from sending out the first unit to kick off the war, they haven't provided any substantial aid. Even when the Union's armies completely dominate the coalition, all Jigda does is complain about how incompetent the commanders are. Duke Fustat was appointed commander-in-chief and took an army of 200,000 to face the Union. I think the damage Jigda has done to its neighbors is much worse than what the Union has managed. Duke Fustat has also been very passive as of late. He hasn't just completely ignored Jigda's territory, he's also refused to send troops to reinforce his allies before they agree that he is in charge. Jigda is exposed. It's too far from the Union for it to support the guild. It's also only a kingdom and a duchy away from Jigda. Duke Fustat could easily occupy the territory, but he's not doing anything. And every time someone tries to bring it up, he either tells them his forces aren't organized yet or says he can't move out until this with Roman and Kaustan calms down. Then there's the very convenient coincidence that the Union and Jigda appear to be moving in concert. The Union occupied the kingdoms and duchies bordering them and immediately shifted the bulk of their forces to Jigda's territory. It looks like they want to crush Duke Fustat's army. But now there appears to be a dance going on. The Union invades, takes over some territory, but just as it seems they're about to break through and completely ravage the coalition, Duke Fustat intervenes and pushes them back to Jigda's borders. People have missed something key, though. Every time Fustat takes action against the Union, he also annexed land from the kingdoms and duchies around him. He's already taken over 5 kingdoms. The Union magically knows where to attack to capture the kingdom's heirs or rulers. They always vanish or die in the fighting. Fustat then takes over their lands to ensure stability. I have no doubt the kingdoms will be incorporated when the war ends. The Union's armies have suffered rather heavily in these engagements, that's why Duke Fustat hasn't garnered any suspicion yet. However, when I was in Moronti, I discovered that the Union troops sacrificed weren't the Big Seven's forces. They were all always from second or third-rate guilds and mercenary bands. The Big Seven's forces will take a territory, then turn it over to the smaller forces to hold. The enemy will attack right after the Big Seven withdraw. Tarkal used pointed at the map with the distribution of territorial control between the Union and the coalition. Because of these 6 points, we suspect the whole war is a farce, a show put on by Jigda and the Union so they can swallow the other kingdoms and duchies. Jigda might become another superpower like the Union by the end of the war. That was the conspiracy Tarkal suspected. Everyone in the conference looked at each other, flabbergasted. It sounded a little far-fetched. If it really was so, then the continent was going to change drastically in the coming years. The formation of new superpowers would usher the continent into a new age of struggles. The Warring States era would come to an end. Are the kings and dukes that blind? Don't they suspected anything at all? Asked Spiel. Maybe they do, but I can't be sure. This is all happening quite far away. Fury Bear can't stretch its claws that far yet. We can't get any concrete information. However, given the chaotic situation they are in, the kings and dukes are probably trying to rake in benefits. Maybe they haven't even considered that they would be the targets of others. Then again, it's not like there aren't any clear-headed people in the coalition at all. I visited the front lines. I got to know the Prince of Jekino through Knight Lundmord. The prince is quite bright and he also suspects Jigda of colluding with the Union. He was in the midst of his investigation into the matter when his unit was attacked. Fortunately, Lundmord saved him. The prince had prepared to form an alliance with the surrounding nations to defend themselves against Jigda. They wish to break off from the coalition Fustat controls and form their own coalition to defend against both. Maybe they will be forced by circumstances to unite into another large kingdom. The only shame is that we don't have access to their trade routes. They really need military equipment and daily necessities, things we can offer in abundance, said Tarkal. Lorist stood up. Let's adjourn the meeting for today. We've gained a basic understanding of the situation. The war is a little too far from the Northlands, so even if the conspiracy is real, it won't affect us in the near future. I am confident that, as long as we stay strong, we have no need to fear becoming embroiled in any storms. Yes, Your Grace. Chapter 449 Helplessness. A lord's worst enemies are not his rivals, they are his in-laws. Excerpt from Principles of Nobility by Duke Fisibalin. Be more wary of your in-laws than your mortal enemy. You at least know what your enemy has in mind, you have no such certainty with your in-laws. Excerpt from Treatises on War by Norton Lorist. Howard stood with Tarkle before Lorist and said, "My lord, the results of the investigation are in." Lorist handed a signed document to Charade, his face stone cold. "Tell me who had a part in this." Howard opened the blue folder and took out a piece of paper. Knight Zywek's wife, Lady Moya, Supervisor Yuki's wife Schley, Miss Crado, and Knight Lambord's wife, Lady Darley. They are the ones who visited the Malak household the most. As my lord said, they visit at least 3 times a week with the express aim of getting on Madame Malak's good side. They all used to be Irina's maidservants from Maplewoods. Even Supervisor Yuki's was a bastide servant. What's going on with Zywek and Lambord? Why have they taken Irina's maidservants as wives? Lorist snapped his quill in fury and dropped it. He recalled that the knights used to be refugees. They had joined the northbound convoy. They served as guards and were eventually taken in as household knights when they broke through to the silver rank and made captains of firm rock regiments. Lambord was even going to be promoted to major for his contributions. Zywek and Lambord were guards when they got to know their wives. They had asked Irina for the hands of her maidservants in marriage, but were refused. 4 years ago, when young Master Lyscott was sent to Baron Malak's manor, Madame Irina agreed to the proposals. Their wives asked them to move to Redriver, which is near Baron Malak's manor. I recall Zywek had boasted in a tavern that his new wife was really attentive. Firm Rock was stationed in Redriver at the time, so the move wasn't an issue. He said his wife sold her house in Felicitas to move to Redriver because she wasn't willing to stay far away from him. So, moving would make it more convenient to visit her when he was off duty. After Madame Malak was acquainted with the two, and Supervisor Yuki's wife, the visits became more frequent and they would often have tea and snacks together. The informants in charge of recording young Master Lyscott daily life didn't notice anything untoward. Since they were wives of household knights, they also tried not to pry too deep and avoided them. As a result, they didn't keep a close eye on their interactions with the young lord. When I went to investigate, the 2 informants only recalled that the ladies seemed to have a good relationship with him. Tarkles became quieter as he spoke. It was a huge blunder. Lorist had strictly ordered that Irina not be allowed to interfere with Lysakott's growth and education, yet a small detour was enough to continue with her meddling without anyone noticing. Had it not been for his suspicions, no one would have known. This was a slight on Tarkle, who was put in charge of the house's intelligence network. Who is this Supervisor Yuki's? Howard checked the folder. Yuki's used to be Maplewood's servant, he was a favorite of Supervisor Hansk. His first wife was also a bastide servant. She died in childbirth. Yuki's is a responsible and reliable fellow who does what he is told properly. After young Master Lyscott was brought to Baron Malak's household, Supervisor Hansk suggested Madame Irina let the kitchen's chief maid, Schley, marry Yuki's as his second wife. At the same time, they made him the chief supervisor of the servants working across 8 different manors and used it as an excuse to acquaint him with Madame Malak. Given his wife's culinary talent, Madame Malak invited her over frequently. Lambord and Zywek's wives were also introduced to Madame Malak through Schley. That's enough. Lorist roared as he slammed his table. Documents, a few ink bottles, and some utensils fell to the ground. Very impressive. They managed to weave such a huge net without anyone noticing. It's no wonder Lyscott didn't change at all. He even learned how to put up a front. Lorist paced around in the study. Charade, Tarkle, and Howard remained silent. They knew the flames of wrath burned in Lorist and they didn't know when they would explode. Chief Supervisor Charade, how do you think we should deal with this? Your Grace, is there a need to go so far? You've already all but disinherited young Master Lyscott. As for Lambord and Zywek, they are entirely unaware of this. Even Supervisor Yukis is just a loyal and honest servant. This is a conspiracy of their wives under instructions by Irina. No one in the house will accept the punishment of innocent bystanders. Even if it is by your order. If you punish their wives, Charade paused, Your Grace, they are not wrong to worry about young Master Lyscott. There is no good excuse to punish them. Instead, this would affect your reputation and become a scandal. Charade was right. This was not something that could be brought up publicly. No matter who it was, they would believe Irina was only looking out for her son, which was only to be expected. Lorist continued his pacing, dissatisfied. Charade, transfer Zywek, Lambord, and Yukis to Hanayabarta for 10 years starting next year's 5th month. For the second time in his life, and the second time in as many weeks, Lorist was exiling people under him in all but name. Hanayabarta was far from the continent, at least a month removed by sea. Charade shook his head exasperatedly. He did not protest, however, he knew there was no further compromise to be made. By your command, Your Grace. How shall we treat them? Like everyone else, Lorist replied, before he turned to Tarkal, the house will likely not deploy any forces for the next 2 years. We need to let our forces rest and recuperate. It's okay to relax foreign intelligence a little. I need you to help Howard set up an internal security department. First, we have to deal with the various relations within our dominion. Give me a list of everyone who has close relations and frequent contact with the Bastide. I'm sure Hanayabarta will appreciate a few more helping hands. Understood, Your Grace, replied Howard and Tarkal together. Your Grace shouldn't cause such a ruckus over this, Charade advised when the two had left the study. Lorist sat down and clutched his head. Sigh, you don't understand. I already knew something was off when so many people opposed my marriage to Sylvia. The net was woven right under my nose without my noticing. I am shocked. I never expected the little birdie to grow into such an ambitious and scheming wench. Charade kept his mouth shut, pretending he hadn't heard anything. After all, this was one of those family matters Lorist was so touchy on. He considered it wholly inappropriate and unacceptable for anyone else to have an opinion. Lorist looked at Charade's feigned ignorance and laughed. That's why I want to cut off all her tentacles. She really doesn't understand what's at stake. She dared to use her maidservants to rope in my household nights. Since she likes it so much, I'll let her weave her net in Hanayabarta. You don't have to pretend you can't hear me. I need you to keep an eye on them. Have Howard and Tarkal first investigate the staff in Cherry Blossom Ridge. I don't want anyone with any connections, even if they're 2 degrees separated through family or friends, with the Bastide or anyone in the Bastide. Same goes for anyone brought up the ranks by Hansk. Move them somewhere else. I want nothing that can endanger Enderbale or Sylvia anywhere near them. Understood, Your Grace, Charade nodded. Lorist finally sat back down. New Year's is in a few days, our celebration will start soon. I bet Phelim, Kenmays, and Hennard will arrive tomorrow. Is everything ready? Don't worry, Your Grace. We're more than prepared. They might not stay in the mansion, though. Their private manors were recently completed in the special noble sector. Naturally, Duke Kenmays' is the grandest in the city. Rumor has it he plans to host non-stop banquets all through the winter after our New Year's celebration ends. He's always like that. He loves enjoying himself and making merry. He could maintain another legion with the money he splurges on banquets and feasts. Lorist sometimes envied Kenmays' hedonistic life. He didn't have any worries at all. Apart from running the Salt Merchant Committee, he didn't have to deal with anything as Lorist took care of everything else. There was nothing Kenmays had to fear. Year 1784 soon arrived. The house held a grand celebration which lasted for 7 days straight. It was the first celebration in 2 years, so there was quite a bit of ceremony to get out of the way. The duchy had 14 new landed barons and 7 honorary barons to enfeoff and entitle. There were also 100 foreign honorary nobles who'd converted their titles in the last 2 years. The house hosted a second banquet after the first ended. Howard and Katrina were the guests of honor this time. Everyone was celebrating their marriage. Phelim had declared in front of everyone in attendance that he was giving a new viscounty around Beaublaget to his daughter. Thi enraged Duke Fisibolin and made all the other nobles envious. Luckily the old man kept himself under control and didn't cause a ruckus. Lorist had not expected the Duke to head to the Northlands to attend the celebration, but it wasn't an unpleasant surprise. It wasn't like he could stop him anyway. Even Sylvia couldn't keep him from coming. He was playing the role of Xanthai's chaperone. The girl had no desire to see the old man, but she had little choice but to exchange pleasantries with him. She was still very close to her adoptive mother, but the woman's tense relationship with her husband troubled her. The whole thing was awkward for Lorist. He had to be polite during the war for the sake of appearances and to keep military cooperation going smoothly. That, and he couldn't be seen to be disobeying his king's orders to get along with his rival. They had helped each other out a few times, but he still considered House Fisibolin his greatest threat. What made things even more awkward was that the old man had switched gears completely with Enderbale's birth. He no longer acted like the rival proper as he should, he was now a Patu's grandfather-in-law. The sudden and extreme change completely unnerved Lorist. The only thing he could do to ease his discomfort was to mock the old man for his thick skin. He couldn't believe his rival was now suddenly acting like his senior. Even so, it wasn't like he could chase him away. He gave in and welcomed them with a smile and hospitality. His visit wasn't just awkwardness, though. He brought with him a 2 million gold Ford order. He couldn't be bamboozled as he had been last time, however. He absolutely refused to purchase anything at the 5-fold increase in price he had to with their last transaction. He demanded market price and wouldn't accept a copper more. If Lorist couldn't satisfy him, he would make the deal with Auguslo instead. The king had just reclaimed 11 provinces. Territories like Handra, Forand, and Farkle had pretty developed handcraft industries where daily necessities could be produced. Though Lorist had swept Farkle's craftsmen clean, if Fisibolin really gave the order to him, it would spur the economy on and the king would benefit a lot. He's a real fox, that bastard, thought Lorist. House Fisibolin's submission and return to the kingdom had completely ruined his plans. He knew the Duke Fisibolin had offered the order as a gesture of friendship. Kenmays was chomping at the bit to close the deal. They wouldn't make as much out of it as they had last time, but it was still 400,000 clean profit. This wasn't the only hit the Duke would get in on him, though. They had barely finished talking about the first order when the Duke hit with his second offer. He offered to allow the Salt Merchant Committee to send an annual convoy to the Eastern Plains to trade directly with the barbarians. He would obviously handle the convoy's security, but other than that he would have minimal involvement. Kenmays almost wanted to bite off Lorist's leg so he could run around hugging it all day. His eyes bled the blood-wine mixture in his veins. Do you have any idea how much money we'll get from this? Lorist kicked the leech away. Fine, you win. I agree. Chapter 450 A Peaceful Year. Andernach's nobility had very contradictory views on peace. On the one extreme sat the then Duke Norton Lorist, his famous quote, "The only justification for war is a desire for peace," and on the other extreme was the then King Andernach Auguslo, who was known to say peace is only a preparation for war. In time, these two opposing views would be tested thoroughly. Excerpt from On Peace and War by Nico Algius and Freysia. 1784 was a rare year where Lorist got to spend his time in comfort and peace. The house was moving towards prosperity and there were no longer enemies in the region. He had toiled without rest to protect it in the past, from building up his military, to preparing for battle, to developing the Dominion non-stop. to leading the troops to defeat one noble house after another. Finally, he could spend some time in the Dominion, quietly. Most matters were on track and didn't need his oversight. The once desolate and rural Northlands had turned into a symbol of prosperity. Developed residential areas, busy city squares, newly opened shops and workshops, and endless fields of golden crops painted a mural of hope and peace. In contrast, his enemies and rivals were ridden with famine and chaos. He was certain the rest of the year would be quite peaceful. Auguslo was busy managing his new gains. Naturally, he cared more about expanding his armies than appeasing the populace. All his resources were spent on his forces. It slowed the return of civilian life to normal and the province's repair. The king even had to buy 400,000 gold for its daily necessities from House Norden. According to Furiber's informants, there were only 350,000 people left in the 11 provinces. The king was relying on the 7 still in decent shape to form 7 field legions and 2 garrison legions, nearly 350,000 men in total. He was obsessed with military expansion. He had changed some of his tactics, though. Instead of keeping the soldiers in barracks all the time, he allowed them to farm part-time. They had to till the soil along with their normal military training. He had learned at least part of the lesson. He intended to create a well-trained force this time rather than the ragtag militia he had used in the past. Their upkeep, however, drove his entire domain, from peer to peasant, into extreme poverty. Charade reminded Lorist that he shouldn't be careless in light of the king's expansion. He might change his mind and turn on them. Lorist just laughed. He told Charade that their king wouldn't be that irrational. Besides, even if Auguslo wished to go against the Northlands, what threat could he pose with just 300,000 average troops? The Northlands wasn't directly connected to the king's domain. Even if he wanted to launch an attack, he would have to occupy southern. This would immediately warn them of his intentions and not do any direct harm. House Fisibelin's changes shocked Lorist the most. The Duke returned to Eastwild after spending the winter in the Northlands. Upon his return, he started a complete reorganization of his armies. He disbanded the 3 frontier legions and the garrison legion in Crouch Tiger Castle, and formed 2 garrison legions, each around 28,000 strong, as well as 2 cavalry legions around 45,000 strong. He stationed 1 garrison legion and 1 cavalry legion in Eastwild and Gold Creek respectively. In some sense, Duke Fisibelin's reorganization could be taken as downsizing of his forces. He had 20,000 men less in his forces after the reorganization. However, it served to decrease his neighbors' hostility and wariness. The frontier legions were known for their surprise attacks, after all. Kenmais's Salt Merchant Committee sent a large convoy to the east in the 6th month. They continued to trade for 4 months. The convoy returned triumphantly in the 10th month with more than 2 million gold fords in profit. Kenmais had barely set foot back in his domain and he was already gathering up the goods for the following year's convoy. Lorist wasn't that surprised. Given how large the great northeastern plains were, the number of grassland barbarians living there was surely hard to count. House Fisibelin was considered the plains' hegemon, but it only occupied the southeastern part of the plains, a third of its entirety at best. They controlled the trade routes tightly and without their permission, no convoy could enter the plains. The house had, in the past, bought large quantities of goods from the Salt Merchant Committee and resold it to the barbarians at 2 or 3 times the buying price. That was also one of the reasons Lorist had attacked them. He wanted control of those routes instead. On the one hand, he wanted to suppress the house's expansion, and, on the other, he wanted a bite of the cake. Before Kenmais set out with the convoy, Lorist reminded him to check the records of their sales to House Fisibelin in the past. He shouldn't bring what he thought the barbarians needed over there and should avoid selling the same things House Fisibelin had bought in the past. These things had already been sold to the barbarians and wouldn't fetch as good a price. It was best to take things they didn't have. Kenmais listened carefully to his friend's advice and closely analyzed the list. His analysis revealed 2 golden opportunities. The first was that the products House Fisibelan had purchased from them were durable, they could withstand lots of punishment and still work. Such things usually sold for very little. The second was that House Fisibelan only bought 3 types of consumables: salt, tea bricks, and linen. Ken Mays came to a simple conclusion: there were different social classes even among the barbarians. He should cater his sales to each of the different classes. He thus focused his loadout on luxury goods and strong liquor. As expected, they were incredibly popular and the fierce demand raised the prices manifold. He grinned so broadly he couldn't close his mouth. Unlike Ken Mays, who only wanted to focus on forming convoys and doing business, Lorist turned his attention to wild husbandry. The province neighbored the Northlands and the bridge house Ken Mays had built connected the provinces on either side of the river. This was another way out of the proverbial island of the north. So far, Houses Norton and Fisibelan's borders in wild husbandry was the Soxius River. House Norton occupied 2/3 of the province, House Fisibelan the rest. Their reorganization, however, saw them withdraw all but a few small garrisons from the entire region. Lorist had wanted wild husbandry solely for trade with the barbarians. If the province was completely under his control, he could build a huge window in the market in East Wild. It wasn't on the same scale as the annual trade session House Fisibelan allowed the salt merchant to commit. Instead, it would be a year-long open market. The potential profit was immense. However, before he could confirm the province belonged to him, he couldn't realize his dream. The province was supposed to be under House Fisibelan's rule and name. This was neither Auguslo's order nor second Prince Iblia's decree. It was instead the honor bequeathed by Chryson VII after Duke Fisibelan expanded the empire's territory into East Wild. Chryson VII made East Wild House Fisibelan hereditary fief and gave them jurisdiction over wild husbandry as well. This meant that the reason House Fisibelan had 3 provinces under its control had nothing to do with Auguslo. Wild husbandry and East Wild were given to them by Chryson VII and Gold Creek was new territory they had conquered on their own. There would be no problem for them to rule those territories for the foreseeable future. That was the problem. If he wanted to take wild husbandry, even if Duke Fisibelan was happy to give it away, Auguslo wouldn't allow it. He would never allow House Norton to take yet another province as long as he had even a peep of say in the matter. If Fisibelan relinquished his claim on the territory, Auguslo would claim it for himself. It's all that old fox's fault. It'd be great if he were still enemies with the alliance. At the very least, he could have waited until I conquered the whole province before going into talks. If he had conquered the whole of wild husbandry, he could have forced House Fisibelan to cede land during the ceasefire talks and Auguslo wouldn't have been able to do anything about it since it was awarded as a spoil of war between noble houses in conflict. There would have been no way he could have meddled. It was good that the Duke had made a gesture of amity to the alliance and had even decreased the size of his forces. It was good news to the alliance as they no longer had to worry about him as an enemy, especially since he was Lorist's grandfather-in-law and his wife's grandfather. There was a saying in his previous life, something along the lines of "it's hard to work against someone closely related." Lorist believed this was the perfect example. Having no way to deal with the Duke, Lorist could only turn his attention to teaching and guiding his 3 disciples. After getting his permission, Reedy happily strapped Genalio onto the rotary device and began the spinning. 3 months later, Genalio managed to develop man-made dynamic vision. The sight of Genalio on the ground, snot leaking out of every hole that had it, was so terrifying it made Freyar give up on the idea of getting his 16-year-old twin sons to become Lorist's disciples. He decided to keep his sons by his side and teach them himself instead. Though taking Lorist as teacher was something of which to be proud, Reedy told Freyar that all of his disciples had to suffer the hell he had just witnessed. The twins shrunk after seeing the incessantly vomiting Genalio, much to Reedy's disappointment. Lorist trained a lot and accompanied Sylvia and his 4 concubines these days. He also played with his infant son Anderbale, who loved to crawl around, and taught his 3 disciples. The days passed quickly and the year's end soon came round. Charade was preparing to organize another grand New Year's celebration. Lorist felt the year wasn't really all that productive. The only thing worth mentioning was that he had impregnated Ariatali during her visits. When she realized she was pregnant after returning to her family barony, she penned a letter and launched into a long stream of curses before declaring. She ended the letter with the declaration that the child would have her name, Dina, not his, and demanded that he leave a barony to the child, be it boy or girl. To the house's many officials and knights, however, 1784 wasn't a peaceful year at all. They suffered through a massive purge. Every household knight and official with ties to Maple Woods was reassigned to either Hanayabarta or some rural corner far away from Rage Bear. Those with key positions in the house were also given only peripheral positions at their new postings. Lorist brought his wife, concubines, and sons to pay respects to his ancestors during the 8th month. While staying at the Bastide to visit Witata or Mound, he taught Irina and her 2 sons a quick lesson before ignoring them completely. He left with his entourage for Nico Academy as soon as the ceremony was over. His visit the Bastide and what he did to his ex-concubine and her offspring also informed everyone why he had conducted his purge. The Bastide was quickly isolated from the rest of the house, avoided by the officials, and feared by the peasantry. Ken Mays brought a guest with him when he came for the annual celebration, Duke Forand of Yunj Chandler Province. The Duke had come to participate on the surface, but the real reason was to ask Lorist for a loan. He only realized how impoverished his new fief was when he arrived. He tried to forage some minerals to begin developing it and tried to develop part of Egret Swamp into farmland. Unfortunately, he only had a little under 1 million gold forts, far from enough to keep his fief afloat. He had come to ask for a loan of 3 million gold forts. Ken Mays was fine with lending him money as long as Lorist agreed, but he could only give him half of what he needed. Since House Norton was currently pretty well off, Forand could ask them for the rest. Ken Mays was certain, given Lorist's obsession for development, he would be willing to chip in.